Jerry. I hope it all works well for you.
Lovely little Tirana.
Ryan Daru, the Barrador, the Barra-powered Commodore Ute with the
idea.
Torno on it.
What a good idea.
Torno cover.
You got to have a Torno. Yeah, Torno.
Torno. There was no R in there, was it?
No,
Torno.
It was Torno.
Come on, Jerry. Yeah!
Whoa,
Thank you, Jerry.
Mate, we can tell you what colour the pipes are.
Yeah, when Ryan Daru can tell you what wheel spin feels like, because he's felt a fair bit of it the last day and a half.
How about a 659 to 104 this side? 694 to 113.77 if you want to get really technical.
All right, here he is. He's back. We've got Justin Gall, which is one of the ultimate VH Aspo LS sleepers, and Chris Adams. Watch out, folks.
This thing is
I think he's owned it for nearly 20 years.
Yep.
CA powered, Dado 1200.
Well sorted.
550s, both runs, 557, 558.
And look at it, no fuss whatsoever. How good does that car work? And it is flying.
Yeah, man. 559 at 128 mile an hour, 636 for Gall, the quickest that he's run so far today by the look of that.
Yep.
But Chris Adams, 11th outright in ET today.
Yeah, that's their fastest times.
And you know what? In there is another 2 4-cylinders and 2 6-cylinders in that top bunch.
Yep, no prejudices here. Michael Shannon, Jacob Haker, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, look, there we go. Do a bit of spin fill both times here. Just singing the tyres and goes through 958 and an 815.
Yep, there we go. 107 mile an hour for Shannon. Gee, this thing's a nice looking car.
Yeah, it is. And just testament to what the guys like Alan Butler and the Skid Factory are putting out there with that
chassis.
Harrop supercharged, big block in the crown, and Barra powered XD. Jacob, well, it says here Jacob Setgas, but it's well, it says AT16, so it does supposed to be. Well, it says Jacob Setgas.
It does.
Unless that's Dad. Unless that's Dad in there.
No. The car's moving pretty nicely. That goes pretty good. 577, 130 mile an hour. Get out of here. At 729, 111 for Butler.
Yeah, I don't know. I did think that
both of them. That's the fastest they've been in the 2 days.
I thought that we had Zach Curley, and that might be Paul Curley.
No?
Ben Roberts, Gary Green.
We can only sort of say what's in front of us, I guess.
Well, that's it. We saw the number on the cell, cross-reference it. It says Jacob, but it's not. I don't think it is anyway. 654 for Gary, 648 for Ben Roberts.
What a race that would have been. And a little bit of reaction for Green. Cut a better light, much better light. But that's the fastest both of them have been. We must have a monster track out there.
We do.
And the air must be incredible.
I used to have a favourite hardtop Falcon, and it still is the one I first felt. Well, the first one I fell in love with was the Mad Max Interceptor.
Oh, well,
the second one was Rob Bertolacci's big block Ford powered streetcar. Now 2 black hardtops turn up on the same day, and now
Nathan
I'm in
Young.
hardtop heaven.
And James Pezedrick. Is that how you say that?
Yeah, Pezdirk. I don't know, Pezdirk.
Whatever it is, he's out there and gone. Geez, this hardtop's starting to march, isn't it?
It's got some down the bottom end.
Oh, yes.
542, 142 mile an hour.
I'm not buttoning off for anybody.
142 in the 8th and a 146 in the 60. Nathan Young, 8th quickest run here today.
Yes, and that's about 180 through the quarter.
Easy. Stephen Stecker and Dan Bertram.
That's a beautiful one.
Oh, it looks everything. It is just about everything. We are spoilt for choice.
650 at 101. The 767 at 97. Gee.
Lost
some
spoilt for
time,
choice.
Bertram, but boy, got a lot of mile per hour on.
That many tough cars of all different makes and models. And here's another one here. Terry Cope's back out there.
Yeah, that was Secker's best pass.
Yep, and Adriano Ross on beside. Adriano, 628, 629, 643.
Terry Cope in beside.
Yeah, Terry got that thing into the 6s. So
He certainly has. Let's see what he gets today. Well, what he records, we haven't got a record he's been anything today, so we'll see what happens. Sometimes it shows us, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, just carries it. That didn't stop that front wheel from turning. Just got enough momentum up. Let's see we go. 681 at 101 and 625 at 110. What went on there? A lot of time left on the start line. So Adriano Ross, that's his fastest time today, that's 6:25.
sounded the business as well. Here's Ella Armstrong and Foley Coots. Ella back in the
You've got Ella written in, I saw that,
entrance C14, the
The
VE Ute.
And Foley Coots waiting. And it just lit them up. In the end, it was a one-wheeler, which is discerning. 740 for Ella at 95.78 mile an hour. 767, 106 for Foley.
Right, the VN is back.
That's Foley's fastest time of the day.
All right, so they're all just coming on strong.
Mate, it must be beautiful out there at the moment. Justin Spicker and Philip Edwards. That's in the yellow thing.
The monstrous El Camino.
Yeah, doesn't that look flash?
It does look monstrous, doesn't it? Compared to a VN, it's even bigger than a VN.
Yeah, it's big, and they're a big car.
And it doesn't make
It
around.
goes all right.
Yeah, it might be a big block. 796 at 93 and 964 for Justin Spicer, I'll say Spicer.
Okay, that works.
That time around.
Yeah, you can call him whatever you
Here's
want.
Maloney and Carpenter. So now just going off memories now.
He's nearly lapping this thing.
Oh, they're all lapping them. Like, honestly, you think of the road trip distance. It wasn't a big one today, but it's still a road trip. You had to do it, and they're just lapping up as many Ks around the Willowbank complex.
Look at that. Carpenter out of there with a 4.3 light, which is in the old school was near perfect.
Yeah,
697 and 674. Leave us alone.
6-second street cars everywhere over the 8th.
Blowing us away.
And it's so good to see combinations get refined over the 3 days. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, people are finding them. They didn't finish building these cars to not enjoy them now as much as they can.
Oh, I mean, I take my hat off to them. They really do use these cars.
Oh,
I mean,
a lot.
They're not abusing them, but they are using them for what they're supposed to do.
And the whole idea, knowing that in the back of your head, you don't have to drive 600 Ks and pack a trailer. So they are putting as many runs into the end of the day as they can.
Certainly are.
That mentality's completely different to other Dragon drives where it's like, right, let's get a run in that matters and let's get on the road.
Yeah, Cliff Broadman, I beg your pardon, sitting there in the door. And Tanya, they're having a little bit of a look at the back of the car.
No, they're getting ready. They've still probably got that 100 kilos in the boot. Let's just see what happens. Tomo's got the hat on, the tuner's hat on here now. Here he goes.
Very serious.
He's surveying the area. He looks for a patch to put Tanya in. He's sending her back over to the right a little bit again. Now, this worked last time, putting her straighten her back up.
Yep, takes her out of the regular rubber.
All right.
And when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. I'll let you figure it out.
Okay, well, it's gone 5.26 with a 1, 5.25 with a 2. So Tanya already today, the 6th quickest run today.
Yep.
She's in that open outlaw blown class, thanks to Heavy Maintenance Australia.
Green. Well, just carries the wheel, mate. He's put some boost in it this time.
Oh, we carried the wheel nicely. 5.19.
Whoa!
5.19, 138 mile an hour.
Little smoky at the end, mate, but you should be happy about that. Look at that. I can see the smile from 3 miles away.
Oh, yeah, that's Tomo's smile.
Oh, that's Tomo's smile. He's happy.
That was a 1.3 60 foot. I didn't quite get the last digit. It might have been 1.35 in the 60. Left-hand front wheel dangle. That wheel wasn't on the ground.
3rd fastest pass of the day.
There we go, from 6th to 3rd.
Yeah, that's a big step.
Yeah, and as we've heard from a few other teams, they're all coming out to swing a little harder shortly, apparently.
Yeah, Matthew Bulger, I wouldn't wait too long. So Darren Slade didn't come out. So we sent Matthew on his own, goes 8.25 at 83.99 mile an hour. I reckon we got a sweet spot. I reckon he'd go much more than 10 minutes and you're going to lose it.
That's not a bad place to go, though. As we know, the groove gets sort of, centred. You'll have this foot-wide track each side there that might be just too much rubber for some.
Yeah,
and then you just got to go somewhere where it's a little bit
easier.
A little less, yeah.
And the thing is, the heat will go out of this track so fast.
Yes.
So this is probably the sweetest time of the day.
Well, we're not running too much past the sundown too either, which is good, so we can get some off-track stuff going.
Jason Gemmell and Matt Casey out there at the moment. Gemmell out and gone. 676 at 104.9 and 753 at 92 for Matt Casey. And we're getting that breeze back again. Not so much up high. I'm looking at the trees. It's fairly low.
A little bit down the middle here, don't we?
Yeah, it looks like it's running down the track.
Nothing on the trees, but just our flags on the sides. All
Gentle.
right, couple of tough commies out here again.
Gentle.
Our rolling museum pieces here.
Yep.
Interesting to see the VCVB of Corey Watson with like a VL mirror. Didn't anyone else notice that?
He's swapped a few parts.
Oh, sorry, VK. VL started going to those mirrors. The earlier Commodores had a different mirror configuration, but I just spotted that then thinking, no, he's got a later mirror on that one. It could have been a VK or VL door, 672 and a 681, but I'm not picky.
No, you're
I
not
just
picky.
remember what original VBVC
Mate, I would never
mirrors
have
used to look like.
I would never have noticed that, but you used to sell that stuff for your living. So.
Well, I was also, 13, 14 and mad about cars, and brand new Commodores came out.
Yep.
You're all over him in the car park like some freak. Oh, is this have we got Anthony Albanese coming through here? We've got Elbows
coming in.
Elbows back. Elbows just coming through.
Can we send him somewhere else? Dean Wilson and Matt Cutler.
No, I invited Elbow here. I invited Elbow. I said
when he comes up, I'm going.
the Prime Minister, I said. I said the Prime Minister.
658 and an 892.
He's coming to see what drag racing's all about. So.
Well, I'll leave.
That looks like, we wouldn't have picked it up on the cameras here, folks. It just looked like, the Australian version of Air Force One, which was like a DC-9 or something.
Dean Wilson just ran the fastest pass he's ever run.
I think that was Elbow just turning up.
Oh, well, if it was Elbow.
Well, he goes, what's this drive and drag? Is it good for the economy? I said, bloody oath, Prime Minister.
Mate, we just probably spent $1 million for you, mate.
Mate, don't leave until he's in here, right, mate? If he's only got one security guard, we can do the hit.
Jack Lazaro. You don't know who's listening.
I don't know, mate.
Next thing we'll have 2 Commonwealth coppers sitting in behind us.
I hope they're hot.
Yeah. Well, that'll work. 855 and 647.
Federal Police are equal opportunity employers, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
It could be two very hot agents taking us down. I hope that's true. But, just remember, if it's more than one, we can't make the hit, all right?
No, it's all right.
The safe word will be Starfire. Right?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, oh, shit.
No, the safe word Starfire, right?
Okay, Starfire.
Okay, Carla Barrett. Have I got Carla on my list here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you've seen
I do.
You do?
Carla Barrett's down here.
And Peter Johnson just jumping out the front of her.
Something about a lady in a white hatchback Tirana.
That goes like the demons.
Oh, we've got them in just about every hot car
Mate,
today.
that must have been just chrome bumper bars and that 745 over the 9-1. But when you see the leaves, like 2 seconds she waited before she decided to move, and the other car was on its way.
All right, here we go again. This hatchback. We've had Mia Armstrong now, so we've just had.
Have you got Mia written down?
We've had Carla Barrett, and now we've got Mia Armstrong in another hot hatchback.
Yeah, you've got her written down. That's good. And Craig Nofke. Mate, that car works. Got it right in the end. It's certainly not going to let it upset. Said we'll just take off. Gee, that wasn't bad. 902 at 105. It was a 699, 101 past this side. So we just let that go.
Yeah, sorry, we was there this morning.
Mia Armstrong, that's the quickest she's been today. That's 6:31. So we've got Jacob Setcassi in beside Andrew Long. And I probably got that wrong.
No, it's Jacob Setgast.
Okay, so I did get it right, sort of.
And
Andrew Long.
It is Andrew Long.
Yes, it is. Says it on the screen. Have a look at the tray. Looks like it's got a bit of stainless for the tray. I'm hoping it's not stainless and it's polished aluminium. It'll be far lighter. That'd be a lot of weight if it's steel. Oh, it works. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It works.
There we go. 575, the best for Jacob today. And Andrew, 730.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. 94 mile an hour. Nearly 95.
145 in the 60 there for the Cressida.
So Paul Thompson in the little ute in black. Well, it looks black from here. Jason Bowers in beside, or Bowers, in the little Toronto Mordor. Oh, lots of smoke. Oh, that's the smoke. Keep this in, make some smoke. Have a look at it.
No, it's not a problem. I'm not afraid of it.
No, it flies.
I love it.
837.
It puts a smile on my dial. 837 for Paul Thompson, as we said. I think it's for JJ and Emmanuel, obviously.
Yeah, 657 the other side.
And blown and injected Monaro, anyone? Well, here, Brendan Cherry, thank you.
Yeah, why not? and G11. So that must be.
And I'm sure that sounds good right down the deep end.
Is that Biffin Woods?
That's
G11?
Mark Biffin.
That is Mark Biffin. So you don't have to worry about that car with that funny number.
No, we shouldn't have to.
Okay.
Shouldn't have to.
6:48 and an 8:06. Actually, the mile per hour was more impressive.
They're not bad, the Golfs. They go all right.
Yeah, Brendan Cherry, that was his fastest pass of the weekend.
Daniel Careless and Simon Clark.
We must have a ripper track out there at the moment, and ripper air.
Clark's is just the ultimate sleeper. It's not over the top. It's just very understated, the Kingswood.
Moves very nicely.
And it'll still belt out those low 733 at 93 mile an hour, and a 690 for Careless.
Yeah.
He's been as quick as 666 today.
Yeah, he must have really jumped off the power.
Here we go. Tray back eliminator.
Quickest pass for Daniel.
Oh, there we go. Daniel quickest pass was 666, I think. Yep.
The Devil's number. We'll live with that. Jake Wakefield in beside Mark Quinn. The Tunners. One wheel of smoking. And that's the end of that pass. But might as well go through and finish it off. Looks like it might be a manual car.
Yeah, he just hazed the one tyre off the hit. No problems for the white Kiwi.
Yeah, 773 at 89.07. At 10:49, you probably throw that time slip away.
All right, PSI Prem is in the water. It is now Paul Merry's attempt to get back towards the ET.
Well, he's in number 2.
Well, I mean, Tanya went the 5-1. Mary's got a 16. He knows he needs quicker than a 12 to get onto Hoff here.
And Janine Marshall's in beside.
And I'm sure Hoff will play the game as well and have another crack. Janine Marshall is there.
You got her on the.
We've got her in the ladies' list.
Good.
I'll
ask the question every time.
No, well, that's good. I'm glad that we're double-checking each other. The PSI Prem, check this out. He's also a little bit out on the right-hand side there.
He's looking for something.
Let's just see how it works for him. Leaf spring, small block, twin turbo. I think LS actually still.
Well, there you go. We're out and rolling. Janine says, oh, look at that. Carried the wheel for forever.
Oh, yeah.
510.
510, 130 in the 60-foot, 336 to 330, and a 510, 141 mile an hour puts Paul Merry back in front of Hoffman.
Yep.
So 510 with a 3, 512 with a 9 for the Corolla, Tanya 519 with a 6. That's the top 3.
Yeah, leave me alone. That is close. So Sean Richardson and Tony Bloomfield. Bloomfield in that black GDO.
You think the 4-second run might go tonight, but just remember like how hard it is to find another 10th now, because these things look like they're just on the edge.
Well, it's as good as we've had.
You can't give them any more in the short time. But I just don't think we're breaking any records in the short time.
Yep. So let's see what Sean can do.
Oh,
Nothing.
what's happened to Shorty?
Shorty's maybe hurt the Falcon. Bloomfield says, I'm out of here. Goes 7:42 at 96. And I think Sean has got a box full of problems.
What's happened, fellas? What has happened? Nothing on the track. It might have just taken a big gulp. I don't know. Have we got a bit of spray? Do we put spray on this? I mean,
I'm not sure.
Scotty Harker's in the team, so it might have some spray on it. Has it got any on it, Scott? Because it might have had a big gulp.
They're all asking the question. Nobody's saying anything. We'll just push it back. They're going to try and start it.
Sometimes that is a nitrous thing. You see, sometimes with nitrous cars, you'll see a huge backfire and a flame, and then you'll start the thing and it'll run again. It's like it never did it.
Yeah.
That's sometimes what nitrous things do.
That hasn't worked this time.
All right, I'm going to push him back. No, I think it's going, isn't it? Because it
it
seems.
might be. Yeah, it might be.
I know Scotty's a strong fella, but I just don't. What are you doing, you big unit? He's strong, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah.
Just about to push it back as fast as that by the air cleaner. That was pretty strong of him.
Well, it's what it takes. Danielle Brady. Have you got Danielle written down?
I do.
Writing it down now.
I've got Danielle Brady in there. I still haven't had anyone message me in regards to the combo in this car, but just because I'm sure I remember seeing it with like a 3K motor in it or something.
Okay.
Like with one of the original Corolla engines that would have been in it.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether it's still that combo or not.
Matt Francis in beside.
Because it's carrying on like it's a 4A or something now. It's carrying on like it's a
Angry.
much bigger engine, but these things were like a pushrod engine as well, you know.
Nothing wrong with push rods.
I've got to get under and have a look at that thing. Matt Francis beside, I think it is an LS. He built this thing in about 6 weeks, I think he told me, out at Coralban. He had this thing out at Coralban. And
Oh, it's a one-wheeler and shook it really badly.
Oh, there we go. Tyler's said it might actually have a K24 in it now, not a 3K.
Well, there you go, 745 at 99.97. You're a better judge than me.
No, well, Tyler's on to me about it. It's good to see Tyler's listening to the stream.
And that's the fastest Matty Francis has been with his 651.
He's our fact checker. Well, he's our fact finder sometimes if we just ask. So it might be a case here. So not the K is in the K, but the K is in the Honda K.
Okay, Riley different. And who's out there in Dawn bugging smoke.
That's a cranky commie that just...
Yeah, it doesn't... Oh, you don't know whether it's happy or it's not. There's
that's
smoke
right.
everywhere. Goes 722 at 107.
I'm going to call it the bipolar Commodore, that one.
It doesn't know what it's doing. And that's the fastest Mitchell Hutchinson's been.
All right, here she is again. Chelsea Ware. Now, she is on our list.
Yeah, Chelsea in that beautiful EH. Russell Weaver in beside in the late model.
Yeah, they ran in the first session, but here they are with the combined session.
Yep.
And I think we're up to that, both groups. Yes, we are.
7:35 for Chelsea.
Still plenty of cars in the lane, still trying to hit their mark.
Yeah, Russell went 7:48. So I don't know whether that makes him happy or not.
Well, let's just see how Billy Cumner goes. He makes me happy just by turning up with this thing.
Yep.
Now, speaking of Bill, I've had Bill Martland on to us to apologise. Looks like they've done a head gasket. That's what all that push-out was.
Okay, and Matty Loy in beside.
Junga Bunga here.
Junga Bunga.
Billy Cumner and Junga Bunga. Matty Loy, 647 with the 1, 652 with the 6, trying to find that 50-something.
Well,
trying to hit the 50 mark.
Yeah, he's been 652.
Hang on, we're just...
Oh, they're pushing the Pano back. Oh, he's driving it back, actually. No one's pushing it. Is he going back for water, or... Yeah, he might want to try the tyre. I don't know. Is he going back further than the water?
No, they were getting him all the way back. He might have done a bit of dripsies. Might have done a little bit of dripsies, and they're just dropping him back. No, solo, let's send him on a solo.
So they've sent the signal.
All right, Junga's got an open, not that he needs someone beside him, but he's just trying to, I reckon he's trying to hit a 650 something here.
Yep, I reckon you're right.
He's gone 52. He's got to try and make this nearly 4,000 pound HQ become a Swiss watch.
So he's out there rocking. Is he pushing it hard?
Oh, Junga Bunga!
Get out of here!
650 with a 1.
Oh, go on, beat that.
650 with a 1. Look, the only perfect pass after that is one with a 0 on it.
Yep.
But how do you make a 4,000 pound shed-built HQ wagon become a thing of precision?
Matty Loy knows exactly how to do it.
It is awesome to see numbers come up for these guys. And Junga won't probably need another one of them unless he comes in the die-run shootout tonight. Yeah. Tony Hogan and Bruce Henderson, again, one of the sweetest sanding cars out there, Bruce Henderson. Just lets the lungs go on this thing if it hooks up. Tony Hogan, he's in the A class, being the 275 Outlaw Blown category, so he's probably got a huffer on this.
So have you got all your answers for all your things?
Oh, I've already sent them away. I think we're right,
yeah. Okay. I just thought I'd ask. So Hogan against the Henderson's flying.
Jeez, he legged that thing all the way out there in low gear and then just needed another gear. 621 at 112, 737 at 107.
And that's the thing, if it's a glide, you think, when's he going to change gears? And they do go a long way in that first gear. They don't gear them short through the first gear. They really make them run. Jeff Kingdon and David Tenso over there in the white Kiwi. No, you haven't. Did he stage that?
He did. He just had 2 shots at the launch procedure. He had it all spooled up. Okay. He just needed to roll in David Tansel, and he did, and he had to start the whole thing again.
Got away with it.
King still gets one that he might have rolled forward, and then an 860 beside for Tansel as well. Yeah. So here's Aris coming back for another run after Mick's moved his Colorado out of the way.
Yep.
And John
Oh, we're going to laugh about that forever. John McSweeney beside.
John McSweeney and Aris. Now, Aris wants a 50-something as well. He needs a perfect 50. He did one yesterday. 56 with a 3. He's gone 49 with an 8, 55 with a 1, 660 flat. 56 with a 3. Not as tight as his 55 with a 1, but he might want to go again.
Yeah, and Aris Conatolan went 649. That's the quickest he's been all day.
All right, here's this little Corona 3R, I think, on 3RZ.
And Andrew Rankin and Rick Marsh. And we're waiting. Oh, we got some boost. Well, it's a 6-cylinder.
Does almost sound like a Barra. 644 at 109, 658 at 108, and every time I call it a Barra, it'll be something else.
It'll be something else.
Oh, it's an RB, mate. I said, well, RBs have a different sound to that.
Yep.
Can never guess.
And I remember as kids we used to spend a fortune on mufflers trying to change the sound so you didn't sound like anybody else.
Yeah, and that's a bit of an art too, you know, with hot dogs and stuff like that.
And we're all in red motor Holdens, so you know. Sky Wallace.
This is the thing I should have sent out to pick up Albo in, Sky Wallace.
Yes, Sky Wallace.
Aren't you the new Gough Whitlam?
Yeah, and Tony Rogers. Sorry, Tony, you don't get a mention, mate. We've got the staff car for the government.
I've got the PM out there. Nearly every time I find a statesman or an LTD somewhere, we call it the Prime Minister vehicle, only because that's what Prime Ministers used to turn up in.
Yeah, I don't know what they drive these days.
Actually, I wonder if anyone's ever done a YouTube on that. For every Australian Prime Minister, there's got to be old footage of PMs turning up at Parliament House in their statesmans and their LTDs.
There used to always be that.
And I can't remember, honestly, and Ford fans might know, I don't know whether the government was biased to one or the other.
They used to get them for about $40.
Did they? What?
Yeah,
the cars?
They had to pay something. There's some law or some BS thing.
So they couldn't just give them to the government for free?
They can't give them to them for free. They have to pay.
Well, I think we need some historian to look at that for us.
I mean, I could be lying through my teeth, but you've got to find out.
I believe you. A16, and we don't know who A16 is. I'll check on the big list here.
We like it. It's all
A16. Yeah, we don't know. It's the fellow in the Falcon. It's the handyman. It's Luigi the handyman.
Yeah, with the sun visor.
And John Zorzo.
Zorzo's out and gone. So we're waiting for some boost, and we're waiting. And there it is. We got it. Wants to run a 960s. Let's see how he goes.
Here
Well,
we go.
how about a 675? That's nothing like a 960. Oh, that was his reaction.
Six. He almost got best spooler then.
Yeah, it was close.
Check this out. Now, we've got an XL and we've got an XP in the field. And we've also got a green and white and a blue and white wagon. So we've got nearly semi-twins of each other around the joint.
We do.
So this is Clinton Lear in the XL, Dean Beatty in the wagon.
How cool are these two? Oh, doesn't it work? Still turning the tyres in the old Falcon.
Just amazing versions of these vehicles
And
in immaculate condition.
Mate, it must have about a 6-speed in it, because all I kept seeing is these puffs of smoke coming out the exhaust on the gear change.
Just be sorting its cruise map out, you know, if they keep the full exhaust through it or whatever, it might blow a few crumbs out. Blow a few settlers out.
Here we go.
All right, can anyone help out with a welder? Can anyone help out with a welder? They need it. They need it over in the Tirana's pits, being Kevy Morton. They're in behind the grandstands near the start line. They're out near the fence of next door. And if someone got a welder, can they go and help or offer their services to Kevy Morton and Jason Seng, please?
So Dean Heideke and David Challen.
Yeah, well, Challen's getting a few more laps of this. A little tweak here, a little tweak there. 565 with a 5. He went 565 with a 3 before, and a 571 before that. So that's 3 happy time slips.
Mate, he's got to be really impressed with that.
All right, another call for a welder. If someone can help with a welder, can they go and see Kevy Morton? Of course, he's in Jason Seng's pit area, which is sort of on the return road area opposite the grandstands here. So Rowan Allen now and Jeffrey Marshall. But if someone can help with a welder, they need one.
Well, I tell you what, Big Ford moved pretty good for all that weight. I mean, it's showing to show now. The physics are starting to work against it. But a 661 for Rowan Allen and a 991 for Jeffrey Marshall in 2 ton of fun.
All right, speaking of not quite 2 ton of fun, it could be nearly 2. He's actually heavier than you think. Scott Hoffman, the Hoff is back. What is his response to the 510 from PSI Prem? What can Hoffman belt out here against Sam Jones? Dropping the clutch with some nice.
Well, he just got that front wheel spinning.
Hoffman, 15. Oh, 15. A 15, not an O something, but a 15.
138 mile an hour. He was trying.
It went 129 in the 60, dangled the wheel, 338 to 330 foot, a 512, a 515 and a 520 for Hoffman today. Yeah. But just goes to prove he's only 2.7 litres. You know what I mean?
That's pretty impressive.
He's up against big engines out there, and he's there doing it with a 2.7, which is still a big four-cylinder.
Yeah.
But, wow, 510, 512, 519, 521, 524 with a 4, 524 with a 9. That's our top group.
Yep. What do we got? Mark Stone in beside Terry Hall.
Yeah, these guys aren't
green,
done.
That HR is so green.
See that from space, I'd say.
Yeah, you pick it up and say, don't move my car. Goes 766 at 89.06, a 694 for Terry Hall at 102.14 in the rocket lane. We keep rocking and rolling, don't we? They just keep coming at us.
Scott Higgins and Brett McElveen. We've just seen the other XF. Here's the other one.
Yep.
He's in the dial your own class, as is Brett McElveen. So they've got to they've got to try and hit a number.
They're looking for a number.
So they're either looking or they're either hunting or farming, one of the two.
Well, we've got no history on the Euros cars, so I can't remember what they've done.
Yeah, well, they've got the slips to prove what they've done so far, and there's another one to their collection.
An 802 at 84 for McElveen.
And issues for Scott with the XF.
Yeah, he won't be happy with an 1152. He won't be happy. I love this truck.
Oh, here's the skid. Yeah, put your hands together for the effort.
Yeah, that's Lee Warnes.
Can't give it to him for the best skid because we've already had to sort those awards out.
Yes, we've had to do that, mate. It's a bit late. Should have done that a little earlier.
Lee Warnes now. Now, keep an eye out, left-hand front wheel. If everything works to plan so far, Lee Warnes is very happy, man, when it comes to this car because it's doing everything right. Giving him the skid he wants, giving him the launch he wants. He's in the dial your own category, as is Simon Grigg. Now, Simon's been, I think, into the 7-second zone with this big...
Yeah, you've got to be kidding.
Is that a Ford jail bar or something,
What is it? It's a Ford or it's...
J45, I'm going for a look. I'm going for a look at the entries.
Is it an F1? No,
J45 says Simon Grigg.
And it says an international on the side of it.
Yeah, but it says here that it's an FE, but it's not.
Looks like that says Inter. Does that say Inter on the side?
It could be.
I mean, that's the only word. There's no other word that long, is there?
No, it could be. It could be.
I mean, it doesn't look. I can't read what it is, but it's a long name.
He's out. He's out of the car. The HQ might have dropped a bit of something that we're going looking for.
Okay.
That's a shame. The Kiwi is just about to give us a bit of left-hand front.
And he's pushing it back.
He's got to push the Kiwi back.
Yep.
Whatever it did, it's done.
And there's no such thing as a light Kiwi.
No.
There's nothing light about those cars at all.
Be interesting to see what it has in fact leaked out, but it's caught the attention of track staff, and that's why we're just
pushing it back. And they're going out with a bottle of the magic stuff. So yeah, he's dumped a bit.
It's a bit hard to send Simon down just yet because we've got people out in the other lane, and even though you think we're in the other lane, it's safe. Well, that we proved that very early this morning when one of our gentlemen in his truck lost his steering linkage and just was over there.
Yep, you're right. I've got to stand up for a second.
Yeah.
Geez, I don't know what happened there.
Got some cramps or something? What's happening?
Oh, I don't know. It was the underwear of cramps, but that hurt.
Oh, something hurt.
Yeah. I'll be right.
Oh, well,
It's just what happens with your old.
Well, we'll keep Air Force One ready just in case you need to run your back, eh?
Okay. I don't think it was that serious.
Yeah, it did look like Elbow had landed, though.
They would get me that angry.
I think it is a DC-9 or whatever they use there.
No.
We haven't quite stepped up there.
We haven't stepped up, no. We haven't gone to a Boeing yet. I think he's got a 737, hasn't he?
He's got something, yeah.
I think we give him a 737. I mean, you guys give him a 737. They're only about $8 million an aeroplane and $1 million an hour to fly.
We've got more than $8 million worth of cars right here.
We probably have, and I'm not giving any of them to Albo.
No. Well, the government should be helping us out. That's what
they should be giving us tax reduction.
We're driving the economy here. I mean, we're working hard enough as we are Monday to Friday, let alone to have these as recreational vehicles on the weekend.
No such thing as tax-free on fuel or oil or any of that stuff. We've got to buy all that stuff.
I mean, even if they threw a lazy couple of, 20, 30 million to get us a few more venues where we can do more drag and drives, it'll pay for itself in the economy within the first 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
just from what we know has happened, from what we've seen it with our own eyes, Kerry.
Well,
when we used to rock into Swan Hill,
yes,
doing the street machine ones there, and everywhere you looked, peak hour traffic in Swan Hill was another toughie with a trailer on board.
Yep.
And the townspeople are, what's going on here? And it's like, oh, another toughie pulls up.
Another toughie.
Comes out of the shops, comes out of the bakery with, $30, $40 of stuff, goes into the Woolies. Woolies was chockers.
Caravan Park was chockers.
You can't tell me that.
Was chockers.
You can't tell me throughout the year that when they look at the spike in sales during that sort of 3 days, what happened here?
Yeah, let's do that again.
Well,
whatever we did.
The drag challenge came through town.
Yes.
And it's been absolutely proven that you can't hide from some of those facts. That's just what happens when you take 200 plus teams through towns.
We can prove it. We've done it that many times now. I mean, there's more tested Corollas around the country, particularly in Victoria, than you've ever seen in your life. I mean, Diggles really does road test them.
Look, Kerry, it was only that one time that we thought, what would 100 miles an hour feel like? Again,
didn't feel that bad,
because we've been over 100 mile an hour before.
It wanted a little bit, didn't it?
Look, they're still pretty stable. It's still pretty stable.
It just started to rock a little bit.
I still had eyes like dinner plates because even at that speed in the afternoon, it was like, okay.
Yeah, we were rocking and rolling. We just didn't blow the Warrity, but...
It's not quite the blaze of glory I was looking for. If we went out in a blaze of glory, it's,
Oh, we'll go out one day in a blaze of glory.
Commentators found in Corolla... It doesn't sound right, doesn't it? In Corolla Wreck.
We need to go out in something bigger than that.
Well, they wouldn't give us anything bigger than that.
No, they don't trust us.
Well, actually, that brand new Kia Carnival was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
It was like a lounge room on wheels, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was cool.
And then
it wasn't fast, but it was cool.
And then they gave us that brand new Ranger 10-speed thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that was all right.
Yeah, that was all right. Didn't know what gear it was in.
It used to freak out. It's one of those, the first car I've ever driven that freaks out when you take the hand off the steering wheel.
Yeah,
the car got distressed.
Yeah.
Because after about 4 or 5 seconds, like we're driving on a bit of road, and someone told me, one of the street machine journos told me about it. It's like, well, take your hands off the wheel, and it'll panic.
And it did.
And then it's saying, please put hand back on wheel. And it's like, no, I'm not going to. So you start playing chicken with the car, and then the car actually, I think, starts slowing down itself.
It slowed down.
They think there's something wrong with you.
Yes.
So, the sensors in the steering wheel are telling us that, there's something wrong with you. So, why don't you put some sensors in the seat and see if you get some readings out of that?
Yeah.
You'll know that I was still well and truly alive there.
But it was interesting. We've done some silly shit. Pardon me, I said that word again.
No, that's right, Kerry.
We've done some stupid stuff.
Well, it was fun. It was fun while it lasted, and
never been
a
dull moment.
Oh, mate, when we pull up in the middle of nowhere on a road that we've never been on, and we're in front of a town hall that's 105 years old. And then 10 other blokes turn up with their trailers and all get the same photo, and it's like, "Where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Tassie." "Where are you from?" "I'm from WA." And it's like,
from everywhere.
That's some of the things that you must experience in your lifetime, folks, is just to get out and do these things. These are. We don't have to go overseas to do it. I mean, everyone talks about the dream used to be you'd go and do Hot Rod Drag Week or whatever, and now of course you've got Sick Week and Rocky Mountain and Alaskan and all that. Yeah. But we can do it here in Australia. You can do your road trips 3 times a year with Nick and have an absolute fun and fat time. And there's going to be other ones around that. There's one down in Victoria this weekend. I think they're on their 3rd day and they're coming into Heathcote. So Central Victorian drag racers are having a bit more of a taste of it. And, and then I was actually amazed when Tom Bailey and Luke Newhoff got Sick the Mag together and then did something called Sick Week. And it's like, well, hang on, no one really does own the patent to that concept of drag and drive, other than put one on and see how many people turn up.
Yep.
And then when Cletus and the whole gang start turning up there, and a lot of the big YouTube / motoring influencers all turn up and want to run it, that to be measured and judged as far as your performance is concerned. So we've got a bit of particular attention paid in this lane. Now, it couldn't have been fuel because fuel doesn't worry us this much. It can't really be...
It's got to be transmission
fluid. I don't think it's got to be like a tranny fluid thing. Not
tranny
normally a water thing, because the water thing just can rub off from there, and we normally wouldn't have thrown that much thinners at it. But it's got to be something like the transmission fluid for that.
Of all the oils, the tranny oil's the hardest to get to work. So they're working that pretty hard, I've got to tell you.
They're relatively happy with what they're seeing there. They're just asking for another lap.
Taking the mops back. A couple of laps with rubber, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, that just happens to us. It wasn't the big skid. And sometimes it can be something as funny as running down the dipstick tube, the outside of the dipstick tube. If it's just, if
it only takes a trickle.
It can come out that way. The bottom seal sometimes on the transmissions can be that as well. It can come out of anywhere sometimes, and It's just one of those things that you wish it doesn't get to the ground, but sometimes it does.
Just does.
But there is a lot to be said about, and you know what, we had this huge discussion about it a couple of weeks ago at Jamboree in Sydney, because we literally, after about 90 minutes of qualifying, were an hour behind due to breakage and oil downs, just because guys were blowing stuff up and coasting down the middle of the track
and just leaving crap everywhere.
And you know, they knew they were broken, they were coasting it. We had one guy there that appeared to have still an RX, it was an FD RX8, RX7, had a 2J in it, and it looks like it still had its original diff in it. And they've wound too much power into this thing, and it's gone out a bit. You know, they used to walk the thing out on the radial, so it's saving everything. It's not hitting it hard. Got out about 200 foot, and they start throw the power in it, and that just blew that diff case to pieces. And that thing's literally, because it was already 200 foot out and was on a march,
it was going. He
literally just realised it broke and just coasted right down the middle, and that gear oil went right down the middle, all the way up the return, all the way up the shuttle area. So that was a big pickup, that one. So
you'd be sending him an invoice.
Well, we started to discuss the things about, you know, does anyone do anything to protect diffs? I mean, we have, you know, there's rules in forced induction and drag racing where you've got to have like what they call a nappy.
Yes.
It used to be just for, you know, purpose-built blowing combinations pretty much. Under an ET cut-off. That's when you had to have the lower engine containment device.
Yes.
Other of these guys do a tray, so they do a tray underneath them. That sort of helps them as well. I know a lot of these semi-serious and super serious street cars that we've got do have a form of that on the cars.
Yes, they do.
Not just the engine, but, you know, to the transmission as well. They can have something in that area.
More chance of losing a transmission than you are losing an engine.
So there's some cars out there that actually they've gone to the effort to put that little bit of an extra element in, and it's to contribute to no downtime or less downtime on the track, but it's more about keeping the fluid out from yourself.
Yes.
If you ever get in trouble, you don't want to be going pretty hard and by some reason, and we know engines and everything breathe pretty heavily when they're on a big run, is that, you know, you can push a bit of coolant out of the head if you're boosted. You can pressurise the cooling system. You can force water out through your vent. You can have an engine start to smoke or breathe heavily, and you don't want any of that oil vapour to get down under the out of the car and onto the track. Because it holds us up with the vents, with cleanup. Secondly, you can put yourself into the wall or worse. So there's a few serious cars out there that have gone down that path, and I think it's a word out to all the workshops out there that are doing work for customers to say, well, guess what? We've just upgraded your horsepower to this.
Yeah, we need to put a tray out of this.
You better get to one of the fab shops and just get yourself a tray. Get a tray done for the thing.
Yep.
You know, just something extra on the car, and
do it in alloy.
75% of the cars, it's probably not a ground clearance problem.
No.
But it's handy to have. Now, I just want to put a shout out. Is anyone, the guys over there helping, or anyone out there? Kevy Moore, did you just get a welder? Have you got a welder at all? We're still looking for a welder for the KPM guys. They're out there with Sengi's Tirana. Just pitted off the return road here behind the grandstands. They did put the shout out for a welder before. I hope that's...
No one's come up and said, could you do that again? So
no.
We can only hope.
Sometimes we just get that help in no time flat.
Yep. And not everybody can have the time to come up and tell us that we've had a win. We assume we've had a win because we don't hear it again. So, it's a nice afternoon out there by the look of it.
It's gorgeous.
Hardly any breeze.
It's gorgeous now. We're just putting a bit of spray back in it. So, yeah, look, it was a great skid, but unfortunately for that little bit of a leakage, just held up. Hopefully you can get that solved and come back a bit later.
Maybe he wasn't talking to us.
That's
okay.
right. Yeah, Cobby, come on.
I'm going to go down there and close the lane, so there's no more cars to the lanes at all. We'll be lucky to get through these guys.
Copy that.
Let them know, nobody else will try and get underway when they're ready, and we'll close off now.
Copy, Roger and over. There we go. So we're closing the lanes off. So we've got what we've got there. We might not be able to fit within our schedule. So we are
It's
Supposed to be
finished.
on track for a Dial Your Own Challenge at 4:30. We are at 3:38, and we've got a bunch in the lane. So the answer is the lanes are closing.
Don't bother.
So we've got that many there. So closed. They're closed. They're not closing.
They're
closed.
Finished.
The bollards are up.
Yep.
The bollards are up.
Simon Grigg in his little Inter.
Closed.
We're holding him up for something again. I don't know what he... I thought we had a skid and then he... something else was going on. I could see a little bit of something on the bottom end, but I couldn't tell you exactly what's going on. But our starter's having a good look and we got 2 reds, so we're not going anywhere. The poor old mate in the end has been waiting forever.
Hasn't he? He's been in there a fair bit.
Yeah, he's been in and out of the thing.
Of course, you can't use your air. If it's got aircon on it, you
can't
can't
turn it
use
on.
the aircon
Yeah,
because
you
of the
can't turn-
condensation can drip
Yeah.
out and cause a
Well-
leakage.
Not only will...
We're doing a little turn off and turn on here as well. So we've just done the Control-Alt-Delete. Sometimes it just needs
Okay,
that at
yep.
different times of the day.
We're getting a re-kick.
Yeah, so the track was clean, and then we went into re-engage our competitor, and our
computer said,
CompuLink just does what it does once in a while.
Yeah,
it just says,
just-
please turn me off and turn me back on.
Yeah, I'm confused. And this tends to clear it out straight away for us.
It's pretty much almost entirely the international standard for measuring a drag race, the CompuLink timing
Yes, they've
system.
done really well.
There are other ones out there like,
Used to
Porter
be-
Tree and
yeah,
Race America.
Yeah, and I mean, originally it was Crondeck. and-
Crondeck was the original ones, of course,
yes.
but
got sucked up in corporate takeovers and all that sort of stuff. And people got smarter too. I mean, if you saw the old Crondecks, they were all virtually done with valves and springs sort of thing. They weren't real flash.
no, they were an old, but they were accurate, and I think for
yeah.
ages they still used them at Bonneville.
Yep.
762 there for Simon Grigg after a lengthy delay after that leakage after the burnout from the HQ.
They may still use it at Bonneville. Crondeck was pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate. All right, someone talking about
Point to
Savage. Here's Savage again here.
Yep,
Peter
Pete
Savage.
Savage.
Savage, maybe. It just says
It's
Savage.
Oh, yeah,
Daniel
he's put
Ridge,
nine.
2 stick shifts. Let's let him go. Let's let the stick shifts go here.
Daniel Ridge. Whoa, well, that's impressed me. And it bounces, it wheel stands, it does everything.
That'll be the perfect pass for Savage. It had everything. 7 second at the end too. 7.98 at 84, but it carried, it came down, it did everything right.
Yep.
And for Ridge,
864 beside.
864 beside. All right, Lukey Cope, this will be his last run of the day in getting for ET, because I know we've got a shootout. He might be in that. He was in the one last night. Dan Case. Now, Dan he must have found the Magna Fuel 500 pump, and
he's
they're out there running. So let's have a look.
So Luke Cope.
He's in the BT class, the Open Outlaw Aspirated class.
Luke Cope in beside. Let's see what these two guys can get up to. One's in the pre-stage, and as soon as they rolled in, that's good. Mate, waited for the green. Daniel Case says, I'm out of here. Cuts a 2.0 light, 0.20 light.
There we go, 6.10 at 113 mile an hour for Dan Case.
Yep.
6.49 at 106 there for Lukey. So just getting himself back into a sweet spot. Here's Scotty Clibborn again. This thing, I love it. It's a Corolla with a 13B on it. And Sven Harvey again.
Sven out in the white walls. And that thing picks up a wheel on the
It picked
gear
up
change.
both wheels. It's
Yeah.
almost like it picked up, it wound the springs up on the back and
Yeah.
lifted the front wheels on the front.
Yeah, it goes 675 at 108. Leave me alone, Scotty. That's quick as.
That's a weapon.
859. Yeah, 859 in beside. Gee, they're just rocking and rolling at us.
Scotty Clibborn, I'm trying to think,
There
was
you
he
go.
even in the stick shift class, was
From
he?
1 to 16, we go 510 to a 575 in the first 16 cars. So we got Caleb Hall in beside Tony Anderson. Anderson got his nose in front at the moment. And that was a heads up. They were both trying a 787 this side and a 796 for Anderson. And it's not showing me. I don't think it showed me who won that.
No, I didn't see what the win light
No,
was.
it
All right,
didn't.
Matthew Gormley and Grant Dixon, their last runs of this afternoon session. Nice.
Oh, love that. Love that.
Good run for Dixon. 6.34 to go with his 6.39 and his
He should
6.27.
be happy with that.
Gormley, 7.61.
Yep. Mate, you know that we know everybody. The air must be perfect out there now.
Every pairing's like a mixture. You know, sometimes you get a bit of a jamboree flavour to it, then you get a bit of a Kenda feel to
There
it.
you go. Grant Dixon's fastest pass of the day.
And all of it's got a drag challenge feel to it. The road trip.
Brendan
It's
Thorpe.
all got a road trip
Brendan
feeling.
Thorpe, he's out and gone in the wagon. Tim Cross is, said, I'll wait a little bit till I get some boost. And Thorpe's already there, 779 and a 656 to 112. That thing's starting to march, isn't it, of Tim Cross?
Trying to find that perfect 50 number, but he's just a little bit off it this time. All right, here he is.
A little bit too fast.
The Salika, Peter Fenton. We've been handing the bucket around for the Fenton Family Fighting Fund. Just added another one, the Fighting Fund. The Fighting Cancer again. Bruce Trenant beside. Now, this thing has got some grunt, just unbridled grunt. He's just got to crack the code with this thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking at. He's got the car. He wasn't looking at where he was going. Now all of a sudden he's happy to bring the car in and stage it. Maybe he was looking at what gear he had it in. I don't know. So we're obviously waiting for boost now. Yep.
Yeah, it's boosted, eh? It's a boosted setup.
It sounds like a big block too. Doesn't sound like a small block.
Started to breathe a bit heavy up the top there. 729 at 95. Peter Fenton, issues for the Salika that time. 11.58. It's been as quick as a 6.50 with an 8.
Yes.
So that's a good number for Peter Fenton.
Let's hope that
he's in the E class, which is 235 street radial blown.
Let's hope he hasn't heard it to the point that he can't come back. So what do we got? Dennis Whiting and Michael Silk. Oh, we're starting to do some name dropping now, aren't we?
Oh, well, let's just see what happens here. Dennis just wants a nice clean run there.
Beautiful.
Silky, God knows. He's somewhere between a big wheel stand and just one of those tiny wheel stands we've seen him do already today. 5.50 he's run today. SR20.
Well, one wheel up, just carries it, and he got out of it.
No,
so he wasn't happy.
It's definitely got a miss under full load there.
Yeah.
Definitely got a miss under full load. He's just it just from the first time I heard it on that other run, I thought it was worse than that. It was hitting a limiter or breaking something, but it could be a boost cut or something there. It's not particularly happy.
No. Silky's been 550, so
yeah.
He's got to find that. If he's going to compete, he's got to find that.
It's a weapon of a thing, but he's definitely got a miss there that's only presenting itself when he gets out here on track.
Yeah, Jerry Keane in beside Emma Johnson. Have we got Emma Johnson written down?
Have I got Emma Johnson written down?
You
Of course I do.
Okay.
She's one of our 19 on the ladies list.
Call out for some 315s, and you got these 315s.
Copy, no worries. Who to?
The XBs, but over near the radial boys, just behind where we're having our dinners.
Okay, there's a shout if anyone can help out with a set of 315s for our XB boys. They're in behind the staging lane area. In behind the staging lane area, you'll find the XBs. If anyone can help with a set of 315 radials to go down and see the guys in the XBs, I think the V8 one's going to need a new set. Maybe that's what it's about. So if anyone can help with a set of 315 radials, can they go down and help the people with the hard tops in behind in the staging lanes, just one row down?
Okay, Thomas Stevens in beside Michael Shannon. So we've got a long roof, and it looks like a ZD to me.
ZD maybe?
Yep, no, I'm pretty sure it is. I should know. My dad had one, so.
Yeah, that wagon, heavy breathing.
Heavy, but it goes.
Yeah, we've got that many boosted things going on around here. I don't know where to stop. 6.53 for Michael Shannon. So obviously the lanes are shut. No more sneakers.
There's somebody standing down there that's going to turn you around, so don't even bother.
All right, Terry Mansfield French out for another crack here.
And Wayne Bell. We've just got enough room to get Mansfield French in.
Just fits on the fits on the line, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just gets there. I tell you what, it's going all right. 717 at 94.97. I don't know whether he's happy with that or not, but it's not a bad pass. And a 792 at 91 for Wayne Bell. The Battle of the Orange.
Yes, the burnt orange and the bright orange. Yep. Glenn Johnson and Dave Webber. Let it rip, boys. Probably your last hit of the afternoon before all of our Dial Your Own stuff's supposed to come in. We are doing pretty well, though.
No, we're going okay. We're going okay.
We're just keeping the lanes at a manageable level.
Glenn Johnson had a bit of a look at the centre line. He's just drifting over. It didn't look like he was going to go over, but he went 689, 103.85. Pardon me, where did that go through? My throat just froze up on me. Andrew Dunnett and Rob Nelson. So Andrew Dunnett, mate, he's done everything. Here he goes with this Val. He goes everywhere with this car and races it.
It's a tribute to the conversion on it too. It looks factory, but it is that late model Hemi V8 in it.
Yep.
Roger Nelson beside with another collectible utility.
They're all collectible now. No one makes anything like this anywhere in the world. No one. And we were the only ones that used to do it really well. 678 over an 8110 or 810, whatever you like. I mean, the Americans had a go with their pickups, but, mate, nothing like our utes. And they did the El Camino and I think the El Rancho. So both Ford and Chevrolet had a bit of a crack at it. So they obviously saw the potential, but it just never took off in America.
Shane Moran and Matthew Balke having their last, you would assume, runs of the afternoon session, and hits the stripe around 7:17 and 8:37 for the fair lane.
Yep, these guys are out there trying. And I think this is probably the best track and the best air we're going to get all day.
Yeah.
Ben Roberts.
I think we'll get a bit better air.
We'll get better
later.
air. Can we hang the heat in the track? That's going to be the thing.
Especially in winter, it's just not as hot as sun, but it's still had enough radiance on it today. Look at this, 648, 652, 654 for Ben Roberts. What's he do now in the SLX? 656, add one of them to the collection.
Yeah, he's got them all.
735 for Ian Nasmythe. All right, they still keep coming.
Keep carrying.
One of our stick shifts out there now, Jason Martin and Daniel Dull back in the more modern Prime Minister limo.
Yeah, they're nice looking things. Geez, he's turning tyres. It's almost that was a manual Stato. Gee, it looked like he was shifting gears. 772 this side and a 1007. And now it looks like an ex-New South Wales police car.
It does. Does it look like the detective vehicle
It
or,
does.
the sergeant to drive this home sort of thing?
Yep. And if you think we're joking, I'm telling you the truth. That's what used to happen. Scooter March. G'day, Scooter in the F100. And Jason Cross in that beautiful XY. And it does look like an ex-police car. It really does. It's the right colour.
They're definitely a 4-speed in that thing. You got three of them anyway. 907 for Jason Cross, 824 for Scooter in the pickup.
Yep, there we go.
Look at this again. Show cars everywhere, mate. Show cars, go cars.
Yeah, Dan Bertham up against Rowan Ward.
Yeah, D5 he's running in. That's 265 Street radial aspirated.
Mate, was it XT?
XT, I think it is.
Yep.
D5.
Lovely.
Fairmont and Rowan Ward. The XY, the J18.
Gee, there wasn't much between them. 730 over a 716. Wasn't anything in that at all. I'm just going along. So Paul Merry is our quickest of the day with a 510. And rounding out the 16th spot is Jacob Setgast at a 575. That's pretty tight. That's just over 3/4 of a second between, I'm talking 3/4 of a second between 1 and 16. Shane Parchett and Craig Mildren.
No, Jason Gemmell now. Yeah, Mitchell Fleet. There we go. Oh, nice little wheelie there for Jason Gemmell.
Yeah, okay.
They flicked them over. They were there and then they were gone. 654 the 6 is good. And a 996 there for Mitchell. There we go. Gets the MR2 into the 9. It's 9s. Okay, here we go. This is it's hard to distinguish the VH wagons until you see the one with the surfboard and the Weber Q on the tailgate.
Yes.
Paul Travis and Adriano Ross on beside. Adriano, it's got some lungs, this thing.
Whoa, rocked and rolled. Doesn't want to go anywhere. Oh, there it is. Pick the wheel up. Don't worry about the esky. So it goes 696 in the end at 101, 653 over the far side for Adriano Rosson. Okay, who we got now? David McLeod, Grant Carpenter. Well, the Carpenters have been racing for as long as I can remember. Dad used to race back in the day and was unbeatable. No one could drive around the old fella. I got to tell you, if those of you that are old enough to remember, mate, he was invincible. 7:05 at 89 mile an hour for Grant. 8:66 at 80.42 for David McLeod.
I was just seeing if we can get some more hot donuts, but they looks like they've closed up. Anyone can hook us up with some hot donuts or something sweet, come and bring it to the tower. We'd really need that little afternoon sugar hit. Michael McGregor, the Belmont Wagon, rusted all. 688 after a bit of a layout today. 872 for Murray Johnston.
Yep, rocking and rolling.
All right, here she is. She's back in the Gemini. Shara Hoskin.
Yep, and I'm sure you've got her name down.
You think I would? I do.
There you go.
I do. I was trying to find the 20th lady.
Yeah, we got it.
Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. Tony, what are we waiting for? Boost?
Tony's
Boost?
in that outlaw blowing class thanks to JOH Engineering. Getting himself ready. Or no, maybe not.
Doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere.
Starting it.
Whoop, there we go.
Keeping it in gear. Well, that won't. No, that won't do it.
No, can't go backwards.
We might be able to reset you though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going.
We
got a
might
942.
be able to. Sometimes that's a little harder than just going, oh, off you go.
Yeah, once those timers have been activated and we've got 2 lanes clocked in, you've virtually got to run the 2 lanes. So having a little chat, saying what's going on.
The lanes are closed. That is the thing. So it's not like he can go back for another run now. We wanted to make that count.
He's got to try and make that work for him.
The thing stalled. Now, had he been able to get the thing running and staying where he was in stage, he could have just gone back to what he had to do, and he would have got he already got an 18-second reaction time, and that was only because he rocked back out of it. And it's like, now the timers have started.
Helmet's off.
So we're just going to...
it's pushback time.
It's pushback time. We've even got the culprit kid out there pushing there. So
yeah, mate.
Connor's into it.
Take it out of gear. Take foot off the brake.
No, there we go.
No, they've got it rolling now.
Once you get it rolling, it'll be okay.
Yeah, they are. They're not the lightest motor car that GM ever built. Actually, be interesting to figure out which one was the lightest. Maybe the FJ. Maybe.
Could be. All right. No, he might be.
It might be going to fire him
might
up.
be getting what he wants here. Just
he might get a run in.
And you know what? That is good to see if we do that for him. There we go.
Yep.
The I wasn't ready or something went wrong. We can use that excuse in this situation.
Okay, it's certainly not empty.
You certainly wouldn't get away without the Winter Nationals or anything else. QDRC, anything like that. It's a so long soldier.
So whatever.
Has he done it again?
Well, we've got a green. The car didn't move. No, finished, mate. That's as many goes as we give anybody. Shame. Absolute shame. It's a pretty car and everything, but, mate, we do probably have a car or 2 left that needs to have a pass, and we're on a timetable. So bear with us.
Yeah, the thing just stalled again.
Yep. So our starter made the decision, no, son, go fix your car.
Just one of those things, isn't it? And,
it's a heartbreaker, but it happens.
Well, he'd had a run before. He'd gone 11:23 and a 10:40.
So the car's quick.
So we know that it's got some potential there, but just this time when it's your moment to get out and have a run, you just hope you don't have any hassles for about 2 minutes. It's all you need. Yep. Start up, drive around, and drive out. Get the lap in and get it home.
There's Amity Smith. Have you got Amity written down?
I do have Amity Smith written down. Attention in the pits. There should be no alcohol. No alcohol being consumed.
We're still racing, guys, so put it away.
There should be no alcohol being seen to be consumed.
Matthew Maloney is out and gone, and I can't believe you guys don't know that. Whatever there's racing, no alcohol.
So
just can't have it.
People have been seen walking around drinking. Please do not walk around drinking.
Leave the building.
You cannot be seen to be walking around or sitting in the stands or do anything like that drinking. We normally limit you to your own pit area, and that's after we've finished our racing. The esky will be open on the mound after 5 for all competitors that are finished for the day.
Yes, and you've got to be finished. Carla Barrett.
Yeah,
have you got Carla written down?
I do have Carla Barrett written
mate,
down.
Nice little Tirana hatch. You beside Andrew Long.
Hot hatch lady.
Yeah, mate. Given a fair account of herself too. Goes 7:44. Took a 7:30 to beat her. And the miles per hour were just about identical. So what was a bit of reaction? And she had And he drove around to somewhere. I'm not quite sure how that one worked, but that's the beauty of drag racing. All you can believe is what the timers tell you. Doesn't matter what happens in between.
Well, Carkeedy's been trying to walk this thing off the line.
Yep,
It's just
well,
got
give it-
too much power on the hit.
Went pretty hard that time.
Trying to chase that number here, a 7:27.
Yeah, Jack Williams still coming through. Went 7:21, 96.39 miles per hour.
So a couple more hits here for these competitors, and he was on the sharp end of the stick here, Michael Sears with the V8, 655 with the 6, 655 with the 1, 652 with the 9. Dean Wilson, what can you say about this thing? Two 658s, one with the 2, one with the 4, and a 647. It's definitely a boosted six-banger of some sort.
Well, it gets out of there very nicely. Thank you very much. He
And,
cut a lot.
He's certainly standing the Commodore up. 648 with a 3, a little bit too quick for the 50, and a 669 at 105 for Dean Wilson.
Gets him in the field, but, you know, you'd like to be a little closer than that.
Dean's in the E class, 235 street radial blowing.
But he's been 640, so he was trying. You know what he was trying for. Stephen Downing and Cliff Broadman. Broadman out there in front.
Now, Broadman's in the H class, being True Street Radial aspirated, 728 at 96, 653, the slowest one for Stephen Downey all day. But Cliff, 728.
Yeah, he's been 118 mile an hour. So Steve Downey is in position 25 with his 623. Just for those of you that are interested in that sort of stuff. Matt Cutler's out and gone in the hot rod. Andrew Pryor's beside. Having a real good look at the rear of that, I think it was an A model. Goes 848 at 82 mile an hour and a 1024 at 69.49.
Geez, Dave found the tree very, very quickly then. And, geez, Michael Smith, it's just got too much snot.
Yeah, mate, I can't believe he's hanging on to it as well as he is. Goes 690 at 111.71 mile an hour. And, I mean, the 784 looks slow.
No, we know Dave can be a lot harder than that. I think he went into the 5.0 zone, 6.50 zone before, but she just unloaded the tyre on the hit. So no improvements for both of those. Some guys
Michael Smith, that was his quickest.
Some of these guys are not finding the track to their liking, and others it's just
loving it.
Just finding the sweet spot right now.
Yeah, that thing of Carmeagle's, that two-door Fairlane. Daniel Careless. The only thing that would probably get me more wound up is a two-door Plymouth or Dodge.
Well, you know what? It's almost like Daniel Careless has got a twin being, Steve Carkeet's orange HQ.
Yeah, they went to the same.
They're very much the same, nearly twins in a way.
Yeah, I think there's a shade or two difference, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Steve's got different paint in a way, so it's got that little bit of deliberate ratness about it to add to the toughness. 687, it's no slouch, Daniel Careless. In fact, he's gone as quick as a 666 today.
Yeah.
738 for the Fairlane.
Yeah, that's not bad. And Daniel Careless, that's his fastest pass at 666. Running with the devil. 666 is the devil's number, and he just ran right on it.
Oh, look at this one. Andrew Borg and Tony Carkeet.
This should be good. Two tough cars. Oh, wheels up.
Geez, comes out of the hole. 152. 152 in the 60, and a good run. 696 to a 792.
And it's a real old school plant, isn't it? It's like a real slapper bar. I'm going to stand you, plant those back tyres 4 inches into the ground.
See, Declan, here's some dial your owns written on the side already. Look at this.
Yeah,
so
they're getting ready.
So that's for tonight, I'd say. Declan McConnell, Mark Quinn. So Mark Quinn 760, Declan McConnell 649.
We're not putting that in yet.
Haven't seen the old-fashioned dial in on the window for a while. I don't do any street beats anymore, but that used to be the old-fashioned way.
No, that still is, as far as I know.
Let's just see what the 49 looks like here. 44 with an 8. Got to be careful. Decker's 788. Yeah, well.
Yeah, we'll take that.
We can't scrub those things off right now. They're probably locked in. I know. I saw a whole lineup of them riding them in for that Dial Your Own shootout tonight.
Declan hasn't run that 650.
Dial Your Own Challenge, QCL group tonight.
Yeah, he's been those 640s all day.
All right, Mia Armstrong, James Tyler out there.
Mia's out as soft as she can go. Tyler really nailed that thing. I'll tell you what, that thing of Mia's has got some public push. Went 766 at 104 mile an hour. You can worry about the .64 all you want. 877 at 85 for Tyler. That's the quickest Mia's been. That 631 is her quickest time of the day. So that air and track must be coming good. G11. Here's G11.
Mark Biffin.
You know who he is.
Mark Biffin. And Danielle Brady. Yeah, K-Series Honda now, I believe, on board. It's got plenty of grunt.
Both of them have. Wow.
It makes a lot more sense now on why that thing's able to power through the gears. It's actually probably another litre bigger than what it was when it was like a little 1300.
Yeah, 770 and 75, but it was what was left in the tree that made the difference that time.
If anyone's interested in a whole K-swap rear-wheel drive, I've got one coming up for sale.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay.
Toyota 5-speed, bell housing, K24A3, all going to be up for sale shortly. If anyone wants a K, side by side, left-hand wheel, dangling, holding action.
Yeah, that was terrific. Barradell and Farrell, they're out there. 715 and a 683, 95 and 102.
That looked good when they dangled together.
Yeah, we love stereo.
And here's the other hatchback. I knew we were seeing two red hatchbacks around.
There is,
I knew we
is.
were.
Luke Redpath. In beside Shane Oakhill in the Chevy. Our Chevrolet truck with lots of windows.
I think actually it says 49 Chev. 49 Chev.
Yep, that'd be right. I was 3.
You were 3.
Oh, nearly 4.
Nearly 4 when these were brand new.
Yeah, when they came out. Yeah.
You're old, huh?
Yeah, I am.
713 at 98 mile an hour, and the 70-year-old pickup truck, 781.
Nearly 80.
Nearly 80-year-old pickup truck. Gary Green and Brendan Burnett, the Beetle, another crack. It'd be maybe a 50s Beetle as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We haven't got any info on the V-dub. We know we've got a 648 for Green. What did he do this time? 649 with a 4 and 104 and an 875 for Burnett at 58.34. So we think maybe the V-dub needs a little bit of work. No, that's the fastest Gary Green's been. He's 648. So that's the fastest he's been all day. So we know we've got a good track and we know we've got great air. Brad Hill, I can see Brad, he's back there a little bit. And Janine Marshall, have you got Janine written down?
Janine Marshall, I certainly do.
No, there we go. We've got all the girls. We're not missing any so far. We're going 100%.
So none of the girls have slipped through the net. We've got them all.
Whoa, that was a good leave for Brad Hill. Classical slapper bar leaf spring leave. Worked it very nicely, 697 at 100.06 mile an hour. Janine goes 10.25 at 69.93.
Oh, look at this for a classic pairing.
Oh, give me a break.
Yes, please.
Give me a break.
Barra-powered fastback Justin Stevens just looks trick. And how big's Tony Bloomfield's GTO?
These are supposed to be a pony car. Give me a break. They reckon these things were small.
It's just a perfect-looking car. Cruiser, the Ford Barra under the bonnet, 698 to a 725. I know we've got the odd Barra-powered Mustang, but, geez, that's got to be Queensland's finest.
Yep, that was.
It just looks fantastic.
That was so cool. So we're running. We've got Tony Ferguson run a 3. Nobody ran a 3.
All right.
So it's Riley Biffin up against Grant Fleet. That's Fleet out in the FC. He's gone. So Biffin taking a little bit of time to get going. It doesn't really matter in qualifying, but a 786. Grant Fleet's already there. A 770 this side at 90.24 mile an hour for Riley Biffin. So they keep rocking and rolling on us. Yeah,
whatever power plant's in that early classic Holden, it's working. It's
is.
doing the trick.
Okay, Chelsea Ware. Have you got Chelsea written down?
Chelsea Ware. Where? Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
You got good.
Yes.
And Justin Ritchie.
And Justin Ritchie.
Yeah, well, we don't mind about the boys.
The XD,
worry about the girls.
The XD GL Ute, just about.
Yep. Tell you what, that EH works pretty nicely, thank you. Chelsea got out of there with a fairly flash light. Good 60-foot, 168. Goes 732 at 95.77 mile an hour. And a 935 for Justin Ritchie at 77.2. Is that thing white or not?
It's white.
Wow. Maybe just the way the sun's getting it. That's Jason Wakefield in that white tonner. Tony Rogers in beside, having a real good look at the tailgate. Well, hasn't got a tailgate, having a real good look at the tray. 775 and out first over a 734 at 99 miles per hour for Tony Rogers. And they keep coming. They keep coming. We just got to love it. Joe Lazaro, I beg your pardon, sir. In beside Matt Francis.
Another one of our trade backs. Simultaneous
Oh,
bumps together.
He got away with it. I didn't think he was going to, but he did.
Look, I like the idea of the B2200. It just doesn't have a lot of weight on the back of it, so it's not getting all that boosted power down. It's gone as quick as 651, but won't do it this time.
No.
760.
Yeah.
Joe Lazaro, I don't know where that 76 goes in his priorities, but
Yeah, Matt Francis.
they're still trying.
Yeah, he went 651 with the 7, so that's about where you want to be. Craig Stokes up against Rowan Lind. Stokes this side in the blue Mustang.
Running in True Street, radial aspirated.
Beautiful car, both beautiful cars. I'm not being prejudicial at all. Little Smoky. Goes 754 at 92 mile an hour for Stokes. And 826 for Rowan Lind at 88.17.
All right, Supra's back for another crack here. So William Yarwood, 5 seconds early on today, 562 with a 9, and then a 563 with a 4.
Yeah, man, he's not messing around. Russell Weaver, if he thinks he's not racing, he's got a fast one beside him. When you take the headlight out, you're getting serious.
Whoa, baby.
Whoa, where's this coming from?
132 right across the ground for Yarwood. 552
Whoa.
with some more power in it. Jeez, you got to love that 2J power.
Just found a 10th like that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen.
718.
Attention in the pits, no drinking of alcohol. It must be drunk in your pits after racing. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the compliance of that.
We do appreciate it. You're just getting us into trouble, that's all.
Just repeating that. Just repeating it. Just repeating what we've been told to remind you about that open consumption of alcohol is not tolerated in all our general areas. We will do that in
After
private
racing.
later. Yes.
When racing's finished. Sky Wallace up against Rowan Ellum, and Rowan at the moment's got the better of it with a 649 at 106.28, a 999 at 66.44 for Sky. Have you got Sky Wallace written down?
Sky Wallace.
You got Sky
Yes,
Wallace?
I do.
Yeah, you got Sky? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, Sky Wallace is in there. She's
Good.
part of our 19 ladies.
Yeah, righto. So from start to finish, you've got a 510 to a 570. Joel Wicks is at 16. David Tansel beside John Zorzo. Gee, a 779 this side and an 824 over the other side in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, so they're both in the dial your own categories.
Yep, and it keeps running me up. Number one, fastest pass of the day, and it wasn't. It can't be a 340.
It can't be Tony Ferguson.
It's Tony Merry. Paul Merry.
Yeah, Paul Merry.
With a 510 at 141.68 mile an hour.
Now, here's another guy that's going to go in the dial your own challenge thanks to QCL Group because he's already got the number written on the side. Jeffrey Marshall at 10:10.
Yep.
Now, it says Tony Hogan here.
Yeah, and
but it's A8, so it's Aris Cantolian.
Okay.
Aris Cantolian, not A5. That's A8.
Moves nicely, but then that's what late model Camaros do.
I'd hate for Aris to lose this result because of a mistaken identity.
655 at 107.
55 with a 3 for Aris. You better make sure he goes and gets that. Now, just remember, he's gone through as an A5 here instead of A8. He is A8. He has not given the car to Tony Hogan. He is mistaken identity.
Yeah, I think it's a misread.
Rob Fullerton and Mr. H22, who's eluded us for the last
all
2 days.
Yeah, we're not sure who. And it's quick enough for you too. It goes 738 at 97.09 miles per hour. And a 769 this side at 93 for Bob Fullerton. And I've got no pre-recorded times on these guys, so I can't tell you whether they're going good or they're going bad.
No, that's it. Tony Hogan now, the Tony Hogan, right? And Andrew Rankin.
Rankin, well, we've got some numbers on him. He's been as fast as a 644.
That's working well, that thing. Now it goes 4.0, so it goes a 4.0, 4.4, 4.5, 4.9.
Proving every pass. Is that somebody's phone?
Yeah, that was Pup's phone going off there.
Okay. So Andrew Rankin, 640 is the quickest he's been.
All right, looks like our Kiwi is back after that little bit of a leakage, so he's still going.
Well, he's sorted the problem. We don't mind. So John McSweeney up against Lee Warnes. Gee, having a good look at the centre line, isn't he?
Yeah, moving all over.
Yeah, he hasn't moved off it. He stayed straight the whole way with his 7.12 pass. at 105.18 mile an hour and a 7.15. That must have been pretty good in the top.
Yeah, 7.15 to a 7.12. So
Yeah, there wasn't much in that.
the lanes are closed. So what we've got there, we're running
Yep.
out. So we're actually at 4.13. We're not doing too bad. We've got just a few pairings left.
Yeah.
Luke Redmond and look at this, Naomi Vandertop.
Isn't this a good-looking thing?
Oh, yes, a bit of a metric battle here. The
Yeah.
S15 with a 2J.
Is that yellow or
And I
what?
don't know whether Luke's a 2J in this thing or a 1J, but it's still quick at a 5.34 to a 5.56. So
Well,
some
there's not much
screaming,
between it.
screaming JZ action.
Not much between them. Well, knows how to cut a light, this Naomi.
Good run for her this
Yep,
time.
It's on a mission. How about a 5.52 at 130.59 mile an hour? I think she's going to be happy with that. 7.04.
137 in the 60 foot with the IRS, and a good move. Oh, here comes Bakes. Bakes out for another run now.
Redmond a lot slower than what he's qualified in. I think he's in number 8 with a far faster pass than that.
Let's just see what Bakes can do here.
Yeah, Bakes, Shane Baker up against Matt Casey. Well, the forward worked all right. Sounds like it's not quite on the... Didn't that get out of there?
Yeah, it just had to catch him. He just had to catch it once.
What happened there? He a little bit was that tyre rub against the guard or what?
Yeah, I don't know. We had to just catch it there.
Yeah, 585. He was working.
He did. He went 136 in the 60.
He's dropped something.
Just out of there, it zinged the tyre. It's like he grabbed it.
Yeah.
He grabbed it and then decided to give up on it after that, and it was a shame because it was not a bad run there for Baker. Now remember, he has not put one down representative today like he did yesterday. That was kind of his last chance to put one in today.
Yeah.
But no mention of him in that top 16 front screen.
No, not today. Rick Barnes with a 650. So Barnes, he's done a 655 up against Ryan LaRue.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Barnesy's packing on board this thing.
Yeah. So
he's in the E class, 235 street radial blowing, but he is 6 banger powered.
Yeah, mate.
Has anyone done a Barra and a hatchback? That'd almost be sacrilege.
Oh, maybe.
You know what I mean? I mean, Barra and anything's been sacrilege to people that don't like it.
Mate, can you make a V6
And remember, in
start?
today's society, mate, they encourage us to welcome anyone that wants to identify in any way.
Yes. So can you...
So if you want to be a Barra and a hatchback, we've got to tolerate that.
Can we get a V6 Commodore engine going hard?
We can. I just don't think it's that. It's definitely an inline something by the sound of it. Could be Barras both sides here.
Well, Ryan LaRue says, I'm not waiting around for anybody. And a 3-second reaction time is waiting around. Goes 6.04 at 123.2 mile an hour. And a 6.51, 110 for Rick Barnes.
That's the best for Barnesy and nearly the best for Ryan today.
Both of them. That's their quickest, their best times. I'm thinking that track's deadly, mate.
We've just got boost everywhere here.
Yeah, I think, and the track's hanging on to them.
Entrant J74, no name. We'll just call him Black GTO.
Yep, and
Jason Legrand.
Getting me out there. 169 through 60. You've got to be happy with that.
He's in the A class, being 275 outlaw blown, brought to us by JOH Engineering.
651. You'd have to be happy with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
686 in beside.
He did a 36 before, so he's happy with that.
He slowed the car down. He wants to run that 650 class, I would think.
All right.
Jason Legrand, yeah, he's been 636.
The hot rod is back. Dean Heidke and Paul Travis Weber attached and everything. The Weber VH.
Yeah, look at that. Surfboard, Esky, Venetians, and I'll wait. Looking on the boost. Just about picks the front wheel up. An 815, 86.53 for Heidke, and he's already there. And Travis goes 685 at 101. It's Travis. I really should get that pronunciation right.
Damien Boyce going, stop hating on the Barras. I'm not hating on the Barras.
No, we don't hate the Barras.
I love the Barras.
Don't ever misunderstand us. We love them. Joshua Cronin's going out there and Jason Stevens in beside and taking the lead with a 734 at 97.03. An 8 flat, well, an 801 at 88.85.
I'll go as far as saying I think that the Ford Barra has been one of the single biggest contributors from an automaker to the aftermarket in Australia.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I know we've got to go back to the VL back in 85-ish, the same thing back then. But again, we couldn't thank Holden for that. We had to thank Nissan for that.
Yes.
We had to thank Nissan to make Holdens quick.
Yeah, it was a long time when Holdens were all the go. I mean, when I was a kid, Red Motors were the go, and I had a couple and blew a couple. Spent a lot of money.
It could be nearly the best engine Ford's actually. I'll go as far as say nearly the best engine Ford built. There'll be a lot of people out there in Fordland going, "Oh, I don't know about that."
I don't know about that. A Windsor's pretty hard to beat.
The Windsors are pretty good,
Yeah,
but
Jeff Kingston and Mark Stone. I'm thinking bang for buck. I think the Windsor might have it.
well, again, if you took a Barra and a Windsor and you put a turbo, you probably end up getting nearly the similar result.
Yeah, you probably would.
653 and a 760 there for Mark Stone. Here's our gem back. Haven't seen him all day.
The only reason I say that, Chris, is because there's so much stuff for that.
Well, the Cammer, the Ford Cammer that they used to have, the Overcam, the 429 Boss, the big block Ford.
They just did everything.
Ford did a lot of really good edges, but that Aussie Barra, like I'm very patriotic.
Yep.
Jacob Sikowski's got to be careful of that 637 again. Where'd he go?
Oh,
15.
615, 118 mile an hour.
He may be teched or he may just have been kicked out.
Yep, that might have been a tad too fast.
He was dancing near it yesterday, and then today the first one.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yes, okay, Damien. The Godzilla engine, yes, the Godzilla engine, the modular engine, yes. There are other Ford engines that are just as good. Yes, the Godzilla.
I don't think we're having a contest of what.
And
was
we
the
haven't
best.
even seen the Godzilla, what it can do yet. It's brand new, but the Coyote was good as well. The modular engine, that's right, Boise. We could go on about Ford engines all day, but there is a bigger word out there, bigger world.
Yeah.
Thanks for all those contributions online and directly to my phone as well.
Shall we start talking about Chrysler engines?
Oh my God.
Oh, hang on to it, my man.
Oh, Luigi the handyman's having problems out there.
Sure is. Every way but straight. Gave himself a little, probably.
And I'm only saying that because it's Henry A16 and we don't have his name. But
we
I
don't
do
know
remember
his.
an old painter that used to drive one of those
And we got
things.
nothing. We got nothing.
Wooden ladder,
Real early red, and the clocks have just said, well, who's this? Nothing happened. Went red and it says, I'm not doing it anymore. And we have that happen. If you sort of red on that first amber, the clocks just say, we've had enough.
All right, well, that's that time of the afternoon, folks. 20 past 4. We're actually up a little early there. We finished the lanes the way we wanted to.
We done?
We're now in that situation where we want people to, hand in time slips. I know that 4:15 was the cutoff. It's now 4:20. Manual classes must be locked in by 4:15 for Sunday this afternoon. We're going to have that Dial Your Own Challenge briefing shortly, I would imagine. That means we've probably got to be either in the lanes. We'll just keep an ear out for announcements.
Can we get all the DYO challenge cars to the lane? All the DYO challenge cars to the lane.
All the DYO challenge cars to the lanes, please. All the DYO challenge cars to the lanes, please. The way the boss is talking, I think he means now.
Yes, no, that's something we can do.
I don't
And can the owner of a white Colorado 651 TXX, can you move that from the top area there, please? It shouldn't be parked there. That's mixed up. Just joking. That's a joke. That's a joke again. Can the owner? Yes. Copy.
Oh, we know who owns
Also
it.
put an announcement over for any of the big boys want to go in the $200 buy-in shootout. They need to get to Jane and submit their time and drop their $200 in for the big boy shootout tonight.
Okay, just another announcement too for the ones that want to be in the big boy shootout. So that's the big boy shootout. So
$200.
you can be a girl in that. So
Yeah,
Tanya,
Tanya, if you want to get in there and kick their
It's
butt, go for it. $200.
It's a 200. It's a $200 buy-in, and you got to go see Jane, and Jane's at the Addictive Events tent.
And I
so another call for any of the big boys that
And
want
girls.
to and girls.
We have no prejudice whatsoever.
That want to go play in that shootout tonight, the big boy shootout. Well, you need to get your $200 over to Jane at the Addictive Events tent, so we can get you in for that tonight. But another call, and we'll take a little break here in a moment. For all competitors in the DYO Challenge, you would have had to have come and put your
you got to register.
Put your register in and you get your dial in on. We need all Dial Your Own competitors for that shootout, that Dial Your Own Challenge. to get to the staging lanes, please, now, because we're going to have a briefing in those lanes, I would imagine, at the right time. And then we're obviously going to ask you guys to hot lap around. It's not one of these things that you race and win around and then disappear. You've got to come back and hot lap like we did last night. So that's the best thing about it. It's short, sharp and sweet, and the most fun you can have. So just make sure that our Dial Your Own competitors, you get yourselves to the staging lanes, and anyone that wants to be in our big boy shootout, you need your $200 to Jane very shortly. Yeah, copy. All right, so the Dial Your Own guys can go to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and lane 2 for the big boys. Is that right? Yep. Okay, so there we. Is that right? Okay, so lane 2 for the big boys, lane 2, and then I think, what do we say, 3, 4, 5, probably 6, 7. So if we're going to have that many in the Dial Your Own challenge, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, lane 2, keep lane 2 open for our big boy shootout, and girl. If Tanya's having a go tonight. I know that they'll all be trying to run the first 4. I know that there might be a little bit more about trying to get the 4 than win. But, hey, when you're putting $200 into the pot each, there's a nice pot to win there, including, whatever the runner-up gets as well. So for the big boys, that's lane 2. Plus go see Jane with your $200, please. The big boys, lane 2. Go and see Jane with your $200. And the Dial Your Own challenge, thanks to QCL Group, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, is what we're offering the lanes for you. So you can get those cars to the lanes immediately, please. We're going to have a briefing in there too. So get yourselves to the lane so we can have that briefing. We're getting everything ready. We're rubbing the track a little bit. We're setting up our area up top. That's supposed to be ready after 5 for all competitors that are handing in their slips and finishing for the night. You can get up into the esky there once it's after 5 and we start all these shootouts and everything, the challenge and the shootout. So just repeating while we take a quick break, the big boys, if you want to be in the big boy shootout, $200 buy-in, go down and see Jane at the Addictive Events merchandise tent, and then get your vehicle to lane 2. If you're on the Dial Your Own challenge, you should be on your way to 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 to be ready for round 1 of that coming up a little bit later on. But for the rest, get down to the merchandise tent, grab that merchandise, get yourself a refreshment and get ready to come back and see some great racing as part of our second day of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge here at Willowbank Raceway.
Absolute Lifting and Safety have been providing lifting and safety products and services to Australian businesses effectively for over 12 years. With a key focus on quality, meticulous attention to detail and innovation, our company provides a comprehensive range of products and services covering all essential and complex lifting and safety solutions. Absolute Lifting and Safety provides services and products to clients in many industries, including civil construction, utilities, piling and dredging, engineering, transport.
When it comes to lifting and safety, don't leave anything to chance. Talk to us at Absolute Lifting and Safety. I guarantee we'll look after you.
For Simon Iwanu.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210.
The bus run was a fun little addition to this year's Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge. I thought I'd throw in some of the clips here of that. On the first day, a charter bus went down and we got told that the time was somewhere in between 13 and 17 seconds. And then you had to run a time and get as close to what you thought the bus run would be. And then on the Saturday night, at the end, they drew out the time. So here's some of the bus runs. Let's check them out. On the Saturday afternoon, we have the Aussie Chlorinators Dial Your Own Challenge. And up for grabs at that, if you're the winner, you take home $4,000 this year.
Find your dancing partner. Sit.
Are you
60.
Yeah.
Down a bit.
Where are you? In the middle row, halfway now.
So you've copped the win, mate. How'd you go?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. 061 on the tree, which I was pretty happy about. I was happy that it was green, to be honest. But yeah, it was all clutch. So like any clutch slippage you could hear, that was not me. I was like, I'm like, oh, this is bad. So tomorrow when we turn the gas onto it, probably going to get ugly. But hey, who cares?
More importantly, did you run the time you wanted?
I was very, very close. So I did get off it going over the finish line because I was in front of him. And it went a 38 rather than a 31. So, but it did lose 3 miles an hour. And would have run a 31, 32. Just doing civic things. It's cool as. I love it.
Tyler, how do we go?
You got a win line. The bloke next to me came up to me. We had a chat afterwards. He blew the tyres off it off the line. He said before it, that's probably what's going to happen. So.
Pretty stoked?
Yes, yeah, we'll go again. We'll see if we can get any closer to the dial in. We were pretty far off of it, 9.2 on an 8.5, so.
Sounds good, mate.
Yeah.
Good luck. Steve, what's going on, mate?
Oh, mate, I got to buy back in.
Oh, no, what happened?
Mate, I red lit, first round, red light.
Ooh, the nerves got to you, mate.
Mate, they did. I jumped a bit early, up against Greg Barrett there, and in the silver Statesman. So, yeah, look, even if I didn't, he still would have got me anyway. So I ran a good time, 7.77 on a 7.75 dial
Not
in.
too bad, pretty close.
Except for my red light.
Yeah.
And he ran a 7.401 on a 7.40 dial in.
Pretty competitive.
Brilliant. So we'll see. Up $20, buy back in, and we'll see how we go for this next round.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
How's it going, Phil?
Yeah, good,
what's
thanks,
your
mate.
What's your take on the DYO challenge, mate?
Oh, mate, it's pretty exciting so far. We've had some pretty close racing. Goran's run in the Cortina just a minute ago was out of control. But yeah, so far, first round, real good. Lots of great action, lots of close racing. Looking forward to round 2.
Mate, have you done it again? You still in?
No, yeah, I've got to use my peg.
You got to use your peg.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you
mate.
in? You're out.
No, I'd bloody red lit again. So you put the mocker on me early. So did he just get you on that run? How'd you go?
On the lights.
Yeah.
I lost it on the lights, but yeah, that's okay.
All right, you get another
It is
go.
what it is. Yeah, they'll spend me $20. I'm in. So this will be up the hill next.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
I got a bit nervous out there against you, mate. I don't know. I wasn't sure how long I had to sit there and wait for that light. Not long enough, obviously.
It was good because I looked up and seen the light on my win. I was, fuck, I'm driving out the back door now.
Mate, you were prepared to go for a beer. You did say to me beforehand that you were just going to go for it and go for a beer, but I red lit and made you stay in.
Yeah, you're a freak. I'll drive it out the back door again this time and see if I can get one.
Have fun. If I saw that win light come up for you?
Yep.
Yeah? That's all you got? How's, you can not only do it in Daisy, you can do it in Priscilla as well.
I try.
And you haven't used a peg yet?
Yes.
Oh, you did? First round?
First
okay.
round, yep,
First
for
round.
redemption.
All right.
Yep.
See how you go.
Yep.
Have fun.
Yep, I will do.
Terry, how are you going there, mate? What?
Good, mate.
Yeah?
Mate, feeling adequate.
Well, the kids have all left you. They're like, quick, run away. Mate, you still in?
Yeah.
Still got a peg?
Yeah.
Oh, you're still...
2 out of 2, mate.
2 out of 2?
2 in a row.
Bloody hell. South Sydney couldn't do it in the final, though, but we'll let you... Maybe you'll be there this time.
That's enough of that.
And the fan belt stayed on this time.
Yeah, I went and checked it.
Mate, doing well. Well, good luck.
Yeah, we'll be right.
Keep going.
Times are about right, so it's on the money, so we've got a chance.
All right. Go for it. There's a good cash up. First, second, third. Bit of money. Could be your shout at the free bar tonight.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Nick, mate, you're still in?
I am.
Yeah.
Absolutely am.
Yeah. Still got a peg?
Still got a peg.
Still in.
Still got a peg.
All
So
right.
we're doing well.
So what's the secret here?
Luck.
Luck?
Luck. Dial your own drag race. He's 90% luck, 10% skill. Let me say 90% luck, 9% skill, 1% car.
1% Honda?
1% or nah, it's 98% Honda. For me, it's 98% Honda.
Yeah.
We'll get in the Jake and Friends. We'll get the end Friends section. This is the uncut version when he's. You get off Gary, all right?
If you can see behind us here, but that's...
there's ladies present. You be careful.
Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah.
How we doing?
Good, Scott. Good. What's going? You still in, mate?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we were in.
Yeah.
I think give me
first
20
round,
up.
First round, 20 up.
Yep. Second round, I found a buy. Didn't have any friends.
Oh, you did get the buy.
Yeah, I got a buy. Yeah.
That's right.
So and we broke out, but I broke out. Yep.
So don't do that in the third round, otherwise we're at the beer tent too.
Oh, can we not go to the beer tent now anyway?
We can. We'll let you. Just
Later.
don't. Yeah.
Okay. We just won't tell anybody. No. We're not drinking and driving, but yeah.
Definitely not.
No.
But yeah, keep
Mate,
watching the
great
next
event,
round.
Hey, great event.
It's fun, isn't it?
Fun. It's just laid back, cruisy, and yeah, it tests your car when you got to go to the highway. You run out of fuel, but mind you,
Is that
we
what
got
happened to
10K. Yeah, we 10Ks past where we broke down last year, and then we run out of fuel, and then yeah, we had a vibration going up there today. So, but we're still in. We're still doing laps and just.
You'll make the weekend.
I hope so. If not, I'll be very drunk.
We better let you get a number.
See ya.
Tomo's buying back in. Don't know why. Looks like Tomo's buying back in with 100. He gets a special buy-in. Tomo, you're pretty keen there, mate. We've got the live stream up here watching you as well, mate. We've got to get plenty of this.
This is like the walk of shame. This is.
Yeah.
A12.
Please say your name.
Bob Overtaking.
Mate.
Both on the green. And the hot rod's braking, but is he brake to it? We've got Tomo on a 666 in the right. Both on a green. Terry, he's done it. Third round win for Terry on a 727. A 7-0. WB Ute in the left lane. We've got a 7-0 dial in. And we've got the Ford sedan in the right on a 1132. So he's got to sit and wait. Green light and green light. The Ute to go, lights are going to go, and he's green. He cut a good light. 690. Can he get there? He's chasing. And he got it. He got the chase. Righto, Sangy. Jason Sang. We saw this guy win cash nights just the other week. So we'll see how he goes here. Right lane for Sangy on a 633 dial in, running NA in the Tirana. He's got the NOS off. He knows how to run these things and get a bit more accuracy. 718 for the Commodore in the left lane, pretty quick. So we'll see how he goes. Stage, Sangy moving in now, taking his time. He's done a lot of these. He'll cut a good light. And he's good. Got a bit of wheel spin though, but I think he's got it. He's heading down. He's backing off, and he got it. Win for the right. Playing a bit of games on the line here. Scotty Cortina's taking his time to get in. He knows he's got a long wait.
It's a bit of a playoff here. Scotty won't want to wait too long. He forgot he's got to put fuel in the car anyway. Just like his road course yesterday. Ran out of
Here we
fuel.
go. Nick's going to do it.
I don't think Scotty's going to get him here. Too much pressure.
Nick's gone.
He's not going to get there.
He's got to chase him. And Scotty Cortina goes through.
You're doing pretty good out there, bro.
Mate, I'm loving it.
Truck's going pretty well.
Yep. Doing everything it should.
Having a good time.
Just racing myself. Always a good time.
And you reckon you're going to make it to the final?
I plan to. Just stay in front. Still got a peg.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you.
Great, man. You were fourth. I'm a loser.
We've got you on the live stream up here as well, mate. They were just looking and wondering how we went in that Honda. What happened?
Man, you can see she wasn't good, man. That's the furthest off the Honda's gone today.
You've been cutting 1030s pretty much all day.
All day, man. So.
Up the top, please. Yeah, I suppose. It's going down.
Way today, Kerry.
Sometimes goes up. Well, I'm still good. Right up the top of the lanes, guys. Keep coming up. I'm going to be up here.
The challenge has been vertical tomorrow.
Had to. You should have seen what we started with. Hey guys, everybody at the top of the lanes, please keep coming up, guys. Don't be down the bottom there chit-chatting. You want to know how this works, get up the top. Keep coming, guys. You guys up the back, straggling along. Come on, guys. We want to get rocking and rolling. There's beer on ice. Dinner's getting warmed up, so the sooner you get up here, the sooner I can have a beer. Alright guys, we're going to get the briefing underway, so can I just get everybody's attention please? There's nothing worse than somebody saying, I didn't know that was going to happen, I didn't know that was going to happen, while we know that they were just standing there talking. So guys, everybody's attention please. Alright guys, so the way it's going to work is randomly I will select cars up here to run against each other. I will also select your lane for you, and then obviously if you do not lose, if you do lose, you're out. It's over. It is elimination style. All right. The idea is, and we're going to keep running people through and through and through until I get down to about 20 cars. Once I get down to 20 cars and 20 cars only, them guys, the 20 that still remain, are able to. We'll pull them out. We will come and have another quick briefing, but they will be issued a peg, and that peg will represent a lifeline. And so they have one buyback. So everybody should have basically a $20 note in their pocket. And if you don't have a $20 note, if you've got a 50, that's fine. We don't give change. I mentioned that this morning in the driver's briefing. So remember, guys, you want to get through to the top 20. Once you get through to the top 20, obviously we'll pull you out. We'll run the driver's little briefing in regards to how it works. But that peg will be your lifeline, and you can buy back, and you can buy back once. Just a reminder, guys, for any guys in the pit lane that I can currently see drinking alcohol, we've been through this before. There's no alcohol to be opened around in this area at all. Okay, so make sure while the cars are around here, guys, there's no drinking alcohol. Any of your crew members that are standing around or whatnot, we're going to remove wristbands. If a crew member comes up to you and it's one of your crew and they are drinking a beer, you're going to lose your wristband. What we call guilty by association. All right, so make sure you're telling your crew. I've already pulled up a heap of guys already, and after this morning's briefing, it's actually shocked the hell out of me, but I've had to tell so many people to get alcohol out of the lane. All right, it's not what we need, guys. I thought I got it across this morning, but we'll get it across one way or another. So, like I say, guys, so if your crew's around, just say, hey, guys, go back to camp, or throw it in the bloody bin. Once we're finished, obviously the dinner and drinks are going to be down here. Feel free to have a beer. That's what we're waiting for. We'll get this done, and then we'll have a beer. So, guys, they have prepped the track. In between a few rounds, we've got, I think, 4 rounds thereabouts of our shootout guys, so we're going to get them organised. So when you're ready, hop in your car, guys. If you've got any questions in regards to how it works, it's heads-up eliminator. It is Pro Tree still on a dial-in, all right? So it's not the normal yellow, and away you go. It's the same what you've been running to date. So, like I say, if you do lose, pack her up. I think the Eskies open up the top there by now. At 5 o'clock, the Esky open. Feel free to head up the top there and have a drink up there. You're allowed. We do have the security and everything up there, guys. So if you want to have a beer, up the top there is where you can do it. And then once we're done, dusted and everything else, make your way down here. We'll get ready for dinner, our presentation, and all the rest of the bits and pieces. And don't forget, guys, if you're up the top of the hill, take some extra money for you. I think we've got somebody that's going to turn up, rattle a bucket on the hill for the Fenton family, and see what we can do to give them guys a hand. So when you're ready, guys, in your car, and we will start to pick them out. Yeah, mate, it's handicap, it's a dial your own. Yep, so if, yeah, Tim will tell you win or lose, absolutely.
10-second timeout on both brackets. That's what we had last year.
Oh, okay, is that what we ran last year?
Yeah,
10.
yeah,
Okay,
same
cool,
thing,
that's
so
all right.
it's not-
So obviously it's first, we'll let them know as to when to change over for shootout, but obviously it's dialed in to start with.
Yeah, it's already
So it's not a countdown of lights,
Nope.
even though we're...
Pro trick, bang bang.
Okay.
And it'll do bang bang in the other lane.
Okay, yeah.
What do you like?
That's it. Oh yeah, that's
well, no, I'm taking it. Okay. Yeah, obviously. The corner. Yeah, I reckon you've got that. Yeah, absolutely. What do you reckon?
Castle 1000.
I didn't actually see the entire number, but I reckon there'll be 122 is the number I'm going.
All right. All right. Next, we'll go a bit. Right. We'll just keep going to the tower. Keep going to the tower if it doesn't work. We'll just keep going to the tower if it doesn't work. We know that it'll work up there. It's good to try and watch it from ground level, but this microphone's not working too well. So we'll be going up the top and using the $50.
50 bucks.
So there you go, guys. So before we get up on the PA, for everyone watching on Overtaking Lane, like and share, because Mick believes there's 120 odd cars in the lanes. I don't know of any other sedan category other than a Nationals or a Winter Nationals where you'd see over that in a super sedan class for round one. And that's getting the whole country together to try and race that way. We just got Southeast Queensland here in the lanes, and all those guys and girls have put a dial in on their window to try and go on this QCL Dial Your Own Challenge. So what we're about to show you here will be quite an ascending group of Dial Your Own races. So like and share and get on there, and we'll get up there and get the old live stream going, eh? All right.
Thanks, guys.
As you would assume, 122 entries. We should have 50,000 people here watching this because these are real cars driven by real people. The shootout with the quick cars in it as well. Testament to say how good Southeast Queensland is when it comes to hot street cars and people driving them and people using them. And promoters like Mick to have events like that make people go, I want to do this. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to have a go with the very best of the best. It feels like world-class championship drag racing, but it isn't. It's actually people with cars that they built themselves normally to come in here and race, and they're that close to each other. We didn't pull the rule book out or anything, did we? So it's pretty damn impressive. And we know how many there are in Australia that do this. On any given weekend, on any given time, drag strips like this have got this sort of quality around in this country, in the thousands. So how good does that feel? All right. This is our road trip, mate. This is if we can get up to the tower and not kick a rod out, we're going to be okay, right? You're doing all right. You're doing all right. You're coming through, senior citizenry. Yeah, gentlemen, can you get up? This gentleman needs to sit down. No, you're all right. Webby, how you going, mate? Now, I noticed that your Ugg boots are a normal Ugg boot, not a Gucci Ugg boot. You see, that'd be Frank Tarabay's Ugg boots. Right, so you got a Hemi. He's back in just. He's back in the first Uggies. Look at that, and mate, he's only got the one stripe on the tracksuit pants, not the three. He's really just. He's gone all low key. Webby's gone all low key. He's in here low key. Imagine that tracksuit pant with one stripe on him, hey? I remember when they used to, you're so OG because that's the first tracksuit pants had the one stripe on them.
Yeah, that was when, when I was a kid. That's a while ago.
There we go. No, stop it. And the McGregor family all walking through here. T-Bud, you remember Daddy used to be a big star? Yes, Daddy used to be a big star. No, mate, you can't. No. Okay, Sarkis Customs. Yep. Okay, there we go. That guy's proud to Sarkis Customs. Sarkis Customs. Perfect. Hey, we've got a few people in the reserved area already, so we're filling that up nicely. So, word on the street, and he's taken a guess. Now, he could be above that or below that. But 122 entries, I do believe, for this Style Your Own shootout. We better have the old pencil sharpened up here, Kerry. It's about as slow as we can go up the stairs here. We're not in any hurry. I don't think they were waiting for us. Okay, attention to the pits. We are still looking for a couple of our big person shootout people. I know we're saying the big boys. That's courtesy of the Lloyds there, by the way, those Natural Confectionery Company. Another call for those people in the big person shootout, the big boy shootout. We're still missing a couple of competitors in the staging lanes. We need you to the lanes, please. We particularly hope that you've also done your $200 buy-in. That's an essential part of that. Don't just rock up saying that you're a part of being the big boys if you haven't bought in. Got a long shot. Someone's on the long camera here, just looking on the live stream. We've got a sniper camera out there. Sniper camera on the live stream here. Here he is. Just watching the stream, watching our little. Got our little stream in behind us here. The Overtaking Lane live stream. You can sit here and watch it on your phone if you want. If you want to get on, if everyone here can get on their phones and go to YouTube and get on the stream, we'll actually see how many more numbers we get. And that will be interesting to see. Watch this. You can get an action replay that way. All right, Terry Hall, Troy Hewitt. Here we go. Dial your own. How does it work? 680. Chasing a 7 flat. And we've got ourselves our first cherry and our first win. And the win is going to go 7-12 in the far lane. 7-12 in the far lane. Had to be quick in the dead then.
Certainly was. So we've got Shane Locke and Rowan Lynn. We've got 6:39.
Don't worry about that 6:50 cut-off the slip you would have had to have handed in today. This is about the shootout. So in the Dial Your Own Challenge rather, that's a 6:39. So Shane doesn't have to hold the car back now. Neither does Rowan. 8:25 gets out first with Shane Locke to do the chasing. Now the tree's coming down. Where's he gone?
Gone red.
He's gone red. Now, you know what? I'm almost going to pull this up. We're almost going to have to just pull this up because we were told at the briefing that they were it was a pro tree deal. Now we've seen a cherry or two where guys have gone because it was all the light. 1, 2, 3 came down then. We had a full tree, not a pro tree. Now we were explained in the briefing, and I'm sure that we're going to get a bit of feedback from those last two pairings. Yeah. That's what we thought we were going to see, and we didn't get that. We got the 1, 2, 3 line, right?
Okay.
And I'm sure we can confirm that with Mick. I'm sure we can, right?
Mick, yeah, we probably need you to sort that as quick as you can, Mick, if you can.
Now, that was I just noticed that because the tree did go 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And guys were wide for the pro tree.
Pro tree,
and and look, Rowan went -399. Now, I'm sure that'll be something that he'll be wanting to bring up just himself. I thought I'm jumping in I'm jumping in and saying something right away there now because that was my observation, my perception at the briefing about that, is that tree was going to go bang like it has all yesterday and today.
Yep.
Just then, it was kind of the first time we've had the 1, 2, 3. So that would have been just, something maybe as a preset that's gone on, and we can solve that and go back to that, I'm sure.
We'll get sorted.
So that just maybe means, and again, I'm only just penciling in these suggestions, that could be what we may see, because we've only seen 2 pairs of it down. It is the QCL Dial Your Own Challenge. So I do think that's what we're doing. So look, right now, of course, we're not waiting for a sunbreak. I think what we're seeing there is that we are probably going to go and get the pro tree again. I'm pretty sure what we saw was just 2 pairings of the 1, 2, 3. and whether or not someone's jumped on that down there and seen it, or I don't know, listen to me, which sometimes
I'm not sure what's happening,
happens.
but they're pushing the cars out, and that's good.
Yeah, so look, that's just a little false start. We're going to get that sorted. I'm sure we'll just go again. It's no problem. It won't be any problem. It's no stress, certainly. And it's pretty easy to do. We just want to get those 2 pairings back, and let's do what we said we're going to do. We're going to hit the tree with a pro tree like we've had.
Yep.
Right? I'm sure that's just what we're doing there. So
we'll let somebody with far more authority than us sort that one out.
That was just an observation there.
And that was an observation. I seem to remember hearing the same thing. So, but no one believes me. I'm too bloody old.
Well, I'm glad you and I both sort of worked together. We both knew that was the answer. I think that is the answer.
I remember it that way.
Because when he said that, I started thinking, well, you know what what happens when you're throwing a pro tree both sides is that there's no countdown for your opponent.
No,
in fact, there's no countdown for you
anyway,
either.
it's heads up.
A pro tree basically means there's no countdown for anyone.
Yep.
So, sometimes you used to see chases, 4-second chases, and it's 1, 2, 3, opponent gone, no more lights until 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So we're going pro here. So then, look, we're going to have another crack. Let's go. Jacob Sikowski, there we go. Pro tree, there we go. Scott Cortina, clean green, gets a win. He's on a 791 dial, so he wants to keep an eye on that too. And 83 now. I don't know whether you can change or not. I don't know whether we're swinging the textures around. I don't know whether we're swinging the old tennis white around.
I don't know if that was the impression that I got, but anyway.
I think you were just running on what you had, and you got to fight that way like we did last night. Check this pairing out. Rowan Ward and Brendan Thorpe. Real steel, real muscle, real competition.
Classic Ford Holden.
QCL group, dial your own challenge. And look, reaction times, no one's cracking a pearl, and no one wants to be that arsey tonight on a pro tree. 704's a clean win on a 695. 793. He got whole shot Brendan Thorpe, and he couldn't defend it.
Yeah, 2 tenths off, and paid a price. That's a big price to pay, I've got to tell you.
Well, I mean, it's not sheep stations, but it's good, healthy competition.
Yep.
Heads up pro tree. Now, look, he's got to drop the clutch here. Has this
waiting for it to change.
Yep, Scotty Clibborn out there, ready
there
to
we
go. 670 and an 870.
Yeah,
So
Daniel
2
Rich.
seconds, clean green.
Daniel Rich didn't get that right at all. Scotty Clibborn has got a chance here.
Now he's just going to make sure he doesn't break out either.
He's flying, gets through with the wind light, and we've got a breakout this side. Daniel Rich broke out.
Yes.
At 867 on an 870 dial in, and paid a price for that. I don't think he was going to get there first, but a 7 flat will take it for you.
Yeah, that was the whole shot's so important in this case. Brendan Cherry and Brad Jansen.
So we've got a 648 chasing down a 770. I'll tell you what, Hanson can keep this because he was far better on the tree, and he does go 786 on his 770. Did it easy in the end. A 654 on a 648. A 10th off and had a snooze at the tree. Man, don't you pay a price?
You sure do. It's good to see so many in there with the clutch pedal. Paul Thompson now, he's trying to defend an 845. He's leaving first against David Challen. Tough car, 565. So he's got to be in and bumped. So he's going to go to Bump City here all by himself, while Paul Thompson's going to get that 4JJ stick-shifted Rodeo out of there.
Yep, just got to sit there and wait.
That's a 2.8 second wait.
Yep, and you just got to stay calm and watch your side of the tree. Don't even think about what's going on the other side. And it looks like he's got it right so far. Here he goes, he's got a green, he was a little late. Oh, mate, looks like he might be able to compensate that. Look at the diesel. She's just blown out and got beaten. A double breakout pass. A 555 and a 565, that's a 10th. An 828 and an 845, that's 2. So there goes the win to David Challen.
75,000's at the stripe, margin of victory. 75,000.
Leave me alone.
Another stick shift, Peter Savage, Little Mazda chasing down the fair lane. Matthew Bulkey, 830 dial in, off he goes. Oh, the rotary.
How did he pick that up?
Slightly better reaction time, and now it's all about defending your dial in at the 660. He's on the brakes, the fair lane, and enough to tighten it up. A 37 on a 30 is safe, an 815.
Only just safe.
Yeah, Savage was going as quick as he could.
Yeah, mate, he cut a good light too, Peter Savage. He'd be wanting to look at that card to see what he did and what his competition is. Chelsea Ware in beside Brett McElveen.
0.62 of a second, 1.5 lights, but not this time. It's just flash, flash, bang, bang.
Yep. Yeah, you don't get to see the tree, you just get the green at the right time.
Chelsea did get a better reaction time on paper here, but they're getting to the stripe now. Nuttall's on the brakes. Oh, he ran it out the back door, an 8.01 on an 8.00.
That's nearly a perfect pass.
You got to sometimes fight with what you got, and if you know you can hit the number, you just fearless out the back. No second chances.
You don't back off. You just got to. You'd rather break out than lose.
All right, Daniel Dull, 980, chasing an 11.04 for Sharon Horn. So the difference here, small chase, not much. But the X-Trail can be a weapon against the Stato. Bang, she can't move fast enough. She can't move it fast enough. That's the thing.
Yep, 630. So you'd think Darren Holt, if he doesn't break out once he drives by,
he might be tapping the brakes or rolling off the throttle about now.
Yeah, he was right on it. 10.02 on a 980. You'll love that every day. And 11.06 on 11.04. Sharon was trying. She really was.
Kevy Brown, 647, 690. Flash. There we go.
There it is.
He got a slightly better one, Kevy, and Chris Kenny's fallen in a hole early.
Yep.
Now, I don't know whether we get brakes or lift off here from Kevy.
Nah, he backdoored it. Goes 664 on the 647. You got to love that. An 852 on a 690. Forget it.
Oh, how fast are these cars coming through? Shane Oakhill and Scott Higgins. Blam, blam.
They're there.
This is a super mega dial your own challenge Saturday night. No one else is doing it. Shane Oakhill, Scott Higgins.
3 seconds between these two. Roughly 3. Oh, he goes red.
He had a shot.
Shane couldn't wait.
Telepathic. ET phone home. Guess what? That's a lose on your time slip at Scott Higgins.
It was only just a red, but red's red.
And 11.3, 11.6, that'll do. Who says you can't win with an 11-second car and dial your own? Sometimes you can be unbeatable.
22-second car can win dial your own.
Have a look at this one, 0.17. Stagger right here. Wade Moran, Grand Fleet. Hit the tree, then hit the road, boys, because this is a dial your own challenge like nothing else.
Yeah,
you got to be ready.
Fleet's got it, and he's got it.
Oh, 016.
Great me.
016 for Grant Fleet. He's got to get the win. Surely he does.
Yeah, no way you can drive by that. 766 on a 57.
Oh.
And a 757 on a 740.
Dominating performance. A show of absolute individual brilliance with a car you built yourself.
Man, they're great.
Justin Gore can do this as well. He's done a lot of Kenda before. Simon Grigg, 760. So he gets that 1.2. Bang.
And got out of there quite nicely. Oh, it was a lazy leave.
Right, did Justin even see his lights? I think he must have.
I know, mate, you can't win a race from there.
He's not only giving him the back tyre, he's giving him the whole track. 8.03 the win, but Justin, I don't know, a 37 on a 40.
Yeah, breaks out. But man,
you
can't wait for boost when you race.
I'm watching the replay right now, actually, just to. Yeah, no, the lights went. I just saw the lights on our little replay.
It's just he thought he was time trial.
Tony Carkeet, 780, getting chased by Darcy Pollard by not much.
Whoa, there's not even much in that one.
Heads Up Pro Tree just makes it happen so fast. Once you light the bulbs, just watch out. 52, too fast. And a 84 on an 80 the win for Tony Carkeet. You got to keep on the good side.
Yeah, he didn't lose his cool, Tony, and just kept going. Dennis Whiting with a 7 flat, chasing down Shane Parshert. I guess that's how you say it. 8 flat, so a full second between the two cars. Over your side, the Rocket Lane gets the start. 1 full second, and lazy light. Although both reasonably lazy.
Yeah, Dennis was there for 0.5. It's actually more than Shane's 0.8 as he just looked at it.
And he got there too. Did it easy in the end.
26 on a 700, 19.
And
Listen to this.
Somebody's having a ball out there. Toby Howard, what are you doing, mate?
Someone.
Andrew Borg's just sitting there waiting for you. Well, if we've still got a motor left.
Oh, put your hands together for the effort.
That was good.
For the effort and intent of Toby Howard just to unseat his faster opponent. Going straight in on it, got to go.
Whoa, what's going on? How much boost do you need?
Oh, Andrew Borg, he might just get him here, though. He's got a better reaction time on paper. It could be all Falcon here at the stripe. The Tirana's there, though. Oh, a
Breaks out, like 0.2 of a second breakout for Toby Howard. A 72 over a 99, so yeah, that's a bit faster. The 699 on a 690 for Andrew Borg. You'd have to be pretty happy with that. 900ths of a second off your pace.
And that was a good skid too.
Yeah, it was good. We'll buy that every time.
Oh, this sounds so sweet out there. This is why I rate it as one of the toughest sanding cars.
It is.
Bruce Henderson and Greg Barrett 650 in the Commodore, 620 for Henderson, not the Kingswood. 6:20, 6:21, 6:22 is what he's run today. 6:38 Barrett's run today. He's also run, so he's run quicker than the 50. So he's actually backing himself. This car's quicker than his earlier ET today.
Yeah,
Henderson's actually made his dial in tighter than his run today.
Yep, that's brave.
Yeah,
That is brave.
0.3 of a second stagger. Watch this. Both bulbs are then bang, bang. Watch this. Bang, bang.
Whoa, good a 10th better reaction for Henderson, and I don't know if he's going to make that pay or not. He got there.
Oh,
but
what a race.
Would have loved to have seen that in there. 6:23 on a 6:20 and a 6:55 on a 6:50. Leave me alone.
Here we go again.
Leave me alone.
We're having flashbacks to what we saw last night. These Style Your Own guys just putting it on.
Yeah.
Ray Godwin and Timmy Cross. 6:50 for Timmy, 7:79 for Ray. Timmy's got to be ready to boost and bump here.
Yep, he's got to go.
These cars are good power and fast, but you've got to race Pro Tree. You've got to be ready. He's got to light it.
Yeah, he's bumped. No, he hasn't got. Yeah, he's bumped it now. There it goes. He's got to wait for the green. He did well.
He's done all right, Timmy. He's just got to defend that 50, though. We know it can go 40-something. Careful! Oh.
No, and the other guy broke out. Godwin tried to stay in front, went 7:78.6, which is what, 4 thousandths of a second too quick. Man, that'd break your heart. 6:68 and a 6:50. That's fine for Tim Cross. Played the game properly, cut a light, and made him work.
Well, he got to the final against Junga last night, so here they are having another little battle in here tonight. It's good stuff.
So Godwin just didn't quite work that one quite right. Glenn Parsons over Redpath. Redpath's way out in front. Cut a big light, tap the brakes and go 7:46 on a 7:40. That's lovely. A 6:93 and a 6:85, mate. You cannot be that far away. Just cannot do it. Not if you want to win races.
Craig Nofke and Michael Smith now 6:55 for the Tories. Had nothing but traction issues all weekend. Mate. How does he going to race it tonight?
Oh, that worked. He worked at that time.
Yeah, he's walked it out there now. He's actually got some horsepower to burn and a bit of space to play with. Not enough.
No,
not enough.
Broke out.
33 on a 55 gives a 92 on a 90 the win to Craig Nofke.
Yep, Smithy. I mean, he was hundredths off on the reaction time. But he did have enough power to drive around, but he just went that bit too fast.
Scooter March, Andrew Pryor, so an 8 flat chasing a 10.20. So you don't get too much chance to see the stagger. Watch this, bang, bang.
Hard to believe this F is this quick.
He's got an advantage here, not by much. He's going to be tight at the stripe here, Scooter March.
Oh, come on.
No one's got
anybody.
No one on the brakes, no one on the brakes.
Yeah, ran it out, went 10.27 on a 10.20, 700ths of a second over the dial in, takes the win. An 8.15 on an 8 flat is 1500ths over, and looks like Scooter, that wasn't enough, mate. The spread was too tight for you.
Okay, Amity Smith out there in the X5. Clean greens both sides here, so the BMW.
Amity's just got to do a dial in. She's got it covered.
Now, Sven, what can Sven do here at the stripe? Oh, Sven goes too fast.
Yeah, 8.66 on an 8.67. Actually, he was 3 thousandths of a second too quick. 10.46 on a 10.10. Amity had a ball. Cut a light. She had 2 tenths advantage on the tree, so she made Sven pay big time.
All right, Shane Cameron and Shane Farrell. Shane. It's
go.
Shane out in front, and here comes Shane at the finish line. It's Shane. Shane-o, 6.79 over Shane's 7.77, but you got to hand it to Shane. What a great effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And he didn't have the best reaction time either.
Get 2 more Kevs out there, I'm going to lose my mind.
Shane Farrell, we've done that one.
Shane, hang on.
We've got 2 more.
Oh, my God. Imagine if those were the same names. Imagine we had 4 guys in a row named Shane.
Yeah. No, it's Janelle.
That's better.
Janine Marshall.
Janine.
And Mitchell Fleet.
Oh, I just love it. We've got so many possibilities.
10.15 chasing a 10.30, so 0.15. You'll hardly see that in the lights. And red, he didn't move.
Was that a 7-second rule there?
I'm not sure. It might have been.
I'm just having a look here. 2 bulbs on. No, that was the previous run just about to happen.
Not sure what happened there, but it went red big time.
He put 2 on to start with.
Yeah, did he roll back or whatever? I don't know what he did.
He put 2 on to start with. He then got pulled back to 1. Still had someone attending the side door for another couple of seconds, and then 7 seconds, I think, went.
That's what's happened to him.
Yeah, but anyway, we're back into it here.
We've done that one. It's Stephen Downey and Ben Cox. Ben's already there with a 781. on a 770, a 774 and a 630. Stephen Downing, you just can't win. You just can't do it.
That was tight. All right, here we go. Shane Jessen and Dean Wilson. So Tim Heimblom's he's been looking for a bore scope, Tim. So Tim, if you can, good luck finding your bore scope
here.
They're looking for a bore scope up here, would you believe?
Yeah.
Dean Wilson and Shane, another Shane Jessen.
Yeah, that sort of machinery. If somebody
Oh,
brought
these
a
are
whole
both
lot-
boosted six bangers from the 60s,
and
man.
they're waiting, and no, they got good lights. And a 0.28 and a 0.4. That's not terrific, but mate, and a breakout pass goes 695 with a 7 on the 7
45
flat.
with a
So
1.
Jessen takes it out. A 645 with a 1 on a 640. Dean Wilson, you're a genius. Oh, mate.
Oh,
How
there was
good
nothing
that?
better than watching those boosted six bangers going down, classic boosted six bangers going down through the traps. Andrew Long's got a big chase here. Cassidy is out there in the big Ranger, but here comes the Trey back with a better reaction time, and make sure you...
Yep.
Oh, 30 with a 9. That's two people that have run nearly
Within
smack
9
on.
thousandths of his dialing. Andrew Long, mate, take that time card and frame it.
That's a great run right there. We're still going in round one. Crazy.
Yeah.
Joshua Cronin, that hot rod getting a head
He's still
start.
well. He's going well.
Chris Pattinson's got to bump that Falcon in and do a little bit of waiting.
660 chasing down a 743, so that's nearly 2 lights on the tree. Roughly. Don't pull me up on the math. That's a bump in. That'd be unsettling if I had to bump in like that. Like the roll, I don't know if that happen, but he's making advantage of it. He's out and gone.
It's a hard thing to do and master and race with. 674 for Chris Pattinson, a clean win.
Get it easy. Cronin 2 seconds off his dialing, so was never going to be a chance. Brad Hill and Roger Nelson.
All right, Nelson, 805 there for the Ute, 690 for Brad Hill.
That's a bit of a lead. What have we got? 1.15.
So just going to be...
yeah, he's rolled in.
Going to be shot and they'll be gone. All right,
So-
Roger getting himself ready.
So Nelson obviously said, well, I'm not staging first, and I'm going to make you wait the full 12 seconds. Brought the pre-stage on. Mate, this is just a psych.
Oh!
He came undone.
Yeah, the Phantom Amber.
Yeah, came undone.
You could tell Roger was feeling a little bit of pressure there. He wanted to get the car in and he wanted to do it. And a 93 was going to be hard to do. Brad Hill was on point.
Yep.
But Roger Nelson did a job on Roger Nelson then.
Yes, Brad Hill. Yeah, well, Roger Nelson ran himself out of the race. Steve Stagger and Simon Clark. So Steve with a 653 chasing down a 730.
Oh, clean greens too, and it's going to be tight at the finish line if they're sticking to the dial.
Oh, he did too. 740 on a 730, a tenth away, and a 660 on a 653, also a tenth away, and a tenth in the reaction. You just can't beat that.
63 thousandths at the stripe. Ella Armstrong now and Daniel Careless 669 chasing a 710. Not much in this, so she's got to be ready, Ella. Oh, Ella just there looking at it, and Careless is gone.
So all Ella can hope for as he breaks out.
It's the only way you can get back. 682, he's not going to do that. He's not going to give Ella any more chances. That's a bit misogynistic of you, Daniel. But anyway, how dare you leave before the lady?
Yes, can't believe you did that, mate.
Stephen Smith and Dean Heidke now, the Tudor and the HQ 0.89, the difference. We had 2 lights normally. Stagger. A little bit better reaction from Stephen Smith. It looks a lot more pronounced, the stagger, when it's like that.
Mate, he had that all sewn up. 729 on a 7 flat, an 826 on a 799, 3 tenths off the pace. Well, no, only 2 lights off the pace, but just not quick enough. It's frustrating, I know.
Dean Beatty, here we go. Rowan Allen beside the Centura, 640 chasing a 695 from the Wagyu.
0.55 between the two.
Here we go, bang, bang.
Not much. Gee, there wasn't much in that. And neither of them cut what you call a special light. But Ellen with a bad light, but he couldn't do it. He broke out, went 730, broke out on a 640, he went 635 with a 5.
Final call for Big Boy Shootout. You should be getting in the lays at your money, please. Just making sure the final call for our big boys.
Yeah, bring your cash. Cliff Broadman and Grant Carpenter. Well, we know what Grant's like. He's a racer's racer. It just runs in their blood in the Carpenter family. Their old man was unbelievable. In the day, no one could buy him. No one.
No brake light insurance here at the finish line, but it is 24 denies Carpenter by 21 thousandths of a second. 97 on a 95, 24 on a 20. Little bit better on the reaction time. 3.11 to a 3.50.
Yeah, that's just amazing. That would have been good to watch at the top. So Wes Bowman and Wayne Bell, a 7.30 chasing a 7.75. So that's a light and a bit.
This is a lightning flash and a half here. Watch this. Bang, bang, again.
Yep.
Quick and the dead. It's a real sort of dial your own shootout, isn't it? It's like drawing off the hip here.
Yeah, deep stage.
Oh, geez, that was lucky. Go. And it's a manual. How did he do that?
I don't know how he pulled that
How
off.
did he do that with a manual so quick? But there he is. He's got a chance of winning here, but not much more. Brake light insurance, 7.36.
He went 7.71. He broke out and gave it all away. 7.36 takes the win on 7.30.
He still stayed clean, a clean green there. He rolled it back.
I cannot believe it.
No, that's nuts. That's nuts. Just when you think you've seen everything in the sport, something else pops up, and it's normally us battlers, a group of battlers with cars they built themselves, performing feats of brilliance.
Yep. So we've got to wait for we've already run that race. So it's Matt Francis and Kev Morton. So Matt Francis with a 6.57, going to get chased with a 6.48. Morton will give away that little bit of a start. So it's the truck that's going to get the start.
Big bump, he has to go. He's got to go.
Yeah, he let it go.
He got a better one. He got a better one than Kevy, but Kevy seems to be on the brakes.
Yep. Yeah, he got through there. Goes 6.68 on a 6.48. So plenty of time up his sleeve. An 8.51 on a 6.57. Matt Francis may have had a car full of trouble, I think.
Oh, look at this. He's gone straight in double bulb Grant Dixon. So Joe Lazaro, he's just going to get in when he can. But Grant's got to light the wick here. As soon as he sees a bulb on, he knows he's got to be ready for Joe Lazaro. I don't think Grant wanted to go both bulbs.
Past it. I think Joe's gone past.
He has he?
Yeah,
so Grant, the best thing Grant could do is come back out. But he's just got to be ready to light it here. This thing needs just a little bit of preparation. You can hear it.
Concentrate. He's got it. Well, he's only a hundredth of a second slower.
He's going to have enough. He just doesn't want to go too quick. 43 on a 41's a good run.
Yeah, 8.48 on an 8.30. A little bit too far away for Joe Lazaro.
Yeah, he just put both bulbs on their ground. I don't know whether he did it on purpose. Check this out. The Gem against the Belmont.
Yeah, the Belmont 6.55 is allegedly faster. 7.40, a 1.2 and a 5.5. So you think normally would have this sorted out.
Oh, he's a bit too fast, the wagon.
Yep, yeah, and broke out by a light here. A 6.09 on a 6.55 dialing. What's that? Over a light. And a 6.80 on a 6.40. Gormley had him covered. He just backed off. Just let him run.
All right, Andrew Rankin here going to do a bit of bumping in with the Corona. 6.40 chasing a 7.10. Michael Barradell already in the stage. He was almost waiting for the Corolla or something there. He got hypnotised by the bump in the other lane.
I think so.
He got hypnotised by his opponent's bump. 6.56 is a clean win there for Rankin, and the little old school Toyota goes another round.
Yeah, that was, I couldn't quite figure out what was going on there. Somebody was watching the wrong side of the tree, I would think. You got to watch your own side of the tree. You can't see anything else. Well, I couldn't do it any other way. I had to concentrate on what was happening on my side of the tree, forget what was going on the other. Sam Jones up against Justin Stevenson. So we've got a 7.65 and a 6.75. Talk about muddle up the numbers on there. Whoa, had a little bit of wheel spin. And cut a bit of light. So,
too fast.
Yeah, went way too fast. 7.61 on a 65. Just hands it over. An easy 7.71 for Justin Stevenson. And I don't think he held back like that. I think he may have had a car full of problems.
Thomas Stevens and Tony Ferguson, so it doesn't get any less difficult. 6.46, 8.28.
Yeah, big start for Stevens. Big car though. He's got to get it all rolling. Rolls it in gently. He got the LZD. Oh, he bumped it a bit. Tried to anticipate the light and really paid the price.
Look, he got something out of that. It may not be perfect, but that's all he's got to fight with. There's no other choices now.
Oh, didn't that thing come home?
It's just a case of you and destiny after that. 42,000's at the stripe still. 6.64 for Tony Ferguson. He gets to live to round 2.
Yeah, good drive. Murray Johnson in beside Mark Quinn. What have we got? A 7.60 chasing down an 8.68.
He's got to drop the clutch in the ute too.
Yeah, well, that'll make him work. So Johnston gets a start over this side, and it is a Statesman, I think. Yep, it's out of there, and got the better of the tree. And we've got a stick car over the other side. You can hear it from here. No, couldn't do it. An 879 on a 68 dial in, a 773 on a 760. Mate.
Yeah, I think he even tried to get third there and he couldn't get it.
Trying to work out what was going on there.
All right, McConnell, Declan, 649. Dave Webber, 687. A couple of heavyweights here against each other.
Yeah, these guys have been doing a pretty good 649 and a 687.
Declan's got a bump.
Yep.
Oh, clean green. Declan did get a better one than Dave Webber. They're going to hit the stripe here. No one's on the brakes. It's true to the right. Do or die to the stripe.
Oh, broke out.
48 with a 9 breakout.
Oh, 1,000th of a second breakout. That does break yard.
Oh, 689 with a 7 on an 87. 48 with a 9. Even Andy will be looking at that going, man, you got done, son.
Yeah.
Andrew Dunnett and David Tansel now. 775 getting chased by 670. The utility, the HQ, clean green. Bang, bang. No, nothing to write home about other than a little bit better for the utility, but he's still out in front, the HQ, but here's the stripe.
Yeah, he broke out.
675 to a breakout 769.
Yep, that's you got to be happy with that, being 500ths of a second off your dialing. Well, 58 thousandths if you want to get technical, but Dunnett will take that. Breakout pass always leaves a smile on your dial, and it's the other guy.
All right.
Don't know who A16 is.
Well, Mr. A16 is up against Peter Fenton. Fenton's on the 690 dial and the Salika to get the leave. And then quick as a flash, you'll see the Falcons Ambers come on and go as well. A16 against Pete Fenton, round number 1. And I think I called him before Luigi the Handyman, just because we don't have a name for him. But I do remember an old bloke that was a painter, had one of these.
With paint everywhere.
Yeah, wooden ladder.
Yeah, bars.
Wooden bars wouldn't work on a Saturday.
Yeah.
All right.
We're having a bit of a game here.
Got to light got to light them both up here. We're going to a bit of 6-cylinder Bump City.
Yep. Force the issue. Mate, you better go in or that tree will go on you. I think it's just about time that just right. Got a better lead too. Got 2 tenths up his sleeve. Can he convert that to win? Looks like he can if he doesn't break out. And he got there, 652 on a 45. Did it easy in the end.
Yeah, 62,000 still pretty tight at the end.
Yeah.
689 2 breakout on a 90. These are tough races.
Yeah, it's all about the tree though. You look at the reactions and see who comes up.
Yeah.
Matt Cutler and Matty Lloyd.
Oh, Matt and Matt. So Matt up against Matt, top Matt eliminated. We've had top Kev, we've had top Shane, now it's top Matt.
And what do we got? An 860 and a 642. So there's some performance in that wagon.
There's a little bit of a weight there for Matt as Matt gets off underway first. So Matt is into stage, so is Matthew. Matthew. Now it's Matthew on 2 bulbs. Matthew now bumping into a bit of Bump City, and now they go Matthew clean green. Matty a clean green. Here's the weight. Oh, Matty on Matty. Matthew's out there in front, but watch out for Matthew. He's coming down the finish line, and it's Matthew.
On the brakes, just tapped them and forced the breakout. Matt Cutler went 855 on his 860 and a 643 and a 42. Leave me alone, Matty Lloyd. That's just laps.
Man,
that's just laps.
I'm a big fan of Matt. And 643 on a 42 the win. And unfortunately for Matt, a round 1 loss. Oh, it's crazy. Jason Stevens now and Tony Rogers. It doesn't get any less of a race. Just look at this for a stagger. Ready? Come in the stage.
There's nothing in this.
Bang, bang.
Let's go.
Yeah, whole shot, obvious whole shot for Tony Rogers, but the Mustang still at his quarter as we get to 330 foot now. Still Mustang, bit of break there for the utility.
A lot of break for Tony Rogers. Goes 757, so he had a bit up his sleeve on the 39 dial in, and a 735 on the 720. Jason Stevens, I think, was looking to force a breakout.
67,000 at the stripe. Listen to these margins. They're not 3-second margins. They're 60,000.
It's the chrome on the bumper, mate.
It is, exactly that. Jeffrey Marshall, Lee Warnes. Big chase here, big chase. F-Truck gets it first and he's gone. He can't do much more about that. Now Lee Warnes has got away. There he goes.
Ooh, gave away a bit. I mean, he picked the wheel up. Looked spectacular. But he gave away nearly 3 tenths on the brakes and did it. Oh, how about that?
Full send.
Oh,
that's a full send by Lee Warnes. 664. It almost paid off.
Yeah.
It almost paid off. 88,000 in that one. Yeah. Okay, the Beetle dropping the clutch. John Zorzo, 810. Gets to see it first just by a little bit. Bang, bang.
Whoa, and got nailed a little bit by 2 tenths at the start, but that feeder picked it up. He picked it up like you wouldn't believe. And give the brakes a tap, went 784 and broke out. He knew how quick he was, and breaks out and gives the win to Zorzo with an 8.34 and an 8.10.
Jason Bowers now 6.45. Gary Green 6.50. Heads up, Nelly. Nelly heads up. A real quick race here.
Nothing in this.
A little bit of our 6.50 from last night. It's tough, I tell you. Bang. Oh, look, he glued them to the start line. They both glued each other to the start line. Who's got the nerve? Who's got the nerve?
We saw Jason Bauer had the nerve go 6.45 with a 5 on a 6.45 dialing. Leave me alone.
9 thousandths. 9 thousandths at the end.
And a 6.54 on a 6.50.
9 thousandths at the end. 9 thousandths. 9 thousandths at the end, folks. I'm not kidding. 9 thousandths at the end. Reece Baker gets the round 1 solo.
Gets the bye.
And he's going to take a 9.17. God, should we get a printout of that? That's round 1 done. The aircon's too cold, Kerry, isn't it? Oh, right. So I think it's going to be our into the shootout. We've got the Dial Your Own Challenge round 1 done already, thanks to QCL Group. Geez, there's some good racing there. It's what's happening now with our big shots, our big boys. They're coming up for their first round of the shootout. But that is the end of round number 1 of our Dial Your Owners. If I just was able to get a printout of that round, that would tell us exactly how many that we saw in that. If it was 122, it would have been 60 pairs. I don't know whether we saw 60 pairs there. We saw a bunch, though. Well, that would have been 120, so that was still a pretty big round. So Mick took the guess there at that. So it would be interesting to see exactly what the tail of the tape was coming out of our printout for round number 1. But that was some great racing there, and just again the dynamic different with not the 1, 2, 3. We saw that first up, the first 2 pairings, and then once we saw the pro tree, in other words, the full tree.
Yep.
Not the. There's a pro tree and a full tree. We're pro tree. Full tree's a 1, 2, 3.
Yes, you see.
Pro tree is all of the ambers at once. So the full tree deal. Once went twice, and then we went back and did all pro tree, and just how fast it is on pro tree.
I think I find the pro tree a little easier because you only got to concentrate on one light.
Well, look, we've been doing Kenda 660 for years, where it is all about the pro tree. It is all about bumping in and doing battle heads up. That's heads up. This is Dial Your Own handicap. So it's a different thing altogether. It is one person getting the lights first and going, not 1, 2, 3, go. It's bang, go.
He's gone.
And then you don't know when you're ready to go, but you've got to wait for your bang and go.
Stay intense and concentrate.
And I wonder whether you do a little sum in your head of exactly what that is in your mind before you go out to go, right, well, he's 1.2 seconds, so I'm going to watch him. Bang, bang, okay.
And if it's a big start, the tree's malfunctioned.
Well, there we go. So, look, it was Troy Hewitt over Terry Hall, who went 001. Shane Locke and Rowan Lind. Scott Cortina and Jacob Sikowski. Rowan Ward and Brendan Thorpe. Scott Clibbert and Daniel Ridge. Yes, sorry, just one moment. Yep.
Then we've got Paulie Fuller versus Will Yarwood. And then we've got Brian Ward versus Shane Baker.
Copy that.
Okay. With the bye for the first round.
There we go. So our big boy shootout. Well, we've got to say big person shootout because we've got Tanya in there. That's the first round of that coming up in just a tick. And the matchups is Tanya versus Paul Mary. I'm sure the other two, when they come up, I'll be writing them down, and that'll be then. Hoff won't get any more buys after this. He'll have to race to the final if he's going to be there. He's got to get in front of the rest of these the top dogs. So we had Scotty Clibborn over Daniel Ridge, Brad Hanson over Brendan Cherry, David Challen over Paul Thompson, Matthew Balke over Peter Savage, Brett McElveen over Chelsea Ware, Daniel Dull over Sharon Horn, Kevin Brown over Chris Kenny, Scotty Higgins over Shane Oakhill, Grant Fleet over Wade Moran, Simon Grigg over Justin Gall, Tony Carkeet over Darcy Pollard, Dennis Whiting over Shane Parchert, Andrew Borg over Toby Howard, Bruce Henderson over Greg Barrett. There are 3 pages of results there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Coming up here, so we have a couple of pairings. We managed to get 8 cars in for the buy-in, $200 buy-in. We've ended up with one having to break, but the rule was as soon as you decide to buy in, you kept the money in the pot. So $1,600 we've got coming up on the pot. Straight up, Hoffman has drawn the Joker card to get the buy run, so he'll get the buy up first. We do have Tanya Thompson up against Paul Mary to kick things off, and then Paul Mary against Will Yarwood, and then we've got Mr. Shake and Bake Shane Baker up against Brian Ward. So that'll be our first round in our shootout for the $1,600. The guys are just getting ready. We're only hand spraying the first 20 feet as a part of the prep, and that'll happen each time we go through round by round. So kick back and let's get ready to rumble for the first lot of our shootout. Back to some goal in after it.
Where you might go out there and have this nice casual day, gathering numbers, trying to find the number. There's a bit of waiting involved, there's a bit of delay, but you normally you feed the crew, you have a bit of a chill, a bit of a relax, go and watch a little bit of it, come back and have another go. But then to do these things at night before we finish relatively early, mind you, as well, off track, to get to our other exciting events. A little bit of spirited competition kind of really does raise the tempo at the end of the day. It's ingenious, it's fun. We've got the talent. We've definitely got the talent. We've got that many quality vehicles here that to see people race with them as well, it's purely enjoyable, whether you're in the car racing or whether you're watching it live here or watching it at home. And you know, a lot of your family members might be involved with all of this as well, and it's not too far from that can be you out there doing it. It sounds like a four-cylinder to me, and it sounds like the bloke getting the solo, and he's not going to Now look, Hoff came up the lanes, I would assume, ready to race someone. So whatever he's got in this, let's just see whether he goes for it, for lane choice, or whether he's just going to, I don't know what he's going to give us here, ladies and gentlemen. I really can't get in his mind as, I think he's ready for a battle here. He's going to do something. I think he wants a low ET here anyway. Let's have a look.
You know, it's getting serious. I'd want a lane choice. I'd be making a pass. I'd want to know. I'd want to know if I'm back to the car.
No, it blew the little tyres off it. I think he's on a 235 as well. So, I mean, he technically could be in the 235 street radial blowing class, but he's in the open outlaw blowing class. And look, that was a spicy setup there that did not work. Now, look, again, I don't know whether he came up the lanes with that ready or whether he just goes, you know what, I'm on a solo.
Let's make it sing.
He's no fool, Hoff. He'll have a setup for let's give it a spicy hit and see what it'll do. See if it'll take it, and I'll run that 4 now.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, this is the time to do it.
That would have been a little bit of the mentality from the man.
Yeah, well,
having called him for as long as I have, sometimes you just start to get into the guy's head and think, well, is this what he's going for? I mean, he could have idled the thing down the track.
Well, you don't learn anything if you do that.
He could have idled down the track and saved the bacon, but he went out there to send it. So
we've got AT12 and AT3.
Now here we go. Now I don't know how lane choice was decided in this one, other than Tanya is not in her favourite lane. Paul Mary is.
Yes.
So here is Tanya Thompson and Paul Mary, the first round of the big person's shootout.
Yes.
And Tanya's certainly not a big person at all. Mind you, she can pretty well dead weight a big person. Because she's a bit of a power lifter. She can pump the.
One of the fittest ladies I've ever met.
She hits the weights pretty well. She also sort of sometimes in front of the TV bench presses Tomo. Just you know, to get of that cardio up. Is there? Now come over here, Tomo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Tomo's there with the 4X gun. 2 more, darling. All right, there we go. But anyway, Tanya's in here against Paul Mary. PSI Prem against Pro VH. Oh, Tomo, you all right there?
You're all right. She nearly got you.
Yeah, he's done his leg. Tanya's got him in the leg. Okay, there we go.
I teach you to turn your back on a race car.
Okay, Tomo. He's taken a few tumbles, old Tomo.
He sure has.
All right, here we go. We're going to go to Bump City, ladies and gentlemen. Our big shootout here on a Saturday night. Time to light the wick up.
I'm going to have a stage. No, not really.
Oh, nearly identical in the reaction times. Oh, she's got one on here with PSI Prem. 5:12 for Tanya. 5:12. Mary was out there, 1:28.
I had the shape. It was going everywhere, but straight, so you can see why he backed off. That was, if he'd have been really brave if he'd have stayed with that car. So a 5.12, we'll take it.
550 Mary was, he goes 550 flat.
Yeah, I know, he did everything right, but you can see the car was moving around on him, and nothing more unsettling than a car at speed that says, I'm going to kick the backside out on you if you don't care.
All right, we're going to go to Bump City here too, because it's Paulie Fuller and William Yarwood.
Whoa!
Bump City!
Holding out. Yep, he's got it. There it goes.
Oh, Paulie 014! 014 light on the tree, and he goes, 532! 532!
Over a 5.87, and there was less than a mile an hour between them. The movement was 71 thousandths of a second.
Wow, Paulie Fuller, 014. Now look, up to then, Grant Fleet in the first round of Dial Your Own Pro Tree went 016. Paulie Fuller with it fully lit in Bump City mode just goes 014. There's Shane Baker now and Brian Ward.
This is going to be good. These guys know their way around.
This is all Bump City, baby, all the way.
Gee, this is unreal. Love this. And, you know, we're not name dropping. These guys really do know what it's all about. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll go in.
Brian, no, he couldn't do it. Baker, 131 in the 60 foot. Baker goes 520. 520.
On the brakes.
Baker 131 in the 60 foot, 196 off the button, and Brian, he just rocked it in that bump in.
Red on the top ever, and that's it. You're done.
What did we call that the other day? A bump infringement. Mark Allen and I came up with that at Kenda. We saw that many bump infringements. That was technically a bump infringement. That can lose you the race, and it did. Now, we got a lot of smoke out the end there. Now, I don't know whether that was Bakes. I know Bakes sometimes breathes a bit, but that's got some breathing going on down there, so we're going for a look.
Yeah, we'll have a look and see what's going on.
We're going, and it is actually out of the Commodore. It is out of the Commodore. The smoke we saw on the overrun is out of the Commodore. So we're just making sure that everything's okay. So a win there to Shane Baker, a win there to Hoffman, a win there to Paulie Fuller, and a win there to Tanya.
It's all there for you, buddy.
That is some crazy matchups in round one there, and what a great run between Tanya and Paul, except, Paul got loose and way loose late. And then the run there, Yarwood and Paulie Fuller, Paulie at 32 and 014 on the pro tree.
Yep, and that smoke's still hanging around up there.
Now, Bake's thing did, I don't know, sometimes on the back off, some of these things do breathe pretty well on the back off. I just hope it's all okay. We're going for a look.
Yep.
Going for a look. And then Baker and Ward going in together, and Bakes, 131 in the 60. So isn't it amazing that the VH of Baker, twin turbo 355 Iron Lion, goes 520 with a 9. Tanya goes 512 with an 8 with an LS in her VH. But yet the LS VH and the 355 VH, sorry. So the LS VH and the twin turbo Holden V8 VH both go 131 in the 60 on a 275. They both go identical 131 60s. I didn't get Paulie's 60. I got his reaction 014.
When you think about it, mate, I mean, if you talk Chevrolet small blocks, there is so much technology, even on the early ones. I mean, some of the horsepower they wring out of those things, they can buy heads, they can buy cranks, they can buy pistons, rods, they can do everything with those cars. There's not another engine in the world that can buy so much stuff.
There's quite a few people actually gravitating back to small block from LS.
True.
Well, LSs are, rare-ish, getting rarer.
And they never made a lot of them. I mean, they made small blocks for, 30, 40 years. And LSs, they made for about 10 or 15. And they're running out of them. They're not as strong an engine as a small block Chev. Sorry if you love your LSs, but I'm just telling you the truth.
Oh, okay, we're back into it. Luke Redpath and Brett McElveen, 8 flat, 740. This is the QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge. Bang, bang!
Whoa, we're out of there.
Oh, nearly identical reaction times. 272, 274. Who's got the brakes? Who's got the nerve? Who gets the win?
Nobody got out. We had a breakout for McElveen. A 798 with a 7, not an 8 flat. That'd break your heart. And a 755 and a 740 for Redpath.
All right, Troy Hewitt, Rowan Ward. Here we go. Bang, bang. 607 to a 320. It's all the Falcons so far. The Commodore's got a long way to go here. Watch out for the brakes. Oh, he doesn't need them.
Doesn't need him. 7.23, did it easy in the end. 7.59 on a 7 flat for Troy. Just left too much in the tree. You can't leave 3/10 of a second on the start line. It just cannot work for you. Unless there's a red light over on the other side. That's the only way you can win that.
All right, here we go. The next pairing, Rowan Lind and Matthew Bulkey. Not much in this, virtually heads up race. Watch this. Go 1, go 2, bang, and bang.
Yeah, there's nothing that. Not much in the house.
There's no waiting here. No. 0 waiting. No one on the brakes. No.
Wow.
Oh, double breakout.
Double breakout, and Lind break out the least. An 8.24, 625, so 4,000 a second. An 8.27, 8.30. Yeah, well, that's 3/10.
Oh, some cranky stuff out there. I heard a bit of blower there. Maybe finally the results of Grant Fleet's power source might have been revealed. A bit of blow on, I just heard. And I think David Challen is turbocharged, so I think we got some blower on board for Grant Fleet.
You think you heard one?
I heard one. I don't think it came from David Challen though. I think we're more turbo over that side. Let's have a look. Let's have a listen.
See what happens. Getting a blower under the bonnet of anything's good. Couldn't hear it then, but he got out of it very nicely. Thank you very much. Still waiting for the... Well, he waited too long. Waited too long. You can't give anybody that much start. 7.90 on a 57 just rolled off. A 5.50 on a 5.65 is a monumental 1.5 breakout.
But they'll be happy with the ET that they just got out of it, but it cost them the win.
Race. Yeah, it cost them a race. Brad Hanson over Kevin... Well, I won't say that. Brad Hanson against Kevin Brown, a 7.70 being chased down by a 6.47. So what have we got? 1.3. The difference between the two cars. Give or take a couple of tenths. Good light for both. There's a and the fast car is making that up real quick. And he got there. He went 6.60 on the 6.47 and then touched the brakes. A 7.86 on a 7.70. Tenth and a half away for Brad Hanson. And I guess when you're running a car that's got that sort of mile per hour on you, you can't really roll off here. Shane Locke and Daniel Dole. So a 6.39 chasing down at 9.80. So a big start over your side. Big start.
Very important this getting the car into stage. It's engaging wall.
And a good leave too. A 1.35 reaction. I'll have that all day. And a 3.03. Theoretically, Shane Locke can't win this.
He did see it in slow motion and he's done enough on the other end.
He did it. Got 6.41 on a 6.39, and that's why 10.09. Daniel Hull has either couldn't do the 9.80 or has rolled off too far. Had no confidence in what he dialed in at. And that can be that, mate. It plays with your head, I've got to tell you. You know as well as I do how you can psych yourself out. You don't need anybody racing you to psych you out. Bruce Henderson in, I think it's a Bron. Kingswood anyway. No, it's a sorry.
1 second stagger here, watch this. Bang, bang.
There it is.
Oh, 0-1-0.
Yeah, look at these guys.
0-1-0. Cliff Boardman. Did he win with that? He does.
Yeah, Henderson couldn't beat that. 7.21 on a 7.20 dial in, leave me alone. And a 7.48 on a 6.20. I think Bruce Henderson realised pretty early, mate, there's nothing in this for me.
Dennis Whiting, Scott Clibon. So clutch pedal, rotary versus auto Camaro.
3/10.
Not much.
Nothing
Ready,
in this.
here we go. Bang. Bang.
Bang, there we go. Oh, good lead. Got that sorted pretty good. He's picked up most of it, I think, already. Yeah, 6.97 on a 6.70. Had plenty of room. Still went 105 mile an hour. A 7.16 on a 7 flat. Dennis Whiting, that might have been all he had. Just hard to tell. Didn't sound like he rolled. I mean, we don't hear it all up here. You guys probably hear it better than us. So Andrew Pryor up against Craig Nofke. A 10.20 getting the start on a 6.90 car. 2 tenths in the tree. And on the brakes, it still goes 7.08 on a 6.90 dial. It takes the win, Craig Nofke. A 10.30 on a 10.20. Only a tenth off the pace for Andrew, but he left so much in the tree.
Yeah, it was still just room for improvement here. You just got to be sharp. Simon Grigg and Andrew Borg, 6.90, 7.60.
Mate, I'd love to own this truck. I had a real good look at this thing of Simon Grigg when I was walking around. Mate, that is one trick truck.
Bang, bang. Yeah, he got out-reacted, Andrew Borg. He's got to try and make it up with pure ET, but if you've been out-reacted, you're squeezing your breakout material.
He got there. Gee, don't ask me how. A 7 with 9 thousandths over on a 690 and an 819. Well, that's a long way off a 760, isn't it?
It is, unless he's just done the rollout.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Scott Higgins and Shane Farrell. Shane, after that all-Shane race. Here he is again.
Back around, 675, chasing in an 1130, so there's going to be a big start.
Oh, that was Matt. No, that was Matt.
Yeah, it was Matt Farrell, I think. Yeah,
we've had a Shane. We had a Shane as well.
Yeah, we've had a Shane. We've got a few Shanes.
Oh, look, that's not bad. There was a big weight there. He hasn't left too much on the table either. Yeah, top ender.
A breakout for Scott Higgins, went 1128 on 1130, so what's that? Well, it's a breakout, who cares?
Yeah, 48,000 at the stripe.
Yeah, 677 on a 675. That's a good run.
Timmy back, he's got a bump in here. Andrew Long's got 2 bulbs on right now. Timmy's got to do all his own bumping and his own race here right now. 650 chasing a 730.
Rocks it. He's lucky to go red.
Yeah, we've got a better reaction time. Timmy, he's got to just take it all the way to the stripe. Be careful, that boosted barrack and make some horsepower. 655 on a 50 and 18 on a 30. So he squeezed the brake out, Timmy, and still stayed on the green side.
Yeah, went 655 on his 650. The man's a racer. Andrew Long just got psyched out a little bit. Left a 10th in the tree and knew it. And a 7-1 on a 730 is way too fast.
All right, Simon Clark, Wes Bauman, heads up, bang! A little bit better for Simon. He got a little bit more reaction time advantage, and he's out in front. He's got to save. He's backing off, rolling off.
741 on a 730 was easy. A 739. Bowman didn't roll at all. He just kept trying, but 9 hundredths away, so it was a little bit hard for him to pick that up.
168 thousandths at the end.
Yeah, no.
Daniel Careless, Kevin Morton. So Careless 669, Morton 648. Kevy just getting ready. The double bulbs are going in everywhere here now.
Yeah, they're rolling in.
It's the fastest elimination category I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, gee, they don't muck around the tree. They run it straight away. Morton with a better reaction. Now, is he going to break out or has he got this thing? No, he measures at 651 on a $48, no problem at all. And a 670 on a 669. It was all in the tree and it was a bloody 10th.
Yeah, that's all it was.
That's all was in that.
Ben Cox, 771. Matthew Gormley, 740. The Gem still in there against the VH wagon. Having fun. Bang, bang.
And nothing in it. We're talking hundredths of a second.
Shouldn't be out that far, the wagon. Shouldn't be out that far, but he is.
He made it.
Yeah, the Gemini fell off 778 on a 771. The Gemini did fall off a bit, Matthew Gormley.
Long way. 0.3 of a second. Amity Smith.
Oh, Amity, where'd you... Amity,
Amity, what'd you do, babe?
Amity went somewhere.
A bit of a rain fade.
I'm having a look here myself. I've got to look at the replay.
Yeah, and Janine says, well, I'll have it. I'll take it.
She'll take that. Leg it.
Oh, will yeah, it goes 10.26, so she wasn't messing around.
26 on a 15.
Yeah, and a 3.7 red for Amity Smith.
Yeah, missed that. Absolutely missed that. Terry Hall and Dean Beatty, 695 for the wagon, 680 for the Commodore.
So 0.15. There was nothing in that, and Beatty got the better of the tree by 0.2 of a second, and he's on the brakes, and Cheeky goes 703 on the 695. He needed to give those brakes a tap, and a 684 on a 680. Terry Hall just backdoored it. He had an honest dial in there.
It's good to see some people still have that habit of just trusting it, sending it into the finish line.
Not backing off anything.
Sending it into the beams. Tony Carkeet and Brad Hill. It's just about how you dial as to how you win the... If you can't go near it, you just keep putting it out the back. Watch this.
1.7.
Bang. Bang.
Yep, there we go. Oh, didn't the EH move around?
Yeah, he just didn't like that one on the hit. Might have cost him a bit of time. He's going to be hard to defend that.
Yeah, he can't pull that back. A 707 was enough for Brad Hill on his 690. An 805 and a 780 for Tony Carkeet. After that little bit of a mishap, you just can't get it back in 8th mile racing. It just doesn't happen.
Bit of boosted bump in here. Listen to this.
Rankin against Wilson.
Bump City.
There, you can hear him all right. There's one end. Oh, and he bowled it. He let it go down. Yep, that thing died.
No, he had it all set. He had to bring it back down and then reset. Could be a break yet? No, it's not.
No.
Dean Wilson, 647 on a 45, but that's sometimes what happens when you engage in battle.
Yeah, Andrew Rankin, he'd be smashing the steering wheel over that bit.
Oh, look, it's just something that happens in heads-up racing, especially when you've got to light the wick on something like that.
Yep.
You kind of only want to go to that You only want to go to the never, never once. You know what I mean?
And
To
he
go
went
to the
there
never, never twice
twice.
in 5 seconds is never, ever going to happen.
Yep, well, it didn't.
Murray Johnston now and Chris Pattinson. 868. Getting a bit dyslexic this
And
time of night.
660.
Time of night, it's 5 to 6. It feels like midnight here. Always feels like midnight here at Willowbank.
Yeah, always.
Feels like we're right deep into the night, folks, but we're not. We're barely. The sun's
We're
barely
in
gone
there.
down.
Yeah, 6 o'clock. It's not even 6 o'clock yet.
Murray Johnston and Chris Pattinson ready to go. This is the quick and the dead dial your own challenge. The QCL group.
So Johnson really giving this car a bit of a workout before he brings it forward.
Yeah. Chris Pattinson, well, he's the one that's got to do the bumping here. So you notice the people that are bumping in for battle.
Yeah. I mean, he held the pre-stage, now he's in. Bang. And he's got a big weight. And, mate, there's 5 kicks reaction. He's got already. He can roll off now and take the win.
Yeah.
And he did. 690 on a 660 dial-in, an 883 and an 868. Murray just didn't have it.
It does work in your favour sometimes when you've got a car that has got plenty of power, but it's a bit hard to bump and boost.
Yeah.
It's just got that little bit of time if you are chasing that little stagger that helps. Dave Webber now, 687, 645. He had a great battle last round, Dave Webber.
Yeah, oh, he's a racer's racer.
He's got a tough one here, 645 the Falcon. He's got to do the bumping too. He's got to do the bumping as well.
Yeah.
And there's not much time to wait here, I tell you. There's no little wait here.
Mate, you're cutting this close. I can't believe they've been that.
7 seconds.
Wow, that must have been 6 and 3
You know what, on paper it doesn't look that bad. It's not much at all, but Webber's got a tiny advantage and he's got a little bit more at the end now.
Yeah, a 689
Wow.
on a 687. Thank you very much. A 685 on a 645. Just too much for A16.
791 for Scott Cortina in the wagon. Tony Rogers, 739. Scotty goes into stage. Here we go. Quick and the dead. Pro Tree Action. He's got to light that thing up. He's got 7 seconds to light it up.
Oh, he got there. And he paid a little bit. He lost his concentration. There's 2 tenths in the tree. And Cortina's got the advantage.
Oh, a bit
and
of brake
GOT,
light.
Yeah, big brake light.
That's what Scotty used to do in the old X275 class when, you know, the Gazard started to go a little bit too quick for 850. There'd be a little bit of that.
Yeah, 796 took the win. Reese Baker up against Stephen Smith.
Bang, bang.
He's out with a 2-3. There's a 10th already. Advantage to Baker, just in reaction time. But I'll tell you what, Smith picks it up. Boy, not enough. Went 9-1 on a 9-0 dial in for Baker and a 7-3 on a 7 flat. Yeah, well, you can't give away 200s, can you?
Grant's gone straight in here against John Zorzo.
Zorzo's out and gone, and looks like he stumbled a little bit in that
Oh, that's all he needs in that little Mazda. That's all he needs. Careful to push it.
Yeah, he left plenty in there. 670 on a 641. He was safe enough. 884 and an 810. John Zorzo was just not in that race. His head was somewhere else, or the car was somewhere else.
Well, he did the double bulb thing there, which sometimes just hurries your little procedure. Jeffrey Marshall now, Tony Ferguson. Here's the weight. Oh, he was patient. He was patient.
Yep. Cut a light. He's got 2 tenths in there, and he's getting on the brakes big time. And he paid the price. It was still a breakout pass for the brakes, Jeff Marshall.
You almost need to put extra brake lights on the back of your car if you're slow, just to dazzle your opponent as he comes to the beams.
Yeah, a 988 on a 10 flat's a monumental breakout. A 658 on a 46 for Ferguson. He did it easy in the end, but he had 2 tenths in the tree.
It's a great idea. There's nothing to say you couldn't put a whole bar of light bar across the back of your car.
I think they might have something to say.
And then that'll be like, as you're getting to the finish line, you flash the bloke chasing you a few times. Blind him, just blind him.
Justin Stephenson against Matty Loy. And there's not a lot in this. 675, but chased by a 642.
All right, so one more pairing after this. Justin Stevenson, 675. He was lucky in the last round. He won't be as lucky against Junga Bunga.
Yeah, if he drives by Justin, he's a good racer.
Light that barrier up now. Oh, Junga on a massive hole shot. But he wants to run it tight here, Junga. He wants to run it tight, rolls it off. Oh.
Yeah, goes 664.
Get ready, don't roll. Get ready, don't roll.
679. Oh, Justin Stevens will smash the steering wheel.
That was a good run by him, but for Junga, that 115 had just made the whole shot so obvious.
Yep, it's all in that reaction time in that first 60 feet, and people don't believe me, but when you see it time and time again. Andrew Dunnett has been racing around the place for a long time, seen him at Warwick, seen him all over the place. Jason Bauer in beside. What do we got? A 6:45 and a 6:7. Nothing between these two. Nothing. And nothing in 36 over 2-3, so we're talking 300ths of a second.
That's tight.
That is tight. I'll tell you what, Dunnett drove round him. No, he didn't. Bowers broke out. Went 6:44 with a 6, broke out by 4 thousandths of a second.
And it was 44 thousandths across the stripe, margin of victory.
Oh,
So,
man, leave me alone.
that's round 2 done already.
Yeah,
QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge. Actually, I don't know how much is up for grabs in this class tonight.
I don't know.
Do we know?
I think there's some money. There's certainly there's enough because there's enough of them in there. And they all had to buy in, so I'm sure they've all worked it out.
Now,
and if you've gone out, you wouldn't be happy.
Well, I did hear Mick say something about when we get to that last 20 that we're having another briefing.
Yes.
I do believe that would be the case. We're nowhere near the last 20, though, in that field.
I wouldn't have thought so.
And look, the page is a bit shorter now. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So that was 27 pairings then.
Yeah.
So that was 54.
Yep.
So we're down to 27.
Yep.
That's what we'd be down to.
Won't they be fighting for the buy on that?
So that was 54. So we did have about 108 then, if that's the case.
Must be.
We must have had 108.
He had a better idea than we did.
We had 27 pairings in, that was 54. So we must have had that 108 in round 1.
Yeah.
Never do you hear of those numbers. That's crazy numbers.
No.
Because what better thing to do other than run your car all day is to run it again.
Yeah.
But run it in a little bit of competition. And I think this is what is missing in most drag and drive events that I've seen anyway, like, Sick Week and that you don't get this little race within the race. And I think that drivers deserve to have the opportunity.
Have a race.
If no other time have they ever had a go at it other than, through events like this.
You sort it out.
This is how you get the bug and you keep the bug. You get addicted to that top bulb. It's about that top bulb, right?
So easy. It is so easy, and it's so hard to walk away.
And it is a little bit of an adrenaline rush, I must admit.
I don't know how I walked away, but I did. I think in the end it was just I didn't have enough dollars to do it on my own.
Well, it is. It all does come down to budget, but it's clear to see that when you drive through the pits and you see everyone around, you just go, boy, we've all been working, especially our Monday to Friday.
Yep.
You can tell how hard we've been working as Australians in probably the best state of the country, Queensland. I'm biased, right? I'm biased.
I was born in Sydney, mate.
Yep.
And I came here in '71, so
yeah, Queensland.
I was convinced.
We're quite lucky to be living in Queensland. We're obviously all mostly gainfully employed, and we're skilled people, and this is our hobby. And you bring the setups you do, you bring the cars out that you've got, and the quality just amazing.
I mean, the only time I've left this state, I went to Darwin for 4 years. And came back so laid back, it took me a year and a half to get back up to pace. It's
laid back. It's a busy life, but
not
it's
laid back.
We work hard, we play hard, and the cars they seem to go hard as well. What a country to be living in when we know we can do all of that. Work hard, play hard, and have cars that just you can use for so many things. It's good to put the power into them and get them down the track. Or it's also good to turn up at Joe's or whatever and put the car on display.
I suppose I've put some 3.7s in the back of mine. It's got 3.5s in it now. Put some 7s in it. I've put it in the low 12s.
Well, if
maybe
we're playing
11.
We're playing in the 660, Kerry, you probably have a real ball in here, I think.
Yeah, you're starting to make me think about it. You really
are. You're never too old to start, mate.
Well, it's not a matter of start. It's a restart.
A restart. Well,
a restart. It's been a while, though, I must admit.
Kerry is looking for a water jacketed billet Noonan Hemi. If I know there's a few pro lines laying around at the moment, you might be able to grab a 481X at the right price. So if you are looking at that, if you are looking at stepping back in, you could be king of the kids with that sort of stuff.
Oh, couldn't you ever? Can you imagine my missus if I said I just went and spent 100 grand on drag race stuff?
Yeah, and that'd be just like the engine, and then it'd be like, and she'll go, well, look at it this way. She goes, what? And I said, well,
I just mortgaged the house.
Look, it was 100 grand. And she goes, is that all? I said, well, I've got to build a car now.
Yeah, that's another 100.
Yeah, they add up. They absolutely add up, and it stuns me. It absolutely stuns me how many people below the professional category group.
Yeah.
Because honestly, there's people below those professionals earning more money than the professionals in their day-to-day lives. But when they go drag racing, they want to race the way they want to race. And it's not the way that the professionals race.
No, it's a whole different ball
It
game.
suits the lifestyle. All right, here we go. Bang, bang. Again, we're back in the bang, bang eliminator. Rowan Ward and Rowan. Rowan and Rowan. It's Rowan, top Rowan now.
Oh, here we go.
We've had Shane, we've had Matt, we've had Kev. Now it's Rowan. Go Rowan. Rowan out there with a great reaction time, but Rowan's done a better one. Rowan's trying to haul down Rowan, but Rowan's there at the end. You go Rowan. 7-1-1. 7-1-1 beats an 8-27. Did they deliberately plan that to happen, or are we just putting these guys against each other?
Yeah, I don't know who's taking the mickey.
Oh, sorry about that, Rowan, but great work, Rowan. All right, Andrew Borg and Craig Noffke. You can't write this sort of script.
No, don't give us too many opportunities.
690 heads up. Who would have thought? Bang, bang.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Half a light advantage to Noffke. And I think he's going to maintain it. Yeah, he goes 694 to 690. The man's a racer.
That's a great
692 on a 690. They're both good
That's
races.
a great race.
It was just in the tree.
That's
it was
a great
2/10
race.
there, and Bull couldn't pull that back and stay, not break it out.
Okay, here comes Kevin and Shane together.
Yeah, Shane Farrell with a 675, Kevin Brown with a 647. So we've got a light.
One little bang after another. Watch this. Kevy's got to put it in. Bang, bang.
Oh, gee, that was close.
It's a gunfight.
And there's nothing in this. Half.
Oh, Kevy back.
Yes, our breakout pass from Farrell. A 673 with a 7 on a 75.
He did not flinch an inch.
And 52. Brown says, I've got this. I picked up a 10th on the tree, and he's maintained it all the way through.
0.013 under. Grant Fleet now, Shane Locke. A little bit of a delay here as that blowing Holden goes out first. Shane Locke's going to be so careful to stage here. He knows he can get that hit on the love truck. He's got to wait, though. He's done the sums in his head. Oh, again, nearly identical reaction times. He's out there, the Holden's out there, but Locke's on the brakes. 49 on a 39 beats a 73 on the back off for Grant Fleet.
Grant didn't have the 57 in the car.
50 thou at the finish line.
And I guess when you get to this time of night and you've got to dial in, you've got to drive flat out. You just got
You got to send it here. Scotty Clibborn, he's got to pull the clutch out here. He's got to pull the clutch out. Bang, bang. And he's out reacted Dean Beatty. Now he's got to get in front of him though. Beatty's out in front, the little Corolla. He's getting to the stripe. He gets to the stripe.
Yep, got there. 697 on a 95 and an 85 on a 70. Gee, there was nothing in that.
What a great one. 36,000's at the stripe because Mr. Perry Bullivant's ringing me there to see how everything's going. Okay. Tim Cross and Cliff Broadman now. Timmy 650, Cliff Broadman 720. He is still in there.
This is pretty good. You have all the paint on this thing.
Yeah, Timmy's got to bump in again here. He's got to do the bump again. Bump and run.
I'm glad I didn't have to mush that up for Cliff Broadman. Mate, there's a day in that. Maybe longer. Well, he's bumped in Tim Cross and Peyton Bryce had a little bit of a relax and Broadman was gone. Goes 722 at 96 to take the win. A 654 at 650 for Timmy Cross. Just not quite quick enough.
There we go, Timmy.
Brad Hill and Dean Wilson. So Brad Hill rolling through now in the Big Falcon. He still hasn't got that wing right, but never mind, he's going to irritate me for the next 2 days. Dean Wilson in beside.
Well, these classic Holdens, these weapons, are they going to be stopped here coming towards the pointy end, that last sort of 27 odd? Brad Hill.
This thing of Wilson's is really tidy. Had a bit of a look at this car.
Better reaction time for Dean Wilson, so he's got that little thing bumping in, the six-bagger bumping in.
Race, he got there.
Triggering win lights as well, 662 over a 690. Rang on the 690, Brad Hill, but
left it in the tree.
Left it in the tree.
Left
here they are. Webber's back. Simon Clark, Dave Webber, 687, 730.
This is going to be tough. I mean, there's not much there. What, light between the two cars? We're talking 4/10. And he rolled it.
He's gone.
That was going to be a red. Simon couldn't hang on to it. And Dave Webber says, thank you very much. I want that. Sees the win light come on, goes and breaks out by a couple of hundredths. Just to see where he goes, went 685. That's a smart racer. I'll backdoor the car. I know I've got the race win. Let's see how quick it really will go.
I've just found out, just by looking at the live stream, it comes across the screen, it says it's a $3,000 QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge tonight. So that's what they're up for, 3 nicker. Luke Redpath and Ben Cox, 771, 740, bang, bang.
3 kids.
And Perry Boulevard, I know where there's another red hatchback. There's 2 red hatchbacks here, Perry. I know where yours is with the clutch pedal in it. You'll fit right in. 744 the loss, though, because Ben Cox, 773 on a 771.
Yeah, and cut a light to boot. So that should be Luke Redpath. Or are you looking for something else?
No, they're coming up here now.
And Ben Cox.
No, this will be Scott Cortina. They're coming up real quick.
Okay, yeah, we haven't got that quite right yet. Yeah, we've got it now.
No, we haven't, because Scott Cortina is out there.
Roll through again.
There we go.
Now we got it.
And Janine.
And Janine Marshall.
So Janine gets the head start here by a little bit. So Scotty Cortina's going to be real careful staging this wagon in. He used brake light insurance last time. He wants... where did he go?
Couldn't hang on to it.
The Phantom Amber has hit Scotty Cortina.
Yep, and Janine says, thank you, sir.
And he'll go a 94 on a 91. He could have really legged it. Mind you, look at that. Janine went 013 over, 003 over as well. That would have been tight. If they kept clean greens, that would have been tight.
That would have been a good race. Matty Loy back again, in beside Reece Baker. Jeez, we're dropping some names, aren't we?
Yeah, Junga Bunga in here. He'll go in. He'll just put that. He'll be the last guy to put a bulb on here. Reece Baker.
642 on a 9 flat.
So Junga just gets himself ready. This guy demonstrates the importance of staging your car. He's gone in a bit deeper here, Junga. He just rolled it in a bit more. Junga, 074 off the butt. He might just make him pay here, Junga Bunga. He might even get the old HQ drum brakes.
I think he's made him pay.
49 on a 42. 900 with a 1. Reece ran smack on it.
It's in the tree. It's an 07 to a 24. That's
smack on it. Grant Dixon, 2 bulbs. Tony Ferguson. Tony. So Phantom Ambers are starting to come in as we get the adrenaline up a few more notches. Now that we know we're up for 3, Nick, a 681 for Grant Dixon, a soft win for him.
Yep, and Tony Ferguson just let it run through. Broken-hearted for sure.
Yeah, cool. All right, Chris Pattinson and Kevin Morton back.
So a 660 being chased by a 648. So, 0.18 between them? So less than half a lot. Not a lot in this. Not a lot in this. So you're going to have to watch the tree.
All right, Chris Pattinson will be bumping the 6-banger in. Kevy Morton will probably stage, well, he's going to try and stage last year, I would imagine, but I think Kevy's a guy for games.
Yeah.
I don't think they forget him and Sengi. Sengi drives this thing and defends himself well as a racer, and he doesn't play games normally either.
No, he's just rolling in at my deal. Patterson is forced to deal. Is he deep stage? No, it's only the pre-stage.
Oh, well, no, he's done both for him. There we go. He's done both for him, did Kevy.
Yeah, bumped it in.
Oh, clean green, 066 for Pattinson. He's been racing well, but Kevy just streaking away.
This thing goes 655 on a 48. Man, that was impressive. And a 77 on a 60 for Chris Patterson.
Overcame the whole shot.
Yeah, he could ask why I lost that. Where did I go wrong?
33 thousandths at the stripe. Andrew Dunnett gets the solo, so this round will be over. Yep. Dunnett survives another round.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of Mopar still left.
And we've
got a bit of Holden still left. Yep. We've got a little bit of import still left.
We've got a bit of Ford left.
We've got any girls left? I've got to check. No, we did. We had some. We had Janine in there.
I wonder if we've lost Janine.
Let's see.
We'll see when they come around.
Yeah, they're going to be around soon.
Have a look at that. On a solo, 673 on a 670, 101 mile an hour. Andrew Dunnett says, well, just test this dial in.
Yeah, no, that's what you need to do on a run like that, and that's exactly what guys like Dunnett would do. They would just try it, and they've done a great job. 73 on a 70, so...
Just restores your confidence. Yeah, I'm on the money. I know where I should be, and the car's running where I thought it would be.
How's everyone over on the mound there? All of our competitors finished for the day. Good to see you up there enjoying this. Someone, and remind you that there was 100 of you, obviously, were entered for the Dial Your Own shootout. So we've got a few losers, shouldn't say that, but, people who have been defeated over there on the hill enjoying the fruits of the magic honey pot, the golden esky.
Yes.
That we're all sharing from. It's good that you're all over there, and we'll love to join you for tea shortly. So round 3 was Rowan and Rowan. So we've had our Matt versus Matt. We've had it. Okay, Shane Baker, Tanya Thompson to the lanes, please. Shane Baker, Tanya Thompson to the lanes, please. Shane Baker, Tanya Thompson to the lanes, please. So, yeah, that's it. We've had so last night, the Kev versus Kev. We've had the Shane versus Shane, the Matt versus Matt. We had a Rowan versus a Rowan.
Yeah, we've had them all.
We've had them all. So we've still got one Rowan left. We've got a Craig left. We've got... I'm just going to see whether or not we actually ever get another potential match-up between two. There's a Dean Beatty and a Dean Wilson left. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
We can put that up.
We've got a Dean Beatty and a Dean Wilson left, right? So we might see a Dean versus Dean, a top Dean eliminator. We do have Kevin Brown and Kevin Morton left too. Could we go Kevin on Kevin again? I just don't think there's enough bandwidth left to do that. We rotated the earth a little bit last night when, for the first time ever, two blokes called Kevin raced each other in professional motorsport.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah, no, it's good. We're all for firsts here, aren't we?
Yeah, and we're in for a second.
So we've only got one Grant left. We've only got one Matty left. We've got an Andrew, looking for another Andrew. No. Oh, and Andrew Borg went out that round. But we do have a Rowan and a Craig and a Kevin, a Shane, two Deans. Actually, we do have... only one Dave left. Normally you got a few spare Daves, you know. We've had a few spare Daves in the past. We got one Dave, one Dean, or two, as we said, two Deans. Got a Ben left. We've got Janine. Janine, there you go. There's our lady left.
Yep, Janine's
Scotty
still there.
Cortina went red, or Phantom Amber, so we've got Janine left. We've got Matty, Grant, and Kevin and Andrew left. So we've got a whole variety of names there, but potentially it could be a Kevin on Kevin or a Dean on Dean somewhere in the future.
Oh, well, we'll wait and see.
You know what we'll do with that is I'm going to blow that through. I'm going to blow that thing to pieces through the PA purely because it's not often you get to put two blokes
together
and the same name together.
No,
it's even better than a husband and wife racing each other or a child racing a parent. I love that too, but when it's just two blokes not related to each other other than by name, in other words, when all their life, when someone yelled out their name, it's the same name.
They turned.
Yeah, just to be able to see two men, one race, one name. Kevin.
What have we put you on tonight?
What
have we got you on tonight?
It's just the randomness, randomness of it.
It sure is random, all right.
Oh, thank you, Damien Boyce. We've got people watching on the live stream. Oh, there we are. They're
Oh, they tell me they got us up there. Hello.
I'd appreciate it if, more women passed the comment to say you're a good-looking rooster. To have all the guys tell you that.
Have they telling you that?
I've got guys telling me, good to see you good-looking roosters up there on the stream.
Okay. Gee,
hello,
get
on the
glasses.
live stream.
Get glasses.
On the stream.
It's actually, keep drinking.
You know what? Keep it from that angle over there.
Yeah,
that's the way.
Yeah, keep drinking.
Just keep it from that angle over there. You don't need to be any closer.
No, that's... Because the minute you get closer, it's all going to go to, you know what?
Any closer, and then it's what I see in the mirror every day. And let's face it,
That's different.
Some people throw up every morning. Sometimes I don't throw up every morning.
I've got to the point where I don't look.
Well, I've still got to look. I've
got no hair to comb.
Well, sometimes you wake up and you might have slept on one side. And again, we're just going off on a tangent while we're killing time here. You ever gone to sleep on one side of your face and you're waking up and you've just slept on the same? Yeah, you wake up, you look at yourself and go, dude, everything's on one side.
Okay, a briefing down there.
We'll knock off for 2 minutes.
We'll break up.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm missing a driver. 14, you're driving? Yep, cool. All right, guys. So from here on in, you can buy in. Obviously, what we'll do is we will give you one peg. That peg will represent your lifeline. So if you happen to lose, you bring that peg back to me, attached with a $20 note. That will let you buy back in. You only get to buy back in once. If you lose again for the second time, obviously you're out. We will go all the way through. The peg goes all the way through. So even if you're racing against somebody in the final and they've still got their peg and they lose, they still get to come back around and run you again. The peg stays live right the way through. All right? So if you manage to hang on to the peg all the way through, as we know has happened once before, then you're going pretty well if you can come back and give the peg back as well. The peg is non-transferable. If you break, it comes back to us. Simple as that. If we don't get it back, obviously you lose the points for the rest of for the weekend, up to date for the rest of the competition. Does everybody understand? Has everybody got a $20 note on them? Yep, because you'd hate to get right through the final and go, oh, jeez. All right, so the biggest thing, guys, is we'll try and go through it slowly, but we do want you to come back to the lanes every time. Okay, so once you're done, don't stop down there, have a chit-chat and all the rest of the stuff. Do us a favour, just come back into the lane so we know you're back here and you're ready to go again. If you don't come back around, and we're at the stage of getting ready to do this, have we got the cards ready? So we need 7 cards, pairs. So the way it works is we'll get it sorted out. We will give just everybody a peek to start with. Don't lose it.
Thanks, sir.
Don't lose it. We've had people that's gone underneath the back of cars and underneath the seats and down in front of the windscreen, so don't lose it. Cheers.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, don't lose it. Don't give it away. All right, it could be worth $3,000, that peg. All right, so the way it works is first place will get $3,000 thanks to QCL Group. Second place will take home the money in the bucket. Third, fourth, and the rest on get zip. All right, it's pretty self-explanatory. All right, so we're just waiting on the deck of cards to come up. So what we'll do is you will draw your dancing partner out by the card. Obviously, the matching card is who you're going to be racing. If you draw a red card, red is for right lane, black is for left lane. All right, everybody understand? It doesn't matter how you draw it out. Just because you might draw the aces doesn't mean you're first up. It's whoever we sort out here, and that's who we'll bring up. When you guys come back around the second time, let's leave every second lane blank. So look, we're going to use lanes 3, 5 and 7. That way it's easy for people to get their stuff, all right? So 3, 5 and 7, we'll, so just you, look, he can't help himself, he can't help himself. I asked him again. Yeah, he's watching, Diggles was watching. All right, guys, so we've got, should have 14 in total. So we do have matching pairs.
Yeah, they're all matching pairs, they're just not in orders.
That's right, I don't, no, they can't be right, can't do that. Right, they've got to be a red and a black of each because that determines the lane. Yeah, he's slipping. Hey. That's what I was just saying. So leave lanes 4 and 6 empty. I didn't say that. Do we just need to come down this way?
Chris Nichols distracted me.
Yeah. No, so we're only using when you come back 3, 5 and 7. Yep. Leave 4 and 6 empty. Exactly. It's exactly what Matty said. That's what we're doing. All right. We're just waiting on a red ace card to come back, and everybody should that should work properly. And
There you go, it's right colour this time.
yeah, no, that's all right. And you should have just keep the joker in your pocket. Because if we end up with a... so also, guys, if we do, we don't have it yet, but if we end up with an odd number, we'll put the joker in here. If you draw the joker, obviously it's a buy. You don't have to run. We don't make you run the buy if you don't want to make the buy. It's purely because if we get to the stage of getting around, it's just bloody... it's just making things hot. We don't need to do that for anybody. All right, guys, let's draw for your dancing partner, and it also determines your lane, one at a time.
Oh, what's lanes?
Red
is right.
Red is right. Red is right. Didn't I go through that?
No.
Red is right.
Here, mate.
5.
Right. Find your dancing partner.
6.
5.
Yes.
Find your dancing partner. Hang on to your hang on to your cards, and then I will take them off you once they're paired up. All right. So once you get your dance partner organised, we'll get sorted, and then I'll take it off you as we get going.
Red,
Is it what's the most in it?
L98, 350, 100 shots. I remember your album, and I saw it at a turn on it. Oh, so there we go. I dialed in 6.9, so give me a head start.
How many shots?
Just 100.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we ran with 100.
Yeah. We'll see how we go. We pedalled it last time.
With a couple hundred in it, I ran 630. Stock L77. Yeah, how many runs did it do with the 200 before it let go?
Okay, Shane Baker, we need you guys. Shane Baker, we need you. Obviously down in the staging lanes, I would think. If you can't make it, mate, could you send somebody down and tell the boss that you're not going to get there? So Shane Baker
Copy that.
is broken.
There we go. So the word has come back, hot off the press. Over his win against Brian Ward, Shane Baker, we saw the smoke come out of the car on the roll-off. That was...
it was terminal.
Yeah, that was a
that's a shame.
A little bit more than just a little overrun.
Yep, just there wasn't more oil than we needed.
Might have pushed the little hole in the little iron line.
Yep, and you can push them hard.
Just might have a little hole in the lung there.
Yep, you just never know.
So so that means that Hoffman's... So either Paulie Fuller and Scott Hoffman race each other, or Tanya and Hoffman race each other. So we don't know exactly what that's going to be. But all of our competitors in the QCL group. Now, look, again, I'm watching the banner come across on the live stream. The Dial Your Own Challenge is actually 3 nicker, and the shootout is 1,600.
It's not penny any money.
No. It's but it actually encourages you to race Dial Your Own. Mine's harder. Mind you, it's also whoever wins the $1,600 pot in I shouldn't say the big boys, the big persons. Well, that would be interesting as well. All right, here we go. Next round, Rowan Ward, Craig Nofke. They had to draw out a card each, and that was given us lane choice. 695, 690, getting towards the pointy end.
Nothing in this.
The pointy end.
This is the race's race.
Pointy end, getting it settled. Here we go. Bang, bang.
Whoa, a 4-6. Nofke got ahead of the 3 by 2/10 a second, and I don't think Rowan Ward can pull that back. No way. 692 on a 690. Leave me alone. And a 7 flat on the 695. Mate, they're on the money. It's just the tree told the story again. Man, you need to go home and get yourself a practice tree and get that reaction down. You just got to get it if you want to win races.
All right, Janine Marshall and Shane Locke. Now, Shane, don't be a bully here. Ladies first, Janine Marshall, 10.15, so she'll be out and gone in the big limo.
Yeah. Big start. Almost 4 seconds. Almost.
So Shane's just going to be very careful on the stage here, Janine. If she cuts a good light here, he might put a bit of pressure on Shane. He's got a bit of a weight here. He's got a bit of a weight. She's going to go. Oh, look, he can afford a little bit here, Shane. He can afford a little bit.
He got 2/10.
He didn't leave much there. He didn't leave much there, Janine. She's on and off the throttle already, I think. She thought she had a way head start. She still went 17 on a 15. Shane goes 47 on a 39. Had a little bit spare.
2/10 is a light year. 2/10 is a light year. So Dean Wilson over this side in the EK. Utility, Kevin Brown in beside. We've got a 645 and a 647. This is just about heads up. There's nothing. There's 2/100ths of a second.
Kevin and Dean, Dean and Kevin. A little bit better for Dean. Out comes Kevy though. Oh, they're fighting. The six bangers fighting.
There's nothing in this. Wow. I'm glad I didn't put the house on that one. A 656 on a 45 for Wilson takes the win. A 648 on a 40. Gee, he was closer, Kevin Brown, but he left those 2/10 in the tree. And Dean Wilson, that was all he needed.
Dean Wilson's through.
That's what he needed. I'll tell you what, man, I cannot say it enough, and you probably come and smack me in the mouth. Mate, you got to practice the tree.
All right, Andrew Dunnett and Ben Cox. They're going to race each other now. So 670 to a 771, 1 second difference there between the two pro trees.
So Cox will get the start. So you see he's got his green with a 198 and a 2-3 for Dunnett.
He could be in trouble here, Dunnett. He could be in trouble. The Commodore's done the Hulk shot on him.
Oh, he got it. Well, a breakout pass. A 770 with a 5 on a 771 for Ben Cox.
He's gone perfect. Andrew Dunnett's gone perfect.
670. He's gone 670 with 2 zeros. So
Dunnett went perfect. 670 flat. Whoa.
I think we're going to call that a Dunnett from now on.
We need perfection. That's what we're seeing. Dave Webber now. Kevin Morton. There's not much Mopar left. Well, we've just seen Dunnett go through. Dave, can you keep the Mopar guys in there? Kevin Morton. No pushover at all. 648 to a 687.
Yeah, out of line.
Oh, 097 for Kev.
Look at this.
He's giving himself every chance. He might be putting a little bit of Mopar on the fire here. Yes, he does.
And a breakout pass for Webber. 683 on a 687 is too quick. And a 657 on a 48. Thank you very much, Kevin Morton.
All right, Dean Beatty. If we're going to see two Deans in the next round, Matty has got to take him out here. Junga Bunga, 642, 695 for Dean Beatty. Junga's just going to be careful here on the stage.
Oh, mate.
Long roofs forever.
When he gets into race mode, Matty Loy, man, it's just a different person. It's a Lloyd trait, don't worry.
Oh, he's done the whole shot again, Junga Bunga. We're not going to get a Dean on Dean unless Junga breaks out. Junga!
No way, he knows exactly what that car's going to do. A 6.56 on a 42, Matty says thank you, I'll have that. A 7.04 and a 95 for Dean Beatty, but puts him on the trailer.
No two Deans. All right, Grant Dixon now, Cliff Broadman, 6.41, chasing a 7.20. The little rotor still in the fight. Oh, he's been left behind a little bit. He's going to have to really give all the 13B what he's got. He's running out of space. Clegg's right there. Oh, Boardman gives it back.
Yeah, breaks out and gives him the run. Dixon says, thank you. 2/10 off the pace and takes the win. Broadman needed to roll just that little bit. A 7.18 on a 7.20. Man, that's a hard break. But that's drag racing.
It is. It is absolutely. Clifton did not want to back off there. He was in that send it mode.
Yep.
He just wanted to send that thing down there and see what happened. And an 18 with a 2 pushed it too hard. And Grant Dixon kind of got himself out of a bit of a dilly there because he sat there looking at the green.
Did everything wrong.
He sat there looking at the green, did everything wrong, and still came up with a win via the breakout. God, I love the good old breakout.
Yep.
God, I love what Ciro did with the old dial your own. Remember that? Bringing that over there and making real people into real stars just by sheer skill.
If you were in the QDRA in those days, the wars about dial your own racing was unbelievable. And it took probably a year or two before everybody got their head around it.
Because it was it used to be, the quickest.
Elimination racing. So, and the guys that were objecting are the guys that used to win because they had the fastest car. Didn't even have to cut lights. And what dial your own racing is, mate, you better cut light. You better be able to run on the dial in. And you better be able to do it
We're
time
about
after.
to get going again for another round of our big boys and girls shootouts. So we did, unfortunately, Shane Baker got the win. However, it looks like he's pushed out an intake manifold gasket. So he's unfortunately not back. So we're about to do another draw in regards to who's getting the bye run, because we were down to 2 pairs. Now it turns out that we've only got 1 pair and a bye run again. So they've done the draw. So basically what we've got up is Mr. Hoffman. He'll be running up against Tanya Thompson in the Pro VH. The winner of that will take on Paulie Fuller in the Gemini, who just got the bye run. Let's watch. It's going to be a great race.
Cars ready to race on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. I can't remember which day it was, but I know I used to work my butt off for a long time on the microphone. Yeah, I've been doing it that long. For those of you that are around.
All right, so Mick's just laid it out on the live stream. Here comes Tanya and Paul. I think it's Tanya and Paulie.
Okay, that's not what I'm seeing, but
no. Well, here we go.
Here we go now.
So I think this is Tanya and Paulie from just what I heard.
Okay. Well,
hang on, we've got. What do we got? Is it a Corolla? It might be. It's actually Hoffman. It's actually Hoffman.
Okay.
It's Tanya and Hoff.
Okay, this
together.
will be a race. This will be a race.
So that means Paulie Fuller.
Is he going to get the bye?
Because of Baker, might get the bye. So Hoff can't have the bye.
Hoff's got a race.
Oh, Baker's broken. There we go. So that's why we won't see Baker, but we do see Tanya Thompson and Scott Hoffman in the water. So no more solos for Hoff. He might have to take the hot tune-up out that he tried in round 1.
Yeah.
He's got to make something work here. Mind you, Tanya's on a tear. 5.12 at 141 mile an hour. Hoff. He did put that in the, did bury that thing into the 5.1s this afternoon. But right now, we've given it a spray both sides.
We're doing as much as we can for them. I don't know how we hold the heat. Only you guys down on the track would know we're holding heat. But we're certainly holding sticky.
Is she sticky enough down there, Tomo? Looks sticky enough? Yeah. It's
have you put your hand down to see how hot it is?
No, I don't think he knows about the temp, but
yes,
he knows
does.
that it's sticky enough. Did he
enough.
have the gun there? Did he gun it?
Oh, he might have. He's happy. He's bringing his lady forward, and she is a racer's racer.
Now, I don't think Hoff's ever had the opportunity to race the first lady of radio racing, but here they are running now.
He's going to find out right now. Okay. Pardon me. I don't know where I'm getting this cough from. What cold?
I think it's talking for 2 days, Kerry.
Might have something to do with
might be something to do with it.
You think I'm getting out of practice or something?
No, mate, no, not at all, not at all.
It could be, it could be.
It's just a bit of maintenance, mate. I'll give you a couple of anti-coal lozenges on the way home.
No,
And
I'll be right. Yeah, that'll do it. They do it all the
that's
time.
what I normally use. All right, here we go. We're going to go to Bump City here, ladies and gentlemen. This is for, not the final yet, because I think we've still got Paulie there. So whether Hoffman races Paulie or Tanya races Paulie.
No.
He's lighting the L3RZ up already, Hoff.
Yeah, putting the RPM in there. Bumps it. And you're holding him a little bit to be counting the 12 seconds. Oh,
Hoff goes red! Hoff goes red! Oh, no!
Oh, you see the flame out of the back of Tanya's car.
Oh, Tanya.
565 at 91 mile an hour and a 515 for the Hoff. Went 07 red.
Hoffman did not take the lady lightly. He did not take the lady lightly at all.
And I think he just got a driving lesson.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Tanya's then. I don't know whether it didn't shift or whatever, but Hoff went 5.15 at 138 mile an hour, 129 60 foot to a 132 60 foot, 339 to a 338.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
All right, now Paulie, I think Paulie's going to send it here. Come on, Paulie.
Yeah, he's on his own, so he's got an opportunity to force the issue.
128 to 64, 330, 346, takes it to the finish line, 547. He's going to need all of that against Tanya.
And he moved that car, moved around on him a fair bit.
But we also got to make sure that the Pro VH is in some sort of shape to get to the final, because it did have a bit of a bang there as it went through the lights.
Well,
so who knows what's going to happen in the next few minutes as we start to take a little bit of stock about what we might have left between those three cars. So Paulie on a solo, that was good. The thing worked. It wasn't a 5-1. He went 21 this afternoon, so it wasn't a 5-1, but it was a nice run that stuck that time. His light, though, he was a 4.85 light. Remember the previous run, Paulie went 0.14. Paulie went 0.14 off the button last round against Yarwood and put Yarwood away. So
he knows how to cut a light.
He knows how to cut a light. Hoffman went red, and I don't think it's the first time Hoff's actually gone red in a big moment, but again, it just goes to show the respect he's giving his opponent.
Yeah,
like every time you see a crack at the tree like that, you've basically got to say that racer respected the hell out of his opponent.
And he knew he had a race on his hands.
That was pure respect there to the First Lady. Mind you, Hoff did also put both bulbs on first before Tanya.
Yeah, he did.
So Tanya did have to kind of get in and do her bump a little bit faster.
You got to do 12 seconds, I think it is.
Well, you got a 7-second thing there, and I know Tanya normally has no problem doing that, but just in that case, Hoffman put both on and got there. So in a way, he was also trusting Tanya to make sure he didn't get hung out, and Tanya made sure she didn't do that either.
Yeah.
So we are seeing truly the best ethical racing you've ever seen.
Yep.
Gentlemen and gentle lady racers showing that sportsmanship and not just for a sheep station moment deciding to do a dirty tactic. There's been none of that. It has been the
really
cleanest racing that you can possibly get. Just the true showing of sportsmanship.
And we do know the tricks. Don't worry.
So $3,000 the QCL group dial your own, and the $1,600.
I mean that's pretty flash money. Pretty flash money. Your mates wanting you to wave to them again?
No. We're just on the long shot on the live stream. We're on the long shot on the live stream as we talk between rounds. So looking at that last round, we didn't have do we have a tail of the tape? We did. We did have the tail of the tape from the last round as we get towards the pointy end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 7. We had 7 pairings.
So we're going to have a bye.
That means we've got 3 pairings and a solo. So who gets the solo next round? Who knows? Craig Nofke took out Rowan Ward, a 692 on a 690. Shane Locke took out Janine with a backing off 647 to a 630 on a 639. Dean Wilson took out Kevy Brown in a tight race, a 656 beat on a 645. Andrew Dunnett and Ben Cox. Andrew Dunnett went 67000 to beat Ben Cox's breakout 7705 on a 771.
Yeah, done it perfect elapsed time. Perfect elapsed time.
Kevin Morton goes 657 on a 648. Had a little bit of change up his sleeve there against Dave Webber by an 097 light. Matty Loy then went a 656 on a 642. Again, a whole shot on Dean Beatty. Probably let him tighten it up a bit.
Yep.
And Grant Dixon, yeah, he got out of jail, 6.66 on a 6.41 against Cliff Broadman, 7.18 on a 7.20. And he got out, and look, it doesn't even add up. Like Grant Dixon was late on the tree and everything. He just didn't back off at the end.
Yep.
He made sure Cliff did not back off either. He went 18 all the way out.
It forced the red light.
He could hear the rotor coming. He could hear the rotor coming.
And if you've ever been in a race car and you can hear that, and you know the car's faster than you from behind, and you can hear it coming, the psychological crap that plays in your head, you've got no idea what can go through your head in the second half.
So just having a look, in next round, we've still got a 13B turbo auto, an LS auto wagon, an Aspo LS Tirana, an Aspo late model Mopar Hemi in a Valiant Ute.
Yep.
An unknown boosted 6-cylinder in like an FE Ute. A small block Chevy Love.
Yep.
And I think a small block Falcon Ute. So we've still got variety all the way through. That's what I've been loving about this event as well, is that it doesn't take too many pairings before a little bit of variety pops up, i.e. just that oddball combo. You know, we've got a lot of cranky little beige and brown Toyotas like Coronas and Corollas laying around.
It's Sleeper City.
It is Sleeper City.
It's Sleeper City, and, mate, we love it. I mean, we love what you bring. We love talking about it. We can't believe some of the stuff you guys dream up. You've got far more frantic minds than I've ever dreamed. I mean, it used to be a pretty tricky racer, I've got to tell you. But, mate, you guys just blow me away.
So if anyone knows, it's just exactly what combo we've got in Dean Wilson's Ute. It is a boosted 6-banger. He's got it through the exhaust, so you can't really hear it too much. But I did hear it in the previous round. So who did he run? He ran Brad Hill in the previous round. I think that's when we were listening to both of them. Looking for him in the round before even. When we just had to listen to both.
You got the bucket? You got... Yep. Is that all of our drivers? We are waiting on, here he comes, Mr. Junga and whatnot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 and the 2 coming. All right. So we need some money out of J18. J18? I'll take Ben. Who's J18? J18. Yep, there we go, money in the bucket. Then make sure the peg comes with it too. Yep. Watch him. Righto, cool.
Keep an eye.
J18, J23, BT1.
Thank you.
Pressure on.
No, he smashed me on the tree.
Oh. J59, H21. Watch him. You gotta, when they separate it like that, you got to watch him. C10, and come on, Cliff, so you want to give us the money back? All right, guys. So obviously, out of the 14 cars, only 7 guys have got a peg left, and obviously 7 guys are on their last lifeline. So I think, I'm not too sure, are they ready to go? Are you guys ready to go? Track good to go? All right, guys, so obviously, for those of you that lost the peg, if you lose again, you're obviously out. And the guys that keep the pegs, obviously, are still in if you get another round for the second chance. We need to draw cards. I've got them here in my pocket. Sorry, my bad. Righto, guys. Come on up, pick your dancing partner. Let's go for round number 2.
Well, I'll take that one.
Whoa, hang on, reshuffle now. Buddy Cliffy, 1 and 8, 1 at all. Just one, mate, just one. Oh, Matty's playing the bloody... He's all fell off. I know, yeah. Why have we still got 1 card?
Who's
Why have we... Did you not give a joke up? Why have we still got 1 card? Stop, wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Who's got the queen? Who's got the queen? Somebody else is going to have a card that doesn't have what card have you got? 3. 3 there, you're right. They've got dancing partners. Dancing partners go and get organised. And
I think they are on sanctions.
We're going again. We're wagging again.
Who doesn't have a dancing partner?
Yeah, they make some of our bike riders that, well, mate, I've got a few lessons to learn. Yeah, the riders just like the line. And one thing about Singapore,
So I don't know how we've ended up. We have 14 guys.
Main event there, you know, they literally get the whole of Europe there.
Yeah, I know, but somebody out there would have it on. Would have an on card. I just counted. There's 14.
Yeah, they were something must have happened whether they had rough weather in the straights or whatever. They were apologising.
Find out who it is. Something's gone wrong. Somebody's bought their own card. I knew it had to happen one year. I was waiting for a peg. Somebody would bring their own peg.
We are off to Europe in December, so we've got the whole of. Well, we are going over there, and I do think we're ending up in the UK. So we are probably looking at trying to get there. Whether the time of year being December might be a bit too cold.
We may not be on for anything there. I might still go
I
round.
don't know what's happened there, but somehow I've ended up with a card. I'm not even participating. We started with 14 cards. Somebody out there has got a mysterious card, and but we'll find out who it is because they've got no one to race. So we'll get it sorted, and round 2, we're about to get underway for our QCL DYO challenge. Righto, let's get into it.
It's nostalgic, but it's history.
Yeah.
And mate, these guys are so good. A car comes out, they can tell you every one of the 64 owners what they did with the car, who changed the engine, this bloke's done this, he's put a Lenko in it. And you're going, get out of here. Where do you get this information from? But they're doing it every week. So I guess it makes you more and more professional because if you're doing it every week, that means people are coming every week and they remember what you said last week. So you've got to stay fresh.
Yeah, well, that's Santa Pod, and tell you what, or everyone watching on the live stream that might be in the UK having a watch, like, and share. And guess what? We're back here in Queensland, Australia, and we are ready for the next round, and we are getting close. The QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge. Someone's closer to that $3,000, and here comes the next pairings.
Shane Locke and Janine Marshall. This is going to be a race. What do we got? A 6:39.
They've drawn each other again here, have they?
Yeah.
They must have drawn each other again. So it's another, because they raced the last round against each other.
Yeah,
so Janine gets another shot here, does she?
Yeah, 10-1-5, big start. And
I don't know how that works, but anyway, here we are. Oh, they were going to buy in. You could buy in at the end. I think that's what you could do.
So I think it was $20 to buy in.
You could buy in. That's right. So we've had a bit of buy in. Shane Locke's going to try and beat her again.
Well, he's got 2 tenths on her.
She's still out there pushing the envelope. Oh, Shane.
Oh, mate, he must have just
got there. That was tighter. That was tighter.
She broke out by 4,000ths of a second.
And he went 6.400 on a 39.
Oh, give me a break.
Jeez. Yeah. So she must have bought in. So there's a bit of buy-in here. That's right. We had some buy-in.
Yep.
Craig Nofke and Ben Cox.
Yep. 771 and a 690. You work out which one you want to put your money on.
Yeah. Well, Ben Cox bought back in here by the look of it. Ben Cox bought back in here.
Oh, it's a good buy. I mean, $20 for another round.
He might have a chance here. He's got a better reaction time than Craig Nofke. Remember, Nofke could probably buy back in here because he hasn't lost yet.
No. Broke out 687 on a 690 with a 4.
I think there still might be some buying in here. I think that last group, you buy until you can't buy no more. I think you can only buy in once. So look, we've seen one buy-in work, one not. All right, here we go. Cliff Broadman and Dave Webber, same deal.
This is going to be a race.
Dave Webber had to buy in. Dave Webber had to buy in. It's not looking any better for him here either. His reaction time.
Yep, couldn't do it. Breaks out trying to get in front. Goes 683 on an 87. So what's that? 0.05 of a second. Too quick.
All right, Rowan Ward, he had to buy back in here. Andrew Dunnett, he was perfect in the last run, so Ward had to buy back in. Here he is. He lost last round to Craig Nofke, so Rowan Ward's bought back in. Here we go. Dunnett, geez, what do you do when you went perfect the round before? You've got to be a little careful. You've got to be ready to lift. You've got to be ready to lift. Bang, bang! Oh, again, reaction time, nearly identical, nothing in it. No one's on the brakes, they're pushing it to the finish line.
Yes! Whoa, breakout for Rowan Ward. A 6.93 and a 95, good night. And a 6.71 on a 6.70, done it, leave me alone.
Yeah, well, Ward
he's doing me head in.
He can't buy back in. Kevy's there, Dean's here. All right, so Dean Wilson, Kevin Brownie, again, they had to match race each other again. He had to buy back in. Kevy wants another crack at him.
200s.
Oh, again, reaction time, nearly identical, both sides. He's out there, Kev. Here comes the Ute to the stripe. Oh, he gets it back.
6.53 on a 47 for Kevy Brown. Takes the win.
He gets it in, but now Dean Wilson, it's his opportunity to probably buy back in now.
Yeah, 45 went 56. He's a tenth away.
All right, here they had to buy back in here too because Junga Bunga, I think against Dean Beatty, Junga had his measure last round. He's bought back in against him.
Well, that's the part of it. 6.95, getting a start from a 6.42.
All right, Junga doing everything right here. Here we go.
Junga's a racer's racer.
Oh, Junga 104 off the lights there. So again, I think Dean Beatty, he's done the buy-in. Junga's at the finish line. Oh,
Yeah,
it's tight.
Does a 57 on a 42 dial in. That did it easy, and then that's comfortable in that sort of racing. A 7.0 on a 95. Dean Beatty was trying, just couldn't try that hard. Left a tenth in the tree too. So.
All right, well, this guy, both these guys have not bought, they can't have bought back in because they haven't lost yet. Grant Dixon and Kevin Morton. So Kevy, he's just going to, he's in too. Oh, we got the whole shot. 0-1-1. Kev bought it. He didn't hold him out. He just went in and went bang. 662 to a 663. Bravo, Kevin. Bravo, instead of lighting the wick up and taking time to hang him out like every turbo guy thinks, I'm gonna get hung out. I'm gonna get hung out. And what does Kev go? Bang, bang with the two bulbs and the lights are all over to you, Grant Dixon.
And all of a sudden I got
What
no
are you
boost.
gonna do with them?
And I got no boost.
And he sat there, 542, and Kevin goes, bang.
And you're right, I mean...
Grant can buy back in though. He hasn't lost yet.
No, so, well, he just lost then, but you're right. Gee, there wasn't much in that, was there?
Yeah, well, you know what? The buyback only works so far because then we run out of buyers. That's the thing about the buyback; they run out of purchases.
Yeah, 20,
so,
how many 20?
So Janine can't buy back in, but Shane Locke is there. Ben Cox, he lost last round. He bought back in and then took Nofke out there. Nofke can probably buy in. Cliff Broadman had a Cliff go last round. He lost to Grant Dixon, but he bought back in. So did Dave Webber. And then so Dave,
they can't
so
buy back.
they can't buy back in. So Cliff can't buy back in, but he's still alive. Andrew Dunnett last round, it was clean. Rowan Ward had to buy back in, but when Rowan can't do anything more there. Kevin Wilson bought back in. Kevin Wilson. I've got Dean Wilson and Kevin Brown, and I've gone Kevin Wilson. Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Oh, can't say that in Canada. Kevin Brown went. Kevin Brown had to buy back in from the previous round and then race Dean Wilson again. This time he actually did take out Dean, but that means Dean can probably buy.
Yep.
Junga hasn't had to do nothing yet. He
Just wins
took
races.
Dean Beatty again.
Just wins races.
And then that Grant Dixon, Kevin Morton race where Kevy just goes 2 bulbs, back to you already, Eddie.
Yep. Do what you want to do.
Yep, so there's a little bit left. This is the real Survivor Hunger Games part of it all, is that the buybacks, when the buybacks run out, we can't hide, we've got to race to the stripe.
Yeah, you've got to race.
So that's what's happening right now as we get them sorted for the next round.
And there's some races in there,
And
let me tell you.
I suppose we're probably letting, well, we had a red light to Hoff. We had Tanya and Paulie, so the final will probably be Tanya and Paulie, but we need both of those guys to cool their jets a little bit. I know Tanya, they'll be looking at what the big pop was in the car and whether or not that's something permanent or not.
Wouldn't have been happy about that, I don't think. Well, the queue didn't change, mate, so I got nothing for you.
No, that's all right, mate. That's all right.
On the screen?
You just never know. You just never know.
Sometimes it just pops up.
Yeah, right. So we're looking for the 1600. Someone to win that tonight.
Oh, I think they all think they can win it. If you're still in it, you think you can win it.
I messaged Tom just to see whether or not he might answer. I don't know. They might be busy. Sometimes you just like to send the message out to see how they're going, and they'll be all hot.
Okay, the information's coming through. We've got 3 buying back in. It didn't have to buy in the previous round, have had to buy in this round.
And there's some good news down there too. They're back in the staging lanes, Tanya, so there's nothing wrong with the car. It's in the lane, so I would imagine all we've got to do is have...
and we lost 4.
Well, that's it. So we'll have Paulie back out there when he can, and that'll be the battle of the big dogs.
I don't think we've got any buybacks left. We might have one.
Yeah, there might be just the odd one left there, as Mick's just explained.
Mick said there was a lot of buybacks that round.
But I don't think that was the only round you could buy. I thought you could buy nearly until you can't buy again.
You can't buy more than
There's
once.
no multiple buybacks.
No,
you can have one crack at it. So if you keep winning and then you want to buy back in, you've got that last chance. So it is survival of the fittest.
I think it was up to the semis, and then you couldn't. You couldn't buy in after a certain round.
There's big buck races in the United States that allow you to buy several rounds in.
Yep.
In the big buck stuff, and some of this stuff they're racing for 500 grand. You know, I think
yeah,
they've had $1 million races before where they raced for a week.
Yep.
And the very best style your own people are racing in the week, and they're buying back in several times.
And you see, and mate, if you think there isn't money in drag racing, boy.
And then there's the best of the rest, and then you've got
a lot of opportunities.
You've got got the loser categories and all sorts of stuff that they can keep coming back.
And mate, so much support. We're not talking penny any money. You can actually make a living bracket racing in America if you're good enough. And it seems the combination of big block with a power glide, doesn't matter what brand of big block, you put a glide behind it, you put it in the car that you think is the lightest thing you can get away with. Set it up the way you like to set them up and go racing and hope. And as long as you can put the couple of grand up every time you race, and it's not a cheap buy-in either. Some of those races terrify you how much money they want you to buy in at. But the wins are huge.
Now we're going back to see what's happening here in the behind the scenes here on the start line. So we've got them all coming back up there. There might be a little bit more buyback than we think here yet, actually.
Well, I mean. I think this is the last round they can buy. I think they've run out of buys by this.
There you go. So nine around that, around 9 drivers have the peg, which I think is the buyback option.
Yep.
So there's 9 pegs still out there. So as he just said then,
mate,
he goes, I think you'll find that we've still got a bit to go.
No,
so I like
we don't mind. We'll stay here all night. We'll watch it forever.
I mean, I like the idea that it's 5 minutes to 7.
Yeah.
Like, I like that idea. I like that it's not nearly quarter to midnight.
We do
that. And you know what?
All right, thank you very much. We need E3. E3. And who else have we got?
J10.
J10. Alrighty. Just raise your hand if you still got your peg. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 people with pegs left. Guys up the top. We've only got 4 guys with pegs left. So only 4 guys with pegs left. And we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10.
That should be 10.
And 10 people left. Started with 14, 10 people left. Hang on that for a sec. Thank you very much. Righto, guys. Come and pick your dancing partner. Hey, guys, once you're done, just come back down, pop your bonnets, get everything up, come back up to the wall again so that I know that you're not broken, you do want to go again. That's all you do. Instead of chatting down there, just come up here and chat. Righto, guys, find your dancing partner. Everybody's still right to go around again. Guys, anybody need any cool down time? Anybody need to cool it down? Hey? You need to cool it down. Any cool down time? Are you all good? Oh, you just want beer. That's where you fucking. Hey? You want us to cool down time?
The rotor needs cool
whatever.
down
If
time.
they need 5
would be all right. But don't matter. I can go.
Let's just, we'll just take it easy for a minute or two. Guys, anybody that wants to drink, there's water in that esky around the corner. Let's have a drink and then we'll start to line them up again. Right, cool.
That's a good idea. We're just having a quick glass of lemonade and a little bit of a cool down. Give us 1 or 2 minutes and we'll be back out here on track. So grab yourself a quick tipple, take a breath, and when they're all back out rolling down the track here for the next round, we'll be back to chat to you in just a sec.
Take care.
Absolute Lifting and Safety have been providing lifting and safety products and services to Australian businesses effectively for over 12 years. With a key focus on quality, meticulous attention to detail and innovation, our company provides a comprehensive range of products and services covering all essential and complex lifting and safety solutions. Absolute Lifting and Safety provides services and products to clients in many industries, including civil construction, utilities, piling and dredging, engineering, transport.
When it comes to lifting and safety, don't leave anything to chance. Talk to us at Absolute Lifting and Safety. I guarantee we'll look after you.
For Simon Ioane.
102, half track 419. Check this one out. 49, 210.
All right, let's roll. Let's roll with the next round. And as we said, we've got some races that have still got pegs, which means ones that allow them to buy back in. They haven't had to buy back in yet. But here we are, the next pairing. I can see Shane Locke in the water. It's one ute in the water. And Kevin Morton.
So we've got Kevin Morton here. Is Green Dixon beside him? We've got, no, that's the race before. Here we go, Craig Nofke and Shane Locke.
There we go, Shane Locke and Craig Nofke, the two utes here, 690 to a 639.
Tell you what, half cars make a half-decent race car, don't they?
Well, Nofke's last chance, Nelly, here. Well, yeah, he had to buy back in once. Here's his last chance. Locke hasn't had to buy in yet at all.
So he just goes out about, and he's a racer's racer. Like.
Here we go. I knew it might get down to a bit of this. I knew it might get down to a bit of this. Just a little bit extra psych. Oh, he's going to have to get he might have to get the peg out yet.
Oh, he might. No. The other guy touched the brakes and then takes him out.
Look at me, look at you. Look at me, look at you.
Touched the brakes, goes 694 on a 690 for Craig Nofke. He's a bracket racer. Look, a 32 for Lockie. He had to backdoor it and paid the price, but you're saying he can buy back in.
All right, Broadman's had to buy back in, and here he is. He's up against Kevin. He had to buy back in. He's gone red. Kevin's still there. Kevin's still there.
Yeah, big red for Broadman and cannot buy back in again.
No.
So he'll be really... He's saying a few words to himself.
So Locke's got to get back in there now. He's got to buy back in. He's got to whack that peg out. And that's one that we know has got to come back out.
Yep,
Cliff
okay.
Boardman's gone for the night.
Yeah, done it, Cox. Done it this side, Cox over your side in the long roof.
Yeah, Cox had to buy back in already. Dunnett has not yet.
Yeah, Dunnett's a racer's racer, I've got to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. 670, chasing down at 771. And you think
it's all on Ben Cox here.
You think they're staging deep, but they're not. Oh, good. And Cox got there in 3 by that second. Can Dunnett drive around or force him into a... He did. Double breakout pass and force Cox to really backdoor the car. He goes 762 on a 71. That's big. And a 69 on a 70. So Dunnett breaks out by 5,000.
He still keeps the peg.
Oh, mate, he's good. He is good.
Kevin Morton, he's still clean, although we have had a loss here for Dean Wilson. Last round, Dean Wilson.
So he's got the peg to get back in. He might have just used it up.
Sure, we saw Dean Wilson the previous run. Yes, he lost to Kevin Brown last round, but here he is, buying back in against Kev. Oh, reaction time to Kev, a little bit more, not by much, not by much. It'll be quick at the dead at the end, Kevin.
Yeah, who's got a double breakout pass? Who was the bravest?
He sends Dean Wilson home. He sends Dean Wilson to the clubhouse.
Yeah, Morton goes 644 with an 8 on a 648, so that's a big breakout. And a 636 on a 45 is monumental breakout.
All right, Grant Dixon. Grant
Matty
Dixon,
Loy.
he had to buy back in. Matty Loy has not had to.
Matty, he'll make the race.
Jugger, whole shot.
Oh, Mike, really cool.
Jugger is going to play it safe. He's still clean, Jugger.
And
he's still clean.
Rolled off with a 654 on his 42 dial-in.
Yep.
And a 650 on your 41 and couldn't get in front, but the reaction's what killed Dixon.
Yeah,
a 0.59 over an 07, mate. You just can't get that back.
Well, you know what's going to happen now, so we'll get that printout there to show us.
Can Dixon buy back?
No, Dixon already had the buyback.
So he's gone. So Matty has not had to use the buyback. He's won every race.
Yeah, no, well, Kev, remember he went straight in on Grant, he got the whole shot and put Grant away. Grant's brought back in and then been dusted by Matty. But I know, here we go. So Shane Locke will have to buy in because he lost to Craig Nofke. So Nofke's still there, right? Nofke can't buy back in.
But Loy can.
I think Nofke won, and this is why you got to keep all your paperwork.
Yeah, I think, well, Loy, we know Matty doesn't.
Yeah, Benny Cox beat Nofke the round before, so Nofke's still in there because he forced Locke to now use the peg. Kevin and Cliff raced each other. They both brought back in, so Kevy's got no more left. Shane will have to bring one out. And Dunnett hasn't played one yet.
Yep.
Kevin Morton hasn't played one yet, and Matty Loy hasn't played one yet.
So
we've still got a little.
There's some toughies in
We've
there.
still got about 4 pairings before we. But let's just see how they match each other now. Someone's got to buy in next. Someone's got to lose to buy in though. Someone will get to the end. There might be 2 to the end. But what happens when you go to the final and you haven't bought in yet and you lose and you buy back in?
For the final.
Can we do that? Can we
I
do
doubt
that?
it.
God,
I doubt
imagine
it.
that.
I doubt it. Jeez, we'll be going on.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Well, I can buy back in. I was there. No, I think
that'd be crazy.
I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
No, that'd be insane if you could buy all the way back in. I think once you get down to a certain amount of pairings, you've got to just say.
Well, that's it. You're not really a racer. You're a buyback.
Yeah, I think that's all we've got
That's
to
just
do.
money. That's just money. And a promoter's dream. I mean, I'd take $400 or $500 at a time. Yeah, you want to race again? Go for your life. Give me 500. You're back there.
It'd be wouldn't be too tough, would it?
No.
Too tough to take. But yeah, that's what it's going to be like. We've got people still wanting to throw in there, and I'm just going back here. So Nofke had already bought in. I'm going back there. He lost to Ben Cox, so we know he's bought back in. Locke lost then, so he'll buy in the next round. Kevy Brown had already bought back in against Cliff Broadman. Andrew Dunnett has not. Kevin Morton has not, and Matty has not.
So you got 3 races in there.
So we do know we're at least going to have Nofke and Locke back. We will have Kevin back. Dunnett's still there. So is so Dean Wilson's already bought back in once because he lost to Kevy the last round. So he lost to another Kevin that round. So Dean lost to 2 Kevins.
He's done.
Yeah.
He won't ever
How'd
race
you go? Well, I went pretty good until I come up against 2 Kevins.
Kevins.
And then there was those in Top Kev Eliminator the night before. And then I raced a bloke called Kevin and he beat me. And I bought back in and I got beaten by a bloke. What was his name? Kevin.
Different Kevin.
Yeah. It was like a whole lot of Kevins here racing. And then Matty against Grant. So Grant had to buy in because Kev had done him as well.
Yep.
She get a sticker. She had a sticker and I've been done by Kev. Pretty much. That could be the sticker.
Probably still want it.
I've been done by Kev.
Probably still want it. Well, there's still at least 3.
Yeah, that's what it could be. So it's pretty funny. And some tight racing there, as we said, 694 for Nofke on the 690. Got the whole shot on Shane, and he had to use all of it. 632 on a 639. That's how he broke out.
Yep.
You can't defend that. Kevin Brown. Well, it was a Cliff Broadman foul, so that got out of jail for Kevin. 777 on a 647.
Yeah, he did it easy there.
Benny Cox had to come back in, and what he did was got a better reaction time, but it was a double breakout. A 762 went too much under the 771. Done it on a 670. Remember, he went 670 the round before.
They just kept going.
It went 669 with a 5. But he stayed as the least bad breakout.
Yep.
Kevin Morton then took on Dean Wilson, took him to school. Double breakout, though. So Dean went to the stripe, so did Kev. 087 light. A 644 beats on a 648. Beats a 636 on a 645. Yes. And then Junga Bunga goes 071 on the tree. Goes a very safe 54 at only 94. So Junga's held
and looked over his shoulder to do that.
Held the throttle up. Grant Dixon on a 41 dial went 650 at 107. So he was really pushing it hard there. But a couple of good lights in that round. Kevy Morton 087, Matty Loy 071. The round before, our best lights. I'm looking at the best light the light before. 011 for Kev Morton the round before.
Yeah.
011 light for Kev the round before. And then the round before that, 097 from Kev.
What
was
Matty
about the
Loy,
best light after that.
What was Matty Loy's lights?
Well, okay, let's go back to round 4 for Matty. A 137 light, and then last round he went 104, and then that round he went 071.
So he's improving.
He is. He's going to have to, because I think at some stage Matty and Kev might race each other. Dunnett, though. Dunnett is the other clean skin that has not had to hand in the peg. So one peg's gone in, that's Shane's. There's 3 left. Depends on those pairings. So we can see them back in the lanes here. I can see the Ghetto Mod being Paulie Fuller there. So the Gemini will be ready to go against Tanya Thompson at some stage tonight for the $1,600. But the $3,000 QCL Group Dial Your Own Challenge is not yet sealed. And I still can't say, you know what, Kerry? It's going to be this guy.
No, you can't.
I can't tell you.
Because they're races.
It can't be this guy. Every single one of those ones left deserve to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I
mean, the 110, 108 we started, we've all deserved to win.
Yeah, well, we all deserve to win, but the closer you get to the pointy end, the more you deserve.
Well, I did know that, when Mick said we're going to get below that 20 mark, that was that new briefing, which was probably the buy-in option, that, at least, because if we had 104 trying to buy back in, we would be here till midnight.
Yes.
Until it's like every child gets a prize. It's like, I'll buy back in for 20, but let's leave the last 20. Let's leave the real good, the sharper ones, and go right. Well, you fought a few rounds. You fought 4 rounds literally to get to the point to buy back in. And again, we're not talking about millions of dollars to buy back in.
So I think there's only F11.
By the end, by the buying. Right, I don't get that, whether we, I don't know, I think it's true that were we throwing it into the fence and we fighting fun?
We've got 6
I
cars.
think we're going to do something like this. I think it's like we were doing here. We're fighting this into the fun. I think we were doing something like
Certainly
that.
right, you're the only one. Yeah, ain't that round, mate. When you still here, mate? Bears. I'll just that's all right. Guys, only one guy lost his peg there, Mr. Shane Locke.
Yes.
We've only got 6 left. How many guys got a peg left? Peg. Who's got pegs left? 2 guys. 2 guys with pegs left. 3. Righto, guys. Righto, guys. Find an answer partner. Remember, guys, as soon as your car pulls up, lift your bonnet, come straight over here. We might employ the 30-second rule. 30 seconds from the time your car pulls up, you should be over here.
Fucking Kevy on Kevy action.
Kevy on Kevy.
3.
So, you guys have got a peg left. One of you's got a peg left.
Oh, we're going to keep that.
Yeah, keep them until we get
left
sorted.
lane. Right lane. Righto.
Beautiful. 3 races left to go in this one, and we've got 3 guys with pegs left. So we're going to knock off some guys here. It looks like, like I say, I think there's a couple of guys that up against with no peg. So a guy does have a peg against a guy with no peg. So if the guy with no peg loses, obviously they're straight out. The other guys loses, still stay in. So this round we might not even lose anybody out of this round. So let's see what happens. So we're at about round 5. I think it's round 5. I've lost count now. About round 5. It's time for a beer. I know that. We're going to get this done. We've still got the final for the big boy shootout. $1,600. I've got a stack of cash right here in my pocket for our winner. $1,600. Ape at $1,600. I haven't counted it. So that'll go to our winner. We've got 2 left. We have Paulie Fuller and I think it's Tanya Thompson still to go in our big shootout. That'll be the final race of the night before we get ready to have a few beers and have some dinner. Wind it down. That'll be the end of day 2. Only one day to go once we get this done.
A race there.
We haven't brought that up.
Remember, Matty hasn't had to buy in. Grant's gone, so we won't be that one.
No, we'll wait for him to bring the screen up. I heard him say Thompson.
Dave Hamilton saying his call for the final will be Matty Loy and Kev Morton. That's what he reckons his call is.
Okay, that's brave. I mean, fairly educated, but still brave.
Yeah, so
because there's only races left. I mean, none that's left is a fly-by-nighter. They all know what to do. They've all been doing it for a while.
So there's things they're saying that if you still had your peg and you got beaten in the final, you could use your peg to buy back in. Well, that very well it is. It's almost like having the joker. When do you play your joker? And that just might be what happens here yet.
No, it's going to be interesting, and we'll keep you up to date as much as we can.
It's hotting up. It is hotting up. We're getting close to tea time too, by the way. All right. Is he back? Nofke's back.
Nofke's back.
Okay, Nofke. Yeah, well, he bought back. He can't buy back anymore. So, again, every round, Dunnett probably got that little insurance policy knowing that he could buy back in because he hasn't lost one yet.
No,
so sometimes I think that's a calming thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got a second bite.
Yeah, I think it is just that little...
No, but he's a racer. Dunnett's been around.
It's almost like the pressure's off if you haven't lost yet. You know, the pressure's off. You've still got to buy back. So that's an interesting psychological dynamic as we go bumping into stage 690, 670. It's going to be bang, bang. Nofke, last chance for Nofke right now. Dunnett moves first. Nofke goes in after him right about now. Bang, bang.
Whoa. And Dunnett with a 3-8. Nofke got the 3.
He's out there, Nofke. He's out there.
He's on the brakes, takes the win, and a breakout pass for Dunnett.
Dunnett's got to bring it in. He's got to pay the peg now. He's got to throw the peg. Nofke, he was out 2 rounds ago, brought back in. He's fighting. It's the survivor mode. They're in survivor mode.
Well, he keeps winning. If you keep winning, you don't have to worry about the
Kevin
peg.
and Kevin, I can't believe it. We're going again.
Kevin's again. Morton and Brown.
Oh my goodness, this is exactly what happened last night.
And what, 1/100th of a second between the two cars.
All right.
6:48 run to 6:47.
All
Leave me alone.
All right, Kevin Brown,
This
he's
is heads up.
done the buyback, so Kevin Morton does not have the straight in. Kevin, oh Kevin, no! Kevin, 099, 109, Kevin, it's Kev. Come on, Kev, it's Kevin out in front. They hit the stripe, it's Kevin. Yeah. Kevin, 651 to a 652, and the margin of victory. 430 thousandths of a second. Hang on, 4 thousandths. 4 thousandths. 4 thousandths at the stripe.
Yeah.
4 thousandths at the stripe. Kevin Brown cannot go any further. He's out. Shane Locke, again, he's in survivor mode. He's had to buy back in. Junga Bunga.
Lloyd.
Oh, whole shot for Junga. He's just reeling out there. He's starting to get himself sharp. Watch out. Here comes Locke. Oh, on the brakes.
No, too late.
Junga Bunga says goodnight to Shane Locke and the long route.
Look at this. 6:42 with a 1 on a 6:42 for Lloyd.
Oh, wow.
And a 6:31 breakout on a 6:39 for Locke.
What a
How
knockout.
tough is that? Look at the reaction times. An 06 to a 27. Man, Matty's right in the book.
What a knockout punch from Junga Bunga.
Oh, man, the boy's sharp. He really is sharp.
What a knockout punch for Junga Bunga.
I can remember when he started racing in a junior, mate. He was deadly then.
Just a quick community service announcement. If anyone's found a lost wallet, can they bring it to the tower, please? Gentleman's lost his wallet. Can you please bring it to the tower? So have a look around. If you see the wallet somewhere, bring it on up, and we'll see if we can reunite it with its owner. Mark's looking for his wallet. So please, can someone help? If someone's found a wallet, please bring it up, and we'll try and reunite Mark with it.
See how we go, mate.
And I've just seen what Mark looks like, so when a wallet turns up with a licence that looks like him, Mark's going to be happy. So please, can we make that happen?
Yeah.
All right, so there we go. The tail of the tape is that.
Whoa.
All right, so the word is we'll have our big, we used to call big boy shootout, but it's the big person shootout because Tanya's not a boy.
No, and Tanya knows that.
Yeah, big person. It's
big person final.
The big dogs. There we go.
Yeah, whatever.
So Paulie and Tanya coming out shortly. And what have we got left? So
their own.
Well, Nofke's out. Dunnett's had to buy back in. So there's one for that. Morton doesn't. So it's Matty Loy and Kev Morton haven't have to buy back in, but Dunnett's going to have to if they're going to try and do that again. I think that's the scheme of things. So we're so close to the absolute very sharp point of the point of the tip of the point.
Yeah.
Razor's edge, laser sharp.
It was a good race, absolutely brilliant. And we're not seeing anything there that we need to know.
No. So that's where it's coming down to. Yep. So the buy-ins are nearly all out, with another two having to be spent there. Well, actually, one's been spent there, and that'll be done at having to buy back in. Kevy hasn't done anything wrong yet, but he took Kevy out again. Kev on Kev twice.
Yeah, and Matty's looking good.
And Shane had to buy in, and then has bowed out. So we do not have the repeaters. But
no, they're running out of buyouts.
So literally, it'd be Matty, Kevin, and Dunnett. That's about all that can be there.
And somebody will get the buy, and I would think Matty would get the buy because
the unisex shake. Okay, this is now the final of the unisex shootout.
Okay,
the unisex.
This is the $1,600.
Yes, it started as the big boys, but then then the first lady of radio racing, still in there.
Yeah, she said, "Well, I'm going to spoil that for you."
This is going to be a great race between these two. They've had plenty of time in the OG 275 class at Kenda.
They know what they're doing.
They know about the Pro Tree. They know how to bump in. They know how to
for all the marbles, $1,600. We're going to call it the unisex. We do have Paulie Fuller in the Gemini up against Tanya Thompson in Pro VH in the Commodore. Like I say, it's for all the marbles. $1,600. It was a $200 buy-in. We got 8 cars. Unfortunately, one didn't even make it to the start line, and a couple broke during the shootout. But like I say, here comes the final. This is going to be one to watch for sure. 2 very fast cars, and they won't leave anything on the table. Here we go.
We've been racing over there all day. I'm going to force you because I've got lane choice. You race over that side this time. And we see that happen all the time. And it's about being uncomfortable because you don't know if you've got your car set up the right way for the other one, and you're all looking at me saying, you've got to be kidding me. But some of these cars are so sophisticated and they know what one lane's going to do. Unless it gets oiled down. 30.
Yeah, Paulie Fuller ready to go. Tanya Thompson ready to go for our $1,600 unisex shootout. Top person eliminator.
Yep, yeah, get
Top
your money
person.
up, have a bet with whoever's beside you, see who you think's going to win this. Mate, I wouldn't put anything on this. This is just too tight.
2 LS powered vehicles, turbocharged, Paulie Fuller. Yes, the Identify Cup. Is that what he said? I hope he said that. I hope he said that. The Identified Cup. Yeah. All right, here we are. The person who identifies as a drag racer. All right. We're going to go to Bump City one more time here tonight. So hold on to your hats for $1,600. Is it Paulie Fuller or Tanya Thompson? All part of this fantastic absolute lifting and safety road trip drag challenge Saturday night activities, and we ain't done yet.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Tanya over this side.
We've got the awards night as well and dinner.
Yeah, we've got plenty to go yet.
Bump City, baby!
Whoa. Oh, there's nothing in an 08, no 3. She drove round him. She absolutely drove round him.
5:08 for Tanya, 5:08 Paulie, 5:25 the margin of victory, 109,000, but the whole Paulie went 0.127 in the 60, 0.30 reaction time to Tanya's 0.87.
And a 1.3. She drove round him.
Yeah, what a great run. Great run by both competitors. That is definitely worth a round of applause, I can tell you.
That was awesome. That was awesome. What was there in the minute? What, 1/10? Is that what we're looking at there? 1/10 or one?
Yeah, 109,000 at the end.
109,000.
109,000 at the end, and a fantastic result for both competitors to make it through to that final. And yeah, look at that, the tail of the tape. Tail of the tape for that. That's the best number for Tanya today. 5:08 at 143 mile an hour, and it was on a string. 131. It hasn't deviated from that 60 foot. 131 in the 60. 336 to 330 foot. Paulie, the little Gemini, 127 in the 60 foot. Let the go of the button. 030 in the final. Like the guy is wired to the tree.
Yep.
And yeah, just that 5:08, so hard to overcome over the 660. But both throwing those weapons around.
That car of Tanya's must really march as it starts to get down the track. It must really pick up.
Well, in the name of good, clean competition, that was a great win. And remember that they've got to be back on track tomorrow. If you want to finish the 3 days, you've kind of got to get some numbers in tomorrow. You've got to save a little bit. It doesn't look like they were saving too much there.
No, it didn't look like they were saving too much.
They weren't saving too much there at all.
But nice runs.
That's right, just a little break as we get our next rounds of Dial Your Own through. We're at that stage where I think, the little card or two's got to be handed there as we try and sort out the last couple of pairings to finish off this evening. And what I mean finish off this evening, finish off what's on track this evening. We do have the dinner. So there's a dinner after this.
Yes.
So we've got to go to dinner.
We do.
Yeah. I didn't bring a costume. I'm going as myself.
Oh, well, that'll be a refreshing change.
Yeah, I was going to pack a frock, but no time this morning.
Moustache sort of gives you up, mate.
Oh, in some circles it does. Yeah, in some circles it does. You'd say it would.
But I can just see you nicking down for a clean shave.
No, I'm going to try and just keep the moustache going for a little while. Big shout out to the track crew and volunteers. Massive effort over the 3 days. Yeah, we will put that. Would put that through there. Thanks, James Bayless, who's been pretty active on the line stream, and even Guzman 73 reckons it was a pretty good night as well. So we've still got a little bit left because someone's got to win this 3. I don't know of too many other events we've seen this year, Kerry, that pays that for sportsman racing.
No one does.
And it's it is sportsman racing. It's still just people racing their street cars.
Yeah, yep.
So it's like a street meet on steroids. This
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah, we've stepped up.
This is about the biggest steroid-ridden street meet we've ever had. In other words, we've just got super toughies. Some of Southeast Queensland's toughest street cars playing the old street meet rules, except we don't buy back in street meets, which maybe we should have a big buck street meet or something like that. Oh, there we go. Locked up. A minute to go. Broncos and Warriors. There we go. We're talking about that this afternoon. We need to see a tight game once in a while, and here we are. Minute to go. No one's going to win that one yet. Is Reynolds playing? Is Reynolds in the Broncos team? Okay, well, here we go. Reynolds might have to earn his coin here shortly. All locked up with a minute to go. So it's not just exciting here at Willowbank. It's exciting. I think it's over in New Zealand, that game. So any time the Broncos play anywhere, they normally get a pretty decent crowd. And over in New Zealand, it looks like it's a pretty choice crowd.
Yeah, and one of my favourite places to go for caravan, I've got to say.
NZ. Oh,
and
yeah.
you've never seen so many rotaries in your life.
They do punch well above their weight.
Oh, yeah.
I thought Aussies, we punch well above our weights.
No,
the Kiwis do kind of.
So innovative.
They do put us to shame in so many ways.
I think I was doing it was a power cruise over there, and there was rotaries everywhere, and they were all manuals. I says, when's somebody going to come out with a rotary with a big converter and an auto? Bugging me dead. The next bloke that comes out, guess what he's got? 13B, turbo, auto with a big converter, and didn't he make a mess of the tyres?
Yeah, when they're a good combo, when they do work that well, they are deadly for that. They are good to race with, two good combos. We've got a couple of 13B turbo auto combos here that do work a treat. But yeah, in the burnout scene, they don't mind skidding them.
No, and you don't. I can't remember the last time I did a burnout comp here with a rotary in it.
Well, Brasher did go. Remember, Brasher tried for a little while the blow and triple rotor. So I know that Illegal had a go at that for a while. I think he's out of that phase.
Well, I think he was probably putting his hand in his wallet maybe too much. I think there's got to be a knack in that.
Well, I mean, God, he murdered every other engine combo in there. I didn't think the rotor was going to probably last as long as it did.
I've been in Brasher.
Yeah, it's
been
wild.
in with Brasher
it's wild.
doing when he's making smoke. And, mate, I'll tell you, he works hard in there.
We have got some Aussie motoring heroes that they keep telling us every week it should be Shane Van Gisbergen and all these other V8 supercar racers.
Okay, so we've got two guys with a peg racing two guys without a peg.
Okay.
How interested? So potentially we're looking at 2 rounds of racing.
And I wonder whether the blokes, if they meet each other in the final, do they just hand their pegs and say, no more pegs, let's go, boys,
Yeah,
winner and runner-up. They might just do that, I don't know. But, geez, we've got some heroes in this country. Whether, as you just mentioned, Mick Brash, we mentioned Brasher, right? So it's like Brash is a burnout hero. Planet Burnout in Australia is a massive industry as well. And, we barely get to acknowledge it as much as what we see.
Just amazing.
Planet Drift in Australia is massive as well. Our roll racing heroes in Australia, we've got them in all kinds. All right, here we go. Andrew Dunnett, he's had to buy back in. Junga Bunga, again, that psychological advantage that Dunnett felt for 2 rounds, doesn't have it anymore. Junga's going to have to fight himself out of this. He's still got the peg, Junga Bunga.
And that makes you incredibly cool. But Junga just likes to do.
Okay, he's gone 173 to a 305. Dunnett might be in trouble here. Junga's out in front. Oh, he's gone. Junga!
No, he rolled and Dunnett stayed with it.
Junga's got to buy back now.
Yep.
Junga's got to pull the peg in.
Yeah, 671 on a 670. That's tough. And, Matty, I don't know how he lost that. He went a 656. Oh, he's a 10th and a half off. So he's rolled off early. But, mate, he had it through 60 feet. He had it at 60. Yeah, we had it at 60 feet. At 3:30, we didn't get a time on him, so we don't know what was going on there. And so, he was faster at the 8th, but somewhere in the world, Dunnett just drove around him.
Wow.
Or stayed in front.
There we go. So a buy-in situation. Here we go. Nofke and Kevy Morton. Kevy Morton's the one that hasn't bought back in either. Does he need to or not? Does he need to or not? Nofke's going to go in there, 690. Kevy gets a better reaction time than that, so it's Willowbank squeezing the breakouts. I know he's right alongside him right now. Kev's trying to dictate the finish line.
He does it well.
He's the only guy that goes through clean. 6:48 with a 5 on a 6:48.
Leave me alone. A 686 on a 690 for Nofke. A breakout pass. And, well, he left a 10th in the tree, but you wouldn't have thought that would have forced him to go that fast, but he did. He broke out by, 686. So what, 400s? Yeah, there you go.
There we go, 686 with a 2 on a 690 and gives it to Kev Morton. That race clean, the only guy so far that has raced clean.
Hasn't lost a race.
Junga's got a buyback in now. Geez, I thought, they were going to have 2 guys clean there, but that is still 1 more buyback. So done it, still go. Junga's got to do the buyback. Morton's hasn't had to use it. Nofke's done the buyback already. So Nofke went another round or so, and so he took out Dunnett. He took out Locke.
Yeah.
Nofke got done though in the previous round by Ben Cox, and remember Ben has gone since then too.
Yeah.
So Nofke bought back about 3 rounds ago,
and it's
so he came in. So he bought back against when he lost to Ben Cox. Ben Cox then also had already bought back in by then, so he was gone. Well, actually, Ben Cox went the next round, I think. I'm just going through my list here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Round 5, round 6. Nofke then took out Shane Locke, made Shane Locke buy back in. And then in round 7, he took out Andrew Dunnett, made Dunnett have to buy back in. And now Dunnett's bought back in, he took Junga out.
He took Junga out, but Junga has got a buyback.
So that's what that's going to be. And again, we just probably need that little bit of a cool down. Now, look, we've got ourselves, as we say, pretty much a tough Hemi crate engine in the ute of Andrew Dunnett. So that thing's kind of behaving itself. Junga might have a little bit of exhaust, bit of hot side, bit of residual heat there. So if anything, the long roof's going to have to really come from behind here because he's the one that's now feeling this hot lap, hot lap fever.
Yeah, the pressure's on.
And Kevy Morton, well, that is one stout aggro little LS engine in that.
Well, the theory is, and I mean, a lot of people, I can remember when we first started doing bracket racing, and I remember sitting in the QDRA club rooms and being told, mate, if you can't race back to back, don't bother. So I've always thought, and I mean, I've had a bracket car, had a couple, and the first thing we bought was a radiator. We bought the biggest one we could physically fit in the car. Yep, and everybody says, oh, but you're carrying all that water. But you never had to worry about how am I going to get the temperature out of this thing for the next race.
I'm sure the most watched gauge by any of us is that temp gauge.
I mean, oil pressure gauge gets your attention. I must admit, you see that fall away and you start to panic.
But it's that temp.
It's
just seeing how far can you drive something before you're really thermally stressing
it. Yeah, no, you can feel it.
And Milk Junga out of those would probably have the most. I know there'd be a little bit of residual heat in the Kevy Jason Seng combo. Dunnett's thing should be a factory thing, pretty much.
Be right.
Now, isn't it interesting that they've pitted on the return road here, and the LJ's stopped in for probably a little splash and dash of fuel here, I'd say.
Yeah.
So it stopped in on its way back to the lanes.
Yes.
So it's not a bad place to be pitted with that in mind. It's literally like a roll in and a roll out.
Yeah, I'm in and out.
They're gone.
They're
gone. 3.2 seconds, like a Formula One team. All right, so looking to pull 3 cards out shortly. The Joker gives you the buy run.
Yeah.
So someone is going to get, you would think, a little ticket into the final.
Yeah, that's you get the buy run, you're in. You're in for the money. You're in for the big money, and then you just got to keep getting your head together.
So here's a question for Mick, if he can hear us from there. Just say by the scenario is that car, if there's two left, they haven't pulled the peg out, right? So Kevy hasn't pulled the peg out yet, so he's the last guy that hasn't. But he gets to a final and he loses. Can he pull the peg out in the final and replay the final with that peg? Is that what he can or cannot do? Or all bets are off when he get to the final, no more pegs? That's an interesting thing.
It's probably something we need to know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, because imagine that. There's the final. Oh, no, it's not. He can buy back in. We've got a final.
Yeah, and who gets the buy?
It is like a 15-round boxing match, really, except that you can be behind on rounds and you buy yourself a win.
And the 15, you knock the bloke out.
And here we are with 15 in there. They're,
mate, how many times have we seen
they're
that?
7 rounds even, and someone's going to be knocked out.
I mean, back in the day when 15-round championship fights, boxing matches, that was the norm. And I could never, ever believe that you could be that fit. I tried a bit of amateur boxing and, mate, 3 rounds and I was buggered.
Yeah.
I mean, and they say, oh, amateur boxing's a lot faster. Get out of here. To get fit enough to go 15 rounds, I don't think there is a 15-round fight anymore.
No, I think workplace health and safety put a...
I mean, there's guys running around, they'd be absolutely punchy because you just get a hiding.
Now,
it's relentless.
Now, Stuart's just messaged me to say that, yes, you could do that in the scenario of a final.
Okay, we can.
So if there's still a peg left in the final
boy.
and you're racing for the money, what better way than to beat someone in the final that never played there?
And here we are.
Beat someone in the final. Well, actually, you can't do that, can you? Someone's holding a peg and you beat them. You can't just shut them out.
No, they're back.
Yeah. So that's...
You got to beat them again.
Yeah. So that's it. So the person that's there, the last person there, you beat someone...
What sort of car do you build to do this?
Andrew Dunnett's car, that's what you
build. Yeah,
build.
well, that's right. He's got it perfect.
Well, mind you, Junga's proven that thing works pretty well.
Junga's is exceptionally good
and
for a big car.
And if there was any doubts over, that tough Aspo LS in the Seng Morton car, well, I mean, it's just proven itself not only yesterday and today that, you can lap that, lapping that thing.
Yeah, you can lap it.
It's,
so somebody's doing something right. We never get a chance to go and have a look.
I have not seen so many cars used as many times as what we've seen yesterday and today.
Yep.
And I know that the mentality is different. When we do a drag challenge, street machine drag challenge, they're all thinking about the road already. They're trying to just think about the one run.
They get the run in and go.
They're thinking about the run, and if they get the run, they're packing up and they're hitting the road. So we don't see those cars all the rest of the day. And it kind of sucks in a way that we taper down to about 30 diehards that are chasing a number.
Yep.
So spectator-wise, it's hard to engage anyone at the end of the day because they've all gone.
Yep.
This concept's great. You're back at base every night. You're back nice and early-ish.
Same place.
We're off track early. We've got this bit of fun racing that you can engage in that 108 went into tonight. A big shout out to everyone out in the hill that was part of that.
Thanks for staying,
Thanks
guys.
for being part of some spectacular racing with real cars. So they've absolutely flogged the bejesus out of these things, and I don't think they're done. And being in true Queensland spirit, I'm sure there's going to see a lot of them still have a crack tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know we might get some taper off in the afternoon. People are over it, probably done. If they hurt something or whatever, I get it. But yeah, just that ability to just keep using these cars until you wear them out.
Yeah, and they flat are. They flat wearing them out. Transmissions, diff gears, axles. I mean, you don't really wear axles. They generally just break.
It's almost like a tougher street car. It's almost like, yes, it's hard to do the week, drive around Victoria, do thousands of Ks and race every day and race, break, tour, fix, repeat. That is an ultimate challenge. But look, I still challenge anyone in Australia to think that they can put their vehicle here in the same venue and do exactly what we've just seen all these people do.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You go out, do your road trip, come back, race. Go out, do your road trip, come back, race.
Until I see someone with 20 time slips in their glove box, trying this out for the first time, I'd love to see it.
Well, we've got one particular lady from New South Wales, dialed your own racer, and man, the passes she puts on that car.
Oh, Alicia.
Alicia just puts
We should get Alicia up to this one.
Oh, mate, she'd drive you guys insane. The passes she puts on that car to get the spread that she wants, and then she just goes out. No, how many times? I don't think she's ever been
she'd be in this dial your own shootout.
She
would be. And you know what?
All right, where's our 3 drivers? Where's our other driver? Is there other driver? All right, 3 left. Obviously, so it is the introduction of the Joker card in here somewhere. So, Joker's obviously the buy run. You don't have to run if you get the buy run, all right? So pick your card. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Decided to pick the ones as they were. Who's got what? 3. Yep. Got the Joker. Got the Joker. Still got 2 pegs.
The Joker and the peg.
So, yep.
You're going to have to work for this one.
Righto.
001. There we go. So that's the word from the staging lane.
Kevin hasn't lost.
Kevin just drew the joker. So Kev Morton goes to the final. He is effectively
Loser is
two
out.
shot.
The winner will make their way through and take on Kevy Morton. Still got a peg, so even if Kevy in the final does lose, he can still buy back in for $20 if he wants to. Chances are he probably will. $3,000 plus. I'm not too sure. We'll count up the bucket, see how much is in there. But yeah, it's going to be getting up there now. It'd have to be $300 and probably $80 by my calculation. So we'll get this underway and we'll work out. We do have to see the good mate here, good mate Leo. Let's have a quick chat. Leo's turned up. All right, look out, Leo's back, guys. Make sure, obviously the safest man in the country that we have here. Great supporter of the event. And looks like Leo, he's brought it out here. I can see that he's here to support our breast cancer for the Fenton family. Awesome to see. Glad to have you here, Leo.
Awesome. I just want all the wankers, guys and girls, to help make a bit more money for the donation. I'm going to have the bucket. Going to be going around shaking it. We want a bit more money for the Fenton family.
Don't set fire to yourself. Righto, guys, we're about to get underway. Basically, it's a survival test here. Next race will put you into the final, or it'll put you in the back of the paddock. Let's make it happen.
We might be late for dinner. We've got the awards and everything happening there, but yeah, look, we can wait on dinner a little bit there.
We'll be right. We've
Just
got to get this done.
You know, sometimes I don't even eat at this time of night. I eat a bit later. But, yeah, I'm getting there.
I'm funny. Since I retired, I eat when I'm hungry.
Yeah. So
it's a different deal altogether.
Bits and
so I
pieces.
go one days, I might eat it all. And it distracts my missus to absolute distraction, if that's a double play on words. But I'm just not hungry.
Yeah.
I'm just not hungry. And I'm a great believer, you don't eat unless you're hungry, because that's how you get fat. And I'm fat enough.
Well, have a look at this, mate. And I eat between jobs. And sometimes that job starts at 11:30 and I finish at 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So here I'm having lunch at 3. And look at this, it doesn't make it any better.
It sticks.
It doesn't make it any better.
And people say to you, you should eat regularly. But I'm not hungry regularly, if that makes any sense.
No. And again, and especially the guys that go to the gym and they'll do all their meal planning. So, they'll have all their pre-made chicken and sweet potato and rice.
Yeah, all the stuff I hate.
But they'll eat that religiously every 3 hours or 4 hours. You should see them with a smile on their face while they eat it. Not.
Mate,
I'm hooking into my KFC at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I have no regrets.
When I was younger, I had a bit of a body. And I used to work pretty hard at but I did a bit of swimming.
Yeah, swimming is the magic exercise.
It doesn't really cut you into definition, but mate, it does
just
give
gives
you some muscle
gives you
mass.
that stamina as well.
Yeah,
All right, here we and the lungs. Andrew Dunnett and Matty Lloyd. This is do or die. Junga Bunga, Andrew Dunnett, do or die.
Back.
They've pulled the pegs, and that is it. So may the best man win to meet Kev for a crack at the final.
And Kev's got 2 bites.
Bang, bang. Junga a little bit better reaction time. 147 to 307. He's out in front. The Hatch gets to the stripe. Who is it? It's no, it's Junga. 656.
Dunnett got there, but broke out.
62 thousandths of a second at the stripe. No, 6 thousandths at the stripe.
Yeah, just look at this. 9 thousandths of a second too quick.
6 thousandths at the stripe. 6 thousandths at the stripe. Wow.
And we can't measure that physically. Human beings cannot do that, but we're smart enough to make stuff that does.
A HQ wagon, 6 thou at the stripe.
Yeah, it was a great race.
So that's Junga.
Junga will be happy.
Junga, can he put Kev to the sword, or can Kev do the opposite and go through and win without having to play the peg?
And really, are they going to bring Matty straight back round and go back in and run?
I reckon they just need that one or 2 minutes there probably to cool the thing off. And sometimes I think the old return road's probably just a nice little cool down for everything.
Yeah, if you got good radiator and good thermostat, I'm thinking you get the temperature back pretty quick.
Yeah, so
and if you've got a couple of electric fans and you work them.
And I think, and you know what, it's boosted LS against Aspo LS. I don't think Kev's put any spray on that, because I know what happens when it goes spray. It's like a 550 car.
Yeah.
So without the spray, it looks like it's been pretty good as a 650 car. Either that or he was using a little less spray. So look at the last few runs for Matty Loy. 652 with a 6, 650 with a 1, 647 with a 1, 656 in that round. Now, even the run before, 657. The run before, 642 with a 1 on a 642. The run before that was a 654. The run before that was a 657. The run before that was a 656. The run before...
Well,
the run before that was a 649.
We're talking hundredths of a second here, you know.
Yeah,
we're talking pieces of time that we physically can't measure unless we've got all the stuff that we've invented.
I can't believe we're into round 9, right? So round 1, Matty goes 664. Round 2 he goes 664. God knows what he did in round 1. Round 3 he went 649. In round 4, put those out there. That was the top person eliminator.
Yep.
656 in round 4. In round 5, 657. In round 6, that's right, he's been alive that long, 654. In round 7, 642 and still winning. In round 8, he goes 657 and loses. And then in that run, he goes 656 and wins. So it's now Kev. Now what's Kev? Kev's just going to...
Kev has to attack.
There we
the tree.
go. So we've just we've simulated Kev there.
Yep. He doesn't really have to face the tree.
Yep. So Kev's now waiting for Junga Bunga for our final. It could be the final of the night, or could be a rerun in a couple of minutes.
Well, that's the thing. We do have a rerun potential in this, and that's not our call, thankfully. It's not our call.
No, but I love the idea. Love the concept.
Well, you know, it's only if you've won and somebody comes back at you again. How many times have I got to beat you? That would be how my head would be running.
Apparently Leo Wanker's in the staging. There's Leo Wanker's here. Going to do a few stunts.
Oh, good on you, Leo.
Leo Wanker, what's he going to do?
Oh, does a big roll.
What's Leo up to here? Is he going to sit him? Oh, Leo's doing a burnout. Leo's doing a burnout.
Yeah, tripped over a little bit.
Leo, I haven't seen Leo Wanker in years. He's looking all right.
Yeah, he's not
There you
looking
go.
too bad.
Leo's going to do a bit of a hit here. No prep hit. Leo Wanker. Look at him go. I tell you what, he's a he's out on his feet. Yeah, he's a powerful specimen. Oh, Leo's down. Leo, is he okay? Where's the...
Yep.
Is he okay?
Yeah, you're a bit behind. This is
Yeah.
way back.
Oh,
I'm watching him live.
Yeah, well, I watched him on TV. It was a bit of a delay.
He's back. He's
Yeah,
out.
but he's okay.
Yeah, Leo.
Yeah, Leo. My goodness.
Mate, he's put on a bit of padding since the last time I saw him.
Look, I do remember, Leo Wanker from the early days. Every time Leo was in trouble, and they wouldn't be able to do it here because we're on the start line.
Yeah.
Is the fire extinguisher? They hit him with the fire extinguisher.
They did.
I believe there could be a generation gap here amongst us and other people out there, but Leo Wanker was a fantastic character. We've just seen him there again. I can't believe Paul Hogan has rehashed the character here at the Road Trip Drag Challenge, thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. But I tell you what, he's a hell of a specimen.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Paul.
He's a hell of a specimen, and
it wouldn't be Paul.
I got caught watching the TV, and Leo's gone and stacked live in front of us, and I didn't even see it.
Yep. Yeah, there you go.
But Leo was rattling the bucket there before as well, helping the Fenton Family Fighting Fund.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. Thank you for supporting that. We really do appreciate it, and I'm sure the Fentons will appreciate it far, far more than us. We're just so glad that you've all participated.
Yeah, no, it's a horrible thing to be going through, but we are a family. We are a family, and as I said,
we do our best.
If this was a church, well, I'm glad to be at church. I say amen to that.
Amen.
So that's where we're at. That's what we're looking at. Kevy Morton has had a couple of minutes where that Ellis has cooled down a little bit. Junga Bunga's had to do the little hot lap, and he's going to be back over there shortly.
I don't think Junga would have a problem. I really don't.
Kevy either puts him to the sword here and lays the cricket bat in and basically hits him for a 6 and doesn't have to play the card, or...
If you get the car back down to 180 degrees Fahrenheit coming down the return road, that'd have to be enough, I would think.
Yeah, I think that all these combos are definitely under control, temp-wise, but... Yeah, Junga does probably have a little bit more trans temp to deal with than what...
you may be right.
What Kevy is there, but they keep an eye on that.
Yeah, well, a lot of guys put transmission temperature measurers on their trannies.
People are asking me whether they can buy back in. The answer is absolutely not. No,
you can't buy back in now.
First of all, you two have to have a car to be able to compete with. You just can't buy back in without a car. That's a glaring exemption there. Got to have a car to be able to buy back in and have entered in the first place. So that sort of cuts you out of that one, sir. Yeah. But anyway, good on you. Good on you for trying.
Thanks for the thought.
There's always someone just trying to scam their way in there somewhere. We just know that we couldn't possibly fit you in there. So look, it hasn't been a bad night for the ladies. Yeah. Out of our 9, what do we say? We had 19 ladies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 17, 18, 19. We've got 19 ladies. So as far as our dial your own tonight, I think Janine went as far as anyone did. But in the top unisex person eliminator category, Tanya Thompson has taken home the win, and the ladies. So it's good to see that she had a great race against Paulie Fuller, and a great final between her and Paulie Fuller with the whole shot to Paulie, but Tanya uncorking a 5-0.
Just drove around him.
A 5-0 on that run. What do we say it was? Yeah, it was a number was somewhere. Thought I took a photo of it, but I didn't. I actually did. I might have sent the photo through. There we are. Yeah, 5:08.9 to a 5:25, and an 0.87 leave for Tanya, and an 0.30 leave there for Paulie. So we're just all in readiness now at 6 minutes to 8 on a Saturday night. That's right. It may or may not be the final, but the final is coming up.
Yes.
As Mick said, a couple of minutes to cool down. We'll be commencing the food and drink after the end of the final, not the first final. The first final may be the only final.
Yep.
There could be a second final yet until the pegs are handed out.
Well, we've only got one peg.
Yeah, we've only got one peg.
So we can virtually have a rerun if it doesn't go the way somebody wants it to go.
So either Kevy's going to stick at the Jung, or Jung is going to make a fighting comeback here and make him pull that peg out again and just go back for battle again. A little bit of cool down and a little bit of a run again there. So we've got a few people standing behind on the start line there. We obviously have to get you to move before the final just because of that whole safety thing and rocks and stuff like that.
Yep, and mate, if you've ever been behind there and got hit by a rock, you'll know you're alive. I've been silly enough to be a recipient of that.
Let's just not have that happen for our people down there.
No, it cuts you up.
Yeah, so a minute or two, and then I am getting a bit famished, so I'm in.
You're fading away. You're fading away to about 105.
In for the feed. Well, thank goodness for the Loys. They gave us
some lollies.
Gave us some lollies this afternoon.
A little bit of sugar.
There was a bit of a gaping hole in the diet this afternoon when the donut shop closed up.
Yep. We couldn't get our donut food.
That devastated me for hours. Devastated me for hours.
I can see, mate. The sugar hit just.
Yeah, just needed that sugar hit. Little can of V sort of brought us up. Yeah. Just had a nice little lemon squash and things are going.
Nice. That was nice.
Things are going downhill.
I still got a little bit there.
Things are going downhill from here. So I just can't wait to get to the drinks.
Yes.
And we'll be all right from there.
Yeah, man. Well, it'll all happen for us.
So we're at that opportunity now where we're going to just check it up. Yeah, I'm guessing a couple of lemon squashes. That's the way.
Yes. Well, whatever it takes.
There we go.
260 in the bucket.
There we go.
Whoa!
There we go. So the buy-in bucket's got us over the $200 mark.
Yeah, and we got 3,000 for the winner.
We've got guys asking whether lemon squash is the Queensland excuse for 4X. No, it's not. I'd still give a 4X once in a while. I still get into them.
Yep.
But no, the lemon squash has just been a nice.
We're being serious about that.
Well, it's not as obvious, If we were sitting here with a can of 4X, looks obvious, but we're just having a light lemon squash. So that's all it is. So many great drinks out there too, by the way, and we can't wait to get into them 4Xs a little bit later. But we've still got either 260 in the bucket, or 280 if Kev's got to play it.
Yes.
If he may not, there'll be 260 and a peg in the bucket.
There's still 3,000 up for grabs.
$3,000. Someone's going to take three. Now, remember last night, Junga took it last night.
Yeah, he's a racer.
And, you know, I'm trying to think who won. Who was the runner-up or something behind it? Was it Kev behind him last night? I can't think it was.
No, I don't think they're going to. And Junga won't be happy about swapping around.
Because we had the 650 last night here.
Yeah, Junga will be saying, I'm going to make it 2 in a row.
I had all my workings here. I don't know where they all went, but I had all the workings from last night to work out who it was. But
maybe they've been.
I know it was Junga.
Come on, guys. Just got to remind you again, no alcohol in the pit area until racing is completed. What are you doing to us? No alcohol in the pits until racing is completed. I mean, if you stand beside a race car and you're drinking, guess what? We'll just assume the whole crew is and bin the car. And if we've got to be that nasty, we will. So put the cans away. I can't believe you can't wait. Everybody else has got to wait, so step up and be a man. Put the can away.
Yes, that's a good... thank you, Uncle Kerry.
If I can do it, anybody can. And I tell you what, I'm a drinker's
All right,
drinker.
guys, so this may or may not be the final.
Thank you, Uncle.
We've got
Uncle
Kevin
Kerry
Morton here in a borrowed car from courtesy of Jason Sang. These guys have still got a peg left, so believe it or not. If they lose in this round, Kevin can still come back. It depends on whether Kevin wants to invest the $20 or not. He may or may not buy in. Chances are he will. There's $260 in the bucket for second place. He's running up against our Mr. Junga Bunga. He's got a little bit of a reputation, old Junga. He hasn't been to one of our events for a couple of years. Turns up last night, cleans them all up in the 650 class. And he's done it before. He's taken the $3,000 home a few years ago, about 3 years ago. And he's back to have a crack, but he's got no peg left. So if he loses this run, he's done and dusted. Kevy will take it. So we'll see how we go. Let's make it happen. Righto, guys, let's get on with it.
Pretty full on, let me tell you.
Yep, Heathcote, if you've never been there, is one flash little racetrack. I mean, that man puts his whole life into that thing. There's no halfways with him. And one of the nicest guys I think I've ever met.
That's right, it was Timmy and Junga last night. That's what it was.
Well, it's not Jimmy and
It
Timmy
was.
tonight.
That's right. I was trying to remember who Junga raced last night.
Well, I don't know who's he got now. He's, hang on,
So this is Kevy and Matty Loy.
Yeah, this is on.
All right, here we go. This could be the final race of the night. If Kevy keeps clean, he will. If Junga can stick it to him, Kev's got to pull the peg out and they got to come back here and do it again. Quick sticks. All right, here we go.
Virtually on a turn round. I don't think we're going to tolerate a cool down. And I mean, these cars should be able to come back
Oh, Junga might make it. Oh, he's got to pull the peg out. He's got to pull the peg out. Yep. Junga Bunga, the whole shot comes from behind. And Junga Bunga pulls out the whole shot, puts Kev in the breakout position. And Matty Lloyd did not back off that time, 109 mile an hour.
Yep,
so he's got to pull the peg out.
Well, Kevy's got a choice to make. He can pull the peg out or just accept that he got beaten. That's up to him, I guess.
I think
I'd pull the peg.
I know sometimes guys do go, you know what, mate, let's just split. Sometimes they split the purse before they go to the final, but I don't think we've heard that. And why wouldn't you? You paid for the buyback. You might as well put the peg back in and just say, Junga, guess what, mate? You got me there, mate, but guess what? We're going to go again.
Like 6,000ths of a second there was in that.
064 light for Junga, 080 light for Kevin, and they'll be back again one more time.
Yeah, where we go? 54 thousandths of a second between the two. That was the movement.
Look at the 60-foot, 1522 for Junga, 1521 for Kevy Morton. Those guys couldn't have been more glued to the track. 645.0 beats a 645.6.
And we're not sure what Kevy was doing at 3:30. We haven't been able to get a number there all day.
What's the matter, Jesse? Yeah. Kev pulls has to put the peg in, and they're going to have to go again. You know what? Thank you, Jesse, for that. Thank you for that request. Thanks for that. They're now trying to ask me to do stuff which I'm not comfortable with doing. And I don't care about peer group pressure. I am not exposing my bare chest to the glass, not at all. That when it gets to that stuff, it's
that's a bit of a worry.
not for me.
Yep.
So there we go. He's got to come back. He's got to come back. Junga was there with nothing left to offer. He had already bought back in.
Yep.
It was Kev Morton. It's Kev Morton.
The phone's going
now
berserk.
it's Baxter. So the other 3RZ lunatics there now too. So it's just all Toyota love boys there. Look at all the Toyota love boys there together. Yeah, all the
they're all
Toyota
happy.
love boys.
They're happy.
Yeah, oh my God, they're all getting them out. Oh, Billy! Oh, Billy! All right, there you go. Okay, you nutbags. No, I am not answering any more FaceTimes from Toyota Hill over there.
No, sorry, guys.
It obviously must be cold over there.
They're all rugged up.
There were 6 rock hard nipples there in the one shot. Not something I didn't want to do in here. Thank you very much. You can't unsee things. I don't want people to see that. After that, I think they'd say you've changed. You've changed me. So he's got to pull that out there. So look, we've been talking about what Kevy's done to get up to this stage. Junga's just uncorked a 45 on the 42 and a 45 on a 48 there for Kev. Kev had rolled through the previous round, didn't get an ET. The previous round he went a 48 with a 5 on a 48. The round before that, a 51 on a 48. The round before that, a 44 on the 48. So that just goes to prove that was the double break. That's kind of what we knew the thing might have run if he squeezed it out the back, and he did on a double breakout. He needed to because Dean Wilson did strap one on him. The round before he went 662 because he went 011 on the tree. That was the one when he rolled in on Grant Dixon and came out with an 011. So he was actually able to take it easy there in round 5. We're into round 10. Right, we're nearly in round 10.
Well, this is we're going to do it all again.
Previous run, he went 657 on the 648. Right?
So Kevy Morton's run out of options. He's got to race this time, and whoever wins this one wins it. Matty sort of treated him a little bit. Had 200s on the reaction time.
You couldn't even tell that.
Nothing through 60 feet, and we don't know what happened at the 330.
Geez, if they had some you know what? The last 9 rounds, if we had some GoPros going on inside the car, those are very, very tight races everywhere you see.
Unbelievable.
Everyone you see. So even then, Kevy's gone 6 back in round 3, back at God knows what time of night. 655 on the 648. The round before, 651 on the 648. So they've had to put a lot of runs down. This is may the best man win stuff right now.
And they're going to come back and do it again.
You've got to admit, for $3,000, $3,000 purse, this is some of the best sedan dial-your-own racing you'll ever see.
Yep.
The fact is that these are, in some cases, a lot of cases, they are still street-driven cars. You can drive them. Junga will put the laps in if he needs to, but again, you don't want to put too many laps in around the constabulary with that car. Might show up a bit, when you see it. Mind you, it also turns a million heads when you see the black Tirana driving around as well.
Certainly does.
But these things are, race weapons on track. Can drive with a carload. On any cruise, turn up anywhere if you wanted them to. They can do that. That's the sort of car they are. There's a lot of sportsman cars out there that can't do that. Dragsters, Ultras, super sedans, super streeters, top sportsman cars. They all are dial your own weapons, but guess what? You can only use them at the drag strip. These are cars that they've been using
drive home
everywhere, and happen to race this competitively with them as well. It is absolute true. Hats off to just how awesome these efforts are, and that's coming from the hardcore OG appreciation of what the sport of drag racing is all about. Okay, is that right? There we go. We thought sometimes the gentlemen get to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, guess what?
Call is
we can go to dinner, because guess what? Kev doesn't want to pull the peg out. He's splitting the purse with Junga Bunga in true sportsman-like gesture. he has decided not to get the second chance against Junga. The gentlemen are splitting the purse, so that is to me, it's a great result either way. Yes, someone takes it, but you know what? It's not the first time I've heard of them splitting the purse before. So, look, you know what? Congratulations to everyone that had a go tonight. Kevin Morton, Matty Loy in the final.
Everybody else.
So technically, if that was the case on the countback, Junga, the more wins, to get there. But look, they're splitting the purse. Kev's not playing it back. They are giving $1,500 both to each, and congratulations. And if that means formally that we finished our on-track stuff tonight, I guess we've got to get to the formal part of the night with the dinner and the presentations, which means, yes, we can have a little tipple down in the staging lanes, and we'll see you for the rest of all of that a little bit later on. But thank you for coming. Stick around. It's only early. Let's do a little bit more celebrating and a few more awards and have a few more laughs, because life's too short not to be making more memories if we can. So let's do it and get into some of the celebrations. And hats off to everyone that's competed here today. And we'll go to the presentations shortly. You may see us still on the stream.